Synopsis: I was just an ordinary guy who spent his days buried in manga. One bored afternoon, I stumbled across a romance fantasy webtoon. The title and tags promised a sweet, single-lead love story, but a few chapters in, it revealed its true colors as shameless harem circus. Confessions flew like arrows. I like you, please go out with me. I've loved you for so long, please accept my heart. Forget dating, let us get married already. The so-called hero was collecting girls like rare Pokemon. It was maddening. Then the impossible happened. I woke up inside that very webtoon as an extra. Naturally, I made a vow. Break the harem. Save the story. Force the protagonist onto the path of no harem. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. The more I tried to dismantle his harem, the more every female character started noticing me. Chapter 1. Prologue: An empty classroom. A warm-colored sunset illuminates the two people inside. I've actually liked you for a long time. A blonde female student confessing her shy feelings. A red blush bloomed on her face, where excitement and worry coexisted, and hanging on the ear of the male protagonist who turns around at her confession. Huh? What did you say? A white Bluetooth earphone. Fuck. I've been had. I kept rubbing my eyes in disbelief at the unbelievable scene. But cruelly, the content on the screen didn't change at all. I had my suspicions all along. But to think it would actually drift into a harem. With that scene just now, my suspicions turned into certainty. The author decided to change this webtoon into a harem. Otherwise, there's no reason to waste the most important confession scene in a webtoon like this. It was clearly an ordinary romance fantasy webtoon at first. The sweet, heart-fluttering atmosphere between the two was satisfying enough. And that is how we arrived at the final chapter of the story. The two finally confirmed their feelings for each other, should have started dating properly. That's what should have been depicted. But suddenly, new female characters began appearing around the protagonist. And the screen time of Elena, the heroine, started gradually decreasing. But until then, I thought they were just supporting characters who would strengthen the relationship between the protagonist and Elena. Something big is coming soon. With that thought alone, I endured the meaningless episodes with other female characters. And finally, the important confession scene that would mark the conclusion of the emotions between Elena and the protagonist that had been building since the first episode. But here, out of nowhere, the protagonist pulls this idiotic move. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a fantasy? Where the hell did that wretched Bluetooth earphone suddenly come from? There are so many things I want to call out. To think they put a Bluetooth earphone that was never even mentioned until now into the protagonist's ear. Of course, there were many loose parts that showed whether the author had roughly constructed the world. Despite being mentioned as a traditional fantasy, the designs of clothes and buildings appearing in the webtoon were extremely modern. Even a world with air conditioners and refrigerators. It's only because it was a romance genre where detailed world building wasn't that important. If it had been an ordinary fantasy webtoon, its ratings would have plummeted long ago. Still, the only reason I ignored such aspects and continued reading this webtoon was for one reason. The heroine, Elena, was exactly my type, and I wanted her to be happy. But, you're backstabbing me like this? I rubbed my tired eyelids. Let us calm down first. The content of this episode isn't over yet, right? I'm already furious, but if they handle it properly now, I might let it slide as a simple mishap, continuing to scroll down while suppressing my anger. It's nothing. Shit, please stop this nonsense. It wasn't anything important. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Seeing Elena's expression as she forced a smile, I jumped up from my seat. I thought I'd hit rock bottom. But what awaited me was an even deeper abyss. Author, you fucking bastard. Did you really choose this kind of development? Arg. Unable to contain my boiling anger, I grabbed the back of my neck. But Elena on the screen wore a heartbreaking expression. This is why I hate harems. They toy with people's hearts and make the characters unhappy. Except for the protagonist who receives everyone's love. A world where no one is happy. Harems are too cruel for someone like me who gets overly immersed. If it were a harem where everyone gets along sweetly, I might understand. But such harems are rare to begin with. Most of the time, the women fight among themselves, or some characters just fade into the background. The feeling of watching the character I'm rooting for slowly being forgotten is indescribable. I should have just stuck to reading shounen manga, as usual. I started reading this because I was in the mood for some sweet romance after a long time. But what kind of misfortune is this? I happened to discover this webtoon while passing by and started reading it after being captivated by Elena S. appearance. The result was the worst. The author has shattered my expectations for a pure love story that was clearly described in the work's description and tags. If you were going to do this, you should have made it a harem from the beginning. I am amazed by the author's drifting skills. If you retire and enter a racing competition, you'd probably win. Suppressing my anger as much as possible, I opened the comment section and wrote a comment. I try to moderate my tone to avoid getting sued. It's far from enough to express my current feelings. But if I don't do at least this much, my head might explode. But as my excitement subsided, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if I get transmigrated or reincarnated? A development that frequently appears in popular web novels these days. It's a completely unrealistic thought, but for some reason, I start to feel uneasy. No way, that's impossible, right? Actually, this doesn't even qualify as a malicious comment. Of course, there is no possibility of that happening, but I still feel an inexplicable unease. Let us delete it. I finally decided to delete the comment. I immediately went back to the comment section, but it seemed many people agreed with my comment, as the number of likes was already rising rapidly. In normal circumstances, I should have been happy, but I couldn't just be happy, because I might become the author's sacrifice if they find fault with me. I hurriedly deleted the comment. Phew, am I safe? I sighed in relief after confirming that the comment was successfully deleted. But then, wait, why am I suddenly feeling like this? My vision became dizzy, and my head started throbbing. Wait, could this be? Fuck. With that short scream, I lost consciousness and collapsed. Chapter 2. Let us run away, author. You crazy bastard. You really did transmigrate me over one comment, and I even deleted it too. I kept thinking it couldn't be, but to think you'd actually possess me. Feeling dizzy, I closed and opened my eyes to see an unfamiliar space. If I'm not suffering from a mental illness, given the circumstances, this can only be possession. Familiar interior declarations. Plus the fancy clothes I'm wearing right now. Everything I see matches exactly with the scenes from the webtoon. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. A handsome man with white hair and striking blue eyes. I know the face of the man in the mirror well. Louis. Full name Louis Vermour. The troublesome youngest son of the Vermour Count family. A worthless extra who briefly appears in the webtoon. I can sense the author's spiteful intention in sending me here, but this is actually good. Being possessed in Louis's body, isn't such a bad situation for me. In fact, he is one of the characters I prefer to be possessed as. A tragic character who pesters the heroine, Elena, in the early parts of the webtoon and gets defeated by the protagonist. After that, he doesn't appear again until later when there is a brief mention that he is living a depraved life addicted to drugs and women. Just looking at this, it seems like the worst possible outcome, but there is a separate reason why I welcomed being possessed as Louis. He was set up as a genius in swordsmanship. This character, Louis, whom I've been possessed as, was actually recognized as a genius in swordsmanship from a young age. There were even rumors that he might become the next swordmaster. But later, Louis became lazy, intoxicated by his own talent. Naturally, no matter how talented one is, it's meaningless without effort to back it up. Eventually, Louis fell behind others, and his personality became a bit twisted. So, in fact, being possessed isn't just a desperate situation. It's fortunate to be possessed in the body of someone with such potential. Plus, since the genre was romance, this world is basically peaceful. Although there are occasional incidents at the Academy, it's not the kind of webtoon that talks about the end of the world. Just the right level of peace and commotion. The world itself isn't that dangerous. It's just that it suddenly turned into a harem at the end. But if there is one problem, I don't want to go to the academy. I don't want to go to the academy. Having graduated from elementary, middle, high school, and even university, the thought of having to go to school again is too burdensome. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm completely fed up with studying. I just want to comfortably swing a sword and enjoy a fantasy life to the fullest. Wait a minute. Do I really need to do that? This world is fundamentally a fantasy. That means that fantastic things are happening all over this world. Magic and adventure. Friendship with comrades. The truly fantastic daily life I've only dreamed of. The academy and such places aren't important to me at all. Yes, let us forget about the academy and go on an adventure. Without hesitation, I packed my bags and ran outside. I was caught. Less than a day after I ran away from home, I was captured by the family S. Knights and dragged to the study of Louis S. father, Count Vermore. What is this nonsense again? Just when I thought you were quiet for a while, you end up causing trouble again. I sat in front of him, restrained to prevent escape. I don't have much to say. I never imagined I'd be caught so quickly. Just stay put and go to the academy. No, what did you say? I don't want to go to the academy. I just want to travel and be free. Not in a messed up place like the academy. Vast plains and expansive forests are waiting for me. Then, are you saying you want to enlist now? What? What is that all of a sudden? Don't nobles who haven't graduated from the academy have to enlist? I was taken aback by Count Vermore's words. For noblesse oblige, nobles must fulfill their duty as soldiers. As a member of the Countess family, I also have to bear such a duty. Fuck. Was there such a shitty setting? No. Why is there a military obligation in a country without wars? Moreover, I've never enjoyed any benefits as a noble so far. So-called responsibility without pleasure. I wondered why so many young men and women were gathered at the academy. It seems they've put in such an absurd setting behind it all. I don't want to enlist. I'm not crazy enough to go to such a place. But if I try to escape secretly, the fate of a noble who evades his duty is all too obvious. I'd probably be wanted throughout the country. Then, there is only one choice left for me. Back in my room, I thought. Unexpectedly, I was forced to go to the academy. Since I'll be immediately dragged into the military if I don't graduate, I must graduate somehow. The academy period is 3 years. So I'll endure just that much and leave for adventure as soon as I graduate. And since I'm going to the academy anyway, I plan to see the end of the webtoon that I couldn't see the way I wanted it. I want to see the end where Ed and Elena come together. So from now on, I will interfere with the protagonist's harem and force him to walk in the path of no harem. What a brilliant plan, right? Chapter 3. The Extra and Fiancé. It's been a week since I possessed Louis's body. During that time, I've managed to adapt to this world based on Louis's fragmented memories that have naturally started flowing into my mind. The first memories that came to me were about the people around Louis. Louis had an older sister and brother. His older brother was actually a knight belonging to the Imperial Knights. His sister was a civil servant in the administrative department. A perfect elite family indeed. Isn't this the definition of being born with a silver spoon? But the original owner of this body apparently didn't have a strong will to live. No passion to do anything. A bland life without particular likes or interests. He was just living aimlessly when I possessed his body. I don't understand it. I mean, he is handsome and from a good family. On top of that, he has talent. So why on earth did he lose his motivation? Well, that is not really important to me now. Berno, teach me swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, young master? Yes, young master, finally. Berno was moved when he heard my request to teach me swordsmanship. As a knight belonging to the family, he was the only knight Louis had treated with familiarity. He seems genuinely touched that his master, who had shown no motivation for so long, is finally showing interest in swords again. But I simply thought I should oil up my rusty body that had deteriorated from years of idleness before entering the academy. I was dragged straight to the training ground by the excited Berno. But at that time, I had no idea what learning swordsmanship really meant. Enough. What are you saying? Young master, You could still do more. This is the last one. Keep it up. Arg. It feels like my arms are going to be torn off. I screamed in pain as I lifted the heavy dumbbells. But Berno didn't care about my suffering at all. Ever since I told Berno I wanted to learn swordsmanship, I've been dragged to the training ground every day. And the result is a continuous series of hard training sessions like this. I can't believe what I'm going through just because I thoughtlessly said I wanted to learn swordsmanship. I simply thought of training like in Webtoon. I thought I'd just swing the sword around. Reality was different. To properly wield a sword, physical training was essential, and I needed to build muscle strength. That's why today, once again, I'm being held captive by Berno and abusing my body to the point of mistreatment. One more. The last one. You said it was the last one earlier, you bastard. I should have just stayed in my room, enjoying the air conditioning. Still, it seems the talk about talent wasn't a lie, as my body has improved considerably in just a few days. As muscles gradually started forming on what was once just a skinny body, I began to look quite impressive. Finding enjoyment in my gradually changing appearance, I now train my body of my own volition. Though it's painful, it's surprisingly addictive. And finally, today is the day I'm supposed to start actually swinging a sword. With an excited heart, I vigorously opened the door to the training ground. But for some reason, instead of the knights who usually crowded the place, only a woman with dark gray hair was standing there. And as if she heard me coming in, the woman carefully turned around, and my name flowed from her lips. It's been a while, Lord Lewis. Who? You don't remember me? The woman frowned slightly at my words. And as our eyes met, Lewis's forgotten memories began to flow in. I was just joking, Viola. Having miraculously remembered her name, I smiled awkwardly. Her identity was none other than Viola, Lewis's fiancée. Wait, I had a fiancé? Because memories were coming in partially, I didn't even know I had a fiancé until now. But now I see that Lewis had someone he was promised to marry. Wait a minute. So this Lewis bastard had such a beautiful fiancée, yet he still hit on Elena? This guy is completely insane. The more I dig, the more certain I am that this Lewis guy is an absolute idiot. After changing locations, I looked at Viola elegantly sipping tea across from me. Her name was Viola Amarin, the first daughter of Count Amarin. Viola, the Count's daughter, had exceptional magical talent and was also known as a beauty in social circles. But it seems Lewis had feelings close to an inferiority complex toward his fiancée. Judging by the memories, his feelings toward her weren't very favorable. What brings you here today? I came to see Lord Lewis's face after so long. I hope I'm not making you uncomfortable. Not at all. I was just surprised because it's been a while. I explained with cold sweat, as if making an excuse for her words. I heard you're also entering the academy this time. Lord Lewis, I have to go. I'd rather die than go to the military. Aren't you also going to the academy this time, Lady Viola? According to Lewis's memories, she and I are the same age. If I'm entering the academy this time, this is also the year she enters the academy. That's right. She nodded slightly, confirming my thoughts. Then we might see each other at the academy. Unlike me, who chose the sword, Viola is walking the path of a mage, so the probability of being in the same class is low. Actually, is that fortunate? To interfere with the protagonist's harem events. It will be better for me to move directly. But in the process, I'll naturally get entangled with various characters. It might be a bit of a trashy thought, but it might be easier to move around without a fiancé by my side. After that, I continue the conversation with her, exchanging simple dialogue. But as I was at a loss for what to say next, having never had a fiancé before, fortunately, after finishing her tea, she carefully rose from her seat. I enjoyed today, Lord Lewis. I'm truly glad you found our conversation enjoyable. Then I'll see you at the academy. With those final words, Viola gracefully boarded the carriage she had arrived in. And watching her move away in the carriage, I let out a shallow sigh. This isn't going to be easy. The unexpected appearance of a fiancé. It seems I've gained another concern. Chapter 4. Fluffy dessert shop. The rumors were true. her fiancé, who had become twisted in character at some point. She had heard rumors that he suddenly started to change. Rumors that he, who had only been lethargic, started exercising again, and that even his strangely aggressive attitude toward people had disappeared. And today, she met him suddenly to confirm it herself. He has definitely changed. Everything about him had changed, including his eyes, as if he had become a different person. His eyes, which had always been downcast, now held an unknown power. And he, who had always been quick to avoid her gaze, now began to look at her directly. She confirmed with her own eyes that her fiancé, whom she had not been fond of, had changed. Interesting. Why did he suddenly change? According to recent information, he apparently ran away from home not long ago. Could his transformation have something to do with that incident? This could be fun. What is certain is that she has developed a bit of interest in her fiancé, whom she had been indifferent to until now. Looking forward to meeting him again at the academy. She wore a small smile on her lips. Time passed, and soon it was the day before the academy entrance ceremony. During that time, I received swordsmanship training from Berno and reached a level where I could claim to know how to wield a sword. Not enough to become a knight, but enough skill to survive at the academy. And finally, I arrived in the capital a day before the entrance ceremony. Wow! As soon as I set foot in the capital, I couldn't help but be amazed. Unlike the scenery of the capital I had only seen in Webtoon, the capital I saw with my own eyes was splendid enough to surprise even me, who had lived in the 21st century. Roads with a strong medieval European atmosphere, and buildings with somehow familiar designs. Having never really traveled in my previous life, all of these things appeared beautiful to me, and soon I began to fantasize about this world. If the imperial capital is like this, how mysterious and fantastic must other places be? The lush forests of the elven country, hidden scenic spots where human footsteps have not yet reached. Possession. Maybe it's not so bad. The capital's scenery was so overwhelming that, for a brief moment, my resentment toward the author who possessed me disappeared. If only it weren't for the academy, I do want to run out right now. But I have to do what needs to be done. Since I'm headed to the academy anyway, I've made my own plan. The plan is as follows. To achieve pure love, I'll interfere with the events between the protagonist, Edmund, and the other heroines. And the ultimate goal is to bring Elena and Edmund together. Perfect. Having read the entire webtoon, I remember most of the events. All the incidents that happen to the protagonist and how each heroine gets involved with him. I want to see Elena's happy smile, which I never saw in the webtoon, with my own eyes. So I'll thoroughly control Edmund from the start to keep him away from anything resembling a harem. For me, a harem is unacceptable. Only pure love matters. I walked toward my destination with firm resolve. And finally, I arrived at my destination. Fluffy dessert shop, a sign that is truly difficult for a man like me to approach. But I really wanted to visit this place when I came to the capital. Because it's the shop Elena liked the most. This was a place Elena habitually visited in the story. Elena had a setting where she liked desserts. And what she liked the most was a special pudding sold only at this shop. I don't particularly like sweet things, but somehow I wanted to try it. Yeah, since I've been possessed anyway, I should try most of the things that appeared in the webtoon. With that courage, I entered the shop. But contrary to my worries, I wasn't the only man in the shop, though most seemed to be couples. However, as I was about to move to buy pudding, a voice that reached my ears made me stop in my tracks. This is so delicious. Miss Elena really does like sweet things. Elena? A name too familiar. I turned my head as if entranced, and then I could see her, brilliantly shining golden hair. A woman happily smiling with pudding in her hand. Elena, the female protagonist of the webtoon, was standing there. All thoughts suddenly come to halt as I just stare at her. Sparkling blue eyes, blonde hair braided to the side. Everything matched Elena's appearance from the webtoon exactly. Seeing her made it hit me even more clearly that I really had been reincarnated into a webtoon. Yes, that's definitely what a female protagonist should look like. Looking at her, I could easily understand why so many villains in the story followed Elena around claiming to like her. After all, a face like that is its own justification. She probably couldn't get a moment's peace anywhere. She probably doesn't know. Even before entering the academy, there were many advances directed at her. Of course, until now, no one could easily approach her because of her doting father, Viscount Belahart. But at the academy, where noble influence is significantly reduced, problems will gradually begin to surface. The initial connection with the male lead happens because of one of those incidents anyway. The first meeting between the two, the most important scene where the webtoon truly begins. The catalyst is him rescuing Elena from a predicament. And afterward, their relationship gradually evolves into something like a romance. So, I plan to stay quiet and avoid contact with the protagonists as much as possible in the beginning. Those two will connect automatically without me doing anything. I can step in when I see signs of it turning into a harem. That won't be too late. I shouldn't interfere unnecessarily and risk changing the future. What I want to see is their love story that wasn't shown in the webtoon. That SY resolved to interfere with the protagonist's harem. After staring at Elena, as if in trance for a while, I came back to my senses when I noticed the sharp glare from the maid standing beside her. Worried that I might leave a bad impression on Elena, I slipped out of the store almost like I was fleeing. Breathing in the fresh air, I finally felt my mind clearing. But I have this feeling I've forgotten something. All right, I forgot to buy pudding. Chapter 5. A classic pickpocket move, Ollie's POV of. He is pretty, I'll give him that. HM, what is wrong, Ollie? Miss Elena looked up from her pudding, tilting her head when she noticed me glaring around the shop with narrowed eyes. It's nothing, miss. I quickly straightened and forced a smile. More importantly, tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow, the day Miss Elena enters the academy. I'm so worried, I muttered before I could stop myself. Hee. Don't worry, Ollie. I'll be just fine. She puffed out her chest with confidence, her bright smile practically glowing. I bit back the words sitting on my tongue. That's not what I'm worried about. What should I do with our innocent miss? She's thrilled just to be leaving the stifling Viscount estate, and I can't blame her. But I know the truth. At home, everyone from the Viscount down to the kitchen maids has protected her with one heart. Out there in the academy, she'll have no such shield. And the men? My eyes narrowed at the memory of earlier. That strange, white-haired man. I clearly saw him staring at Miss in a daze before bolting out of the shop. It's obvious. He has fallen for her. Well, I'll admit he was fairly good-looking. But that's not enough for my miss. She deserves someone exceptional. Someone who seems like he has stepped right out of a romance novel. Capable. Handsome. Someone who understands love, who would devote himself to her and her alone. Nobles might be allowed to take multiple wives, but I pray Miss never has to endure the sadness that comes with that. Because Miss Elena is truly good. She has never once raised her voice, not even at a mere servant like me. She is an angel who gives happiness wherever she goes. She deserves a love as pure and wholehearted as the kindness she shows others. I clench my fists and straighten my back. Just trust me. Miss, I'll make sure you stay safe. Miss Elena blinked in surprise, then giggled softly. Hee hee. All right, Ollie. Her laughter was as bright as the golden hair that framed her face. And in that moment, I silently swore to myself I will do whatever it takes to make sure my mistress finds the happiness she deserves. Before coming to the capital, I had a whole list of things I wanted to see and do. But maybe it's because I caught a glimpse of Elena earlier. Today, I just don't feel like it anymore. Yeah, those things can wait. For now, I'll just take it easy and rest. I was about to head toward the Inferno had reserved for me when thud. Ow! A small body bumped into me out of nowhere and tumbled to the ground. Soda. It's okay. Are you hurt anywhere? A boy, probably no older than an elementary schooler, scrambled to his feet, bowing his head over and over as he apologized. With a generous heart, I reached out and helped him up. I should have been watching where I was going. I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it. These things happen. Despite how I might look, I'm endlessly kind to the weak. A little accident like this, I can overlook it easily. The boy's face was still flushed as I brushed the dust off his clothes. Thank you. He gave me a quick bow and dashed off, his small figure disappearing into the crowd. So energetic, I muttered, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Watching him run off, I felt a quiet warmth in my chest. Even though this world was originally just a webtoon to me, everyone here is undeniably alive. They're not mere characters on a page, they all have their own lives, their own souls. I felt that more and more with each passing day. After the boy vanished from sight, I adjusted my bag and continued toward the inn. Before long, I arrived at the place Berno had mentioned. That LLB 10 gold coins per night, the innkeeper said as soon as I approached the counter. Right? I have a reservation under Berno's name. The innkeeper flipped through a ledger and nodded. Ah, yes. We have the reservation, but no payment has been made yet. I froze. Wait a second. Did that bastard Berno seriously make a reservation without paying in advance? He is surprisingly insensitive. From the time I spent training with Berno, I can tell he is a good guy, overall honest, dependable when it matters. But, how should I put it? He is a little oblivious. At times like this, he really should be just paid in advance. Seriously, already planning to give Berno a proper scolding later, I reached into my pocket to pull out the coins. But my fingers met nothing but fabric. Empty. I froze. I patted my other pocket. Checked the inside of my jacket. Nothing. My wallet was gone. A sharp jolt of panic shot through me, but almost immediately my thoughts started racing. Just now, that boy who ran into me. My missing wallet. No way. Could it be? I clenched my fist, a bitter laugh escaping my throat. So that is how it is. My jaw tightened as I replayed the scene in my head. That kid. The nervous apology. The constant bowing. The way his small hands fidgeted as I dusted off his clothes. It all lined up too perfectly. A classic pickpocket move. TCH, I really let my guard down. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't bring the wallet back. I had a rough idea of how these things worked. If he was a professional, he'd be heading for a crowded street where it would be easy to disappear. And if he was just a rookie, he'd be close by, looking for a quick escape route. Either way, I had to move now. I bolted out of the inn, my eyes sweeping the bustling avenue. Chapter 6. Proper lesson. In a narrow alley where the sunlight barely reached, a small group of children huddled together. The boy who had bumped into me earlier sat proudly against the cold brick wall, an expensive-looking wallet gleaming in his hand. Wow. Amazing. One of the younger kids breathed, eyes sparkling at the sight. The others crowded around him, whispering in awe. I told you, the boy said with a smug grin. This is nothing if I put my mind to it. Brother, you're so cool. Another piped up, their voice full of admiration. The boy puffed up his chest, clearly enjoying the attention. With a dramatic flourish, he started to open the wallet. Why won't this open? Of course it won't, I said, my voice cutting through the alley like a knife. It's protected with magic. A dash. The boy jerked around, eyes wide. Got you, you little rat. He hadn't even noticed me walking up behind him. While he'd been too busy showing off, I reached down and grabbed the scruff of his neck. How? Only now did he realize I was standing right there, towering over him. Did this kid really think a countess' son would carry a wallet without any protection? Of course it would have anti-theft wards and a basic tracking spell. Any thief with common sense would know that. Touching a noble property without caution could cost you a hand or worse. But this boy clearly didn't know that. Would you like to return my wallet now? I asked evenly. No. He hugged the wallet to his chest, face tightening with stubborn defiance. I sighed. That's not going to work. Reaching forward, I applied just enough force to pry it from his grip. Eek dash. I said, I'm not giving it back. Don't bully our brother. Yeah, leave him alone. Before I could react, the other children no older than 7 or 8 swarmed my legs, tiny fists thumping uselessly against me. What the hey? They clung to my coat and hit me with all the strength their small bodies could muster. But no matter how many of them there were, they were still children. Their efforts were more heartbreaking than threatening. I tightened my hold on the boy and finally managed to pull the wallet free. Got it. The boy's eyes filled with frustrated tears as I straightened, my breathing steady, but my heart uneasy. Then, what do you think you're doing? A sharp, commanding voice sliced through the alley. I turned. A woman with striking red hair stood at the entrance, her green eyes narrowed like sharpened blades. She wore a long, travel-worn coat and carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd seen more than her share of trouble. For a heartbeat, the entire alley went silent. The kids froze. Even I found myself pausing under the weight of her stare. Great, just what I needed. Another complication. She stood at the mouth of the alley, a wooden sword gripped tight in her hands, eyes blazing. Great, just what I needed. She must have heard the commotion and rushed in, but from where she was standing, yeah, this probably looked bad. A grown man cornering a kid in a dead-end alley? Perfect. I raise my hands quickly. It's not what it looks like. These kids wait, huh? Empty space. The boy I'd been holding onto gone. I blinked and turned. Somehow, all of them were already huddled behind the red-haired woman like ducklings. When did it help us? One of them cried. That man was bullying us. Another shouted, voice trembling with fake terror. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. When did they even move? I didn't see a thing. Pickpockets really are built different. I opened my mouth to explain before things could spiral. Listen, it's not like, you're a bad person, she said flatly. What? Where did that come from? Wait, hold on. There's a misunderstanding. No need for explanations. She snapped, stepping forward. Why? I barely ducked as her wooden sword whistled through the air, missing my head by inches. Are you crazy? I yelped, stumbling back. The crazy one is you. She shot back, swinging again with frightening precision. Picking on children? And you dare call yourself an adult? What are you talking about? I wasn't. Will you just listen for 1 second? I don't listen to the excuses of villains. Unbelievable. She was one of those people. The type who makes up their mind in the first 5 seconds and refuses to budge, no matter what reality has to say about it. Charitably speaking, strong convictions. Less charitably, stubborn as a brick wall. And apparently, brick walls come with swords. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice calm as I backed away. Swinging that thing around is dangerous. Someone could get hurt. Maybe put it down before you regret. I don't swing at innocent people. She cut in, eyes narrowing. So there's no problem. I stared at her, half exasperated, half impressed. You realize how terrifying that sounds, right? You're swinging at an innocent person right now. The woman gripped her wooden sword tighter, clearly unaware of the truth, only she didn't know. Her eyes flashed with misplaced determination as she raised the blade higher. I sighed inwardly. I guess there's no helping this. Drawing mana up from deep within my body, I moved before she could even react. In a blink, I closed the distance and caught her wrist. With a sharp twist, thud, the wooden sword slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground, the sound cutting through the tense air like a bell. Silence followed. Huh? She blinked, eyes darting around as confusion took hold. Her bravado faltered, and for a second, she just stood there, mouth opening and closing with no words coming out. Well, what now? Why you regret this? She finally blurted, her voice trembling as she tried to sound threatening. It didn't quite land. Before I could reply, she spun on her heel and bolted, tossing out that cheap villain line as if it could salvage her pride. She didn't even glance back as she disappeared around the corner. And just like that, the courtyard went quiet again. All that remained were a few scattered leaves, a fallen wooden sword, and the culprits themselves, the group of mischievous kids behind her. One of them giggled nervously. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. Come here, you little brats. Their faces paled instantly. We're sorry. They cried in unison, bowing their heads so fast I thought they might topple over. Nice try, but it was way too late for quick apologies. I crouched slightly, letting a small smile tug at my lips. Sorry, cut it this time. If you've got the guts to pull stunts like that, you'd better be ready to learn why it's a bad idea. Their wide eyes trembled as I stepped forward. Time for a proper lesson. They remember well enough not to try anything like this again. Chapter 7. Real beginning after finally returning to my lodging. I paid the ridiculous 10 gold coin fee and collapsed onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Those impudent little brats had gotten a proper scolding from me. So they probably wouldn't be causing trouble again anytime soon. A thought suddenly surfaced, jolting me upright. What should I do with this? I reached for the wooden sword lying against the wall, the one that woman had dropped when she attacked me earlier. She swung at me without warning, misunderstood everything, and then bolted in a panic, leaving this behind. The sword was surprisingly well made for something carved out of wood. I ran my fingers along the grain, noting the smooth finish and balanced weight. It felt far too heavy to be ordinary. When I tapped the side, I caught the faint ring of metal hidden inside. A metal core? In a wooden sword? No wonder it packed a punch. If someone untrained were hit with this, a single strike would be enough to break a bone. I might have been able to dodge it thanks to my training, but an average person would be been done for. Just thinking about it made me shake my head. Seriously, who attacks people with something like this? But as I turned the sword in my hands, something else caught my attention. A faint, familiar hum beneath the wood. Wait. I closed my eyes, focusing. That's subtle vibration mana. It's an artifact? Artifacts. Objects infused with magic. Like my wallet, which stored mana to keep things secure, artifacts were crafted to hold magic for practical use. Some were for convenience, others for combat, but all were rare and expensive. Curious, I let a thin stream of mana flow from my fingertips into the wooden sword. The reaction was immediate. A soft blue glow spread along the blade, shimmering like moonlight on water. Then, on the hilt, a crest slowly emerged, a deer with massive antlers, holding a sword in its mouth. The sight made my breath catch. A noble-esque crest. Of course, noble families used crests like these to mark their possessions, a silent declaration of authority. The craftsmanship, the hidden metal core, the mana-infused design, everything made sense now. That woman was a noble. I tightened my grip on the glowing sword, a wry smile tugging at my lips. A noble charging at strangers in the middle of the street. What an uncivilized way to introduce yourself. The light slowly faded as I withdrew my mana, leaving only the elegant but dangerous artifact in my hands. Now the question was, what to do with it? Returning it would mean seeking her out, but keeping it might be more trouble than it was worth. And with just one glance at the crest, I could pretty much guess which family she belonged to. The Eastern region, right? The design was unmistakable, a deer. Families from that part of the empire, where hunting is practically a tradition, often use deer in their crests. The East is famous for its endless green mountains and rich natural beauty, a place overflowing with forests, rivers, and wildlife. Tourism thrives there, and it's said their festivals celebrating the changing seasons are breathtaking. It's definitely on my list of places to visit someday. After all, in any proper fantasy world, places like that almost have to hide ancient ruins or mysterious dungeons. If I went all the way there and found nothing of the sort, I'd honestly be a little disappointed. With the family crest identified, I could easily return the wooden sword to its rightful owner later. No need to rush. I twirled the wooden sword in my hands, the faint residual mana still tickling my fingertips. Keeping it overnight shouldn't be a problem. If anything, I needed time to think. But the more I thought about it, the stranger the whole encounter felt. Well, what more strange could it be transmigrated into Webtoon? Anyway, I let out a long sigh and flopped back onto the bed. Considering everything I have to do tomorrow, the smartest thing is to get some proper rest tonight. With that thought, I stretched, set the sword aside, and let my eyes drift shut. Sleep came surprisingly easily. The next day, finally, the long-awaited day of enrollment at the academy had arrived. Unless you were one of those overly patriotic types who signed up for military service early, this was the day every noble child in the empire entered the academy. It wasn't just nobles, either. Princes and princesses from allied kingdoms, heirs of foreign races, and even a handful of commoners with rare talents all gathered here. In short, today was the Empire's biggest coming-of-age event, a day when the brightest of every class and bloodline converged on one place. Naturally, There was no way an occasion like this would pass quietly. I woke before dawn, stretching my stiff limbs as excitement and nerves hummed in my chest. The world I now lived in came from a romance fantasy webtoon. Normally, that genre leans heavily toward pastel-colored love stories aimed at a female audience. But this one? It was different. Sure, the title and setup looked like the usual sugary romance at first glance. But once you got into it, the story tilted in an unexpected direction. The protagonist was male and usual enough already, and the plot leaned surprisingly hard into battles and academy politics. There were no demon lords or apocalyptic villains waiting to end the world, but plenty of dangerous incidents, duels, conspiracies, turf wars between noble factions. How should I put it? It was technically a romance fantasy, but it never felt like one. Instead of endless heart-fluttering moments, it played more like a coming-of-age adventure with a dash of action and strategy. The romance between the male lead, Edmund, and Elena was there, yes, but it often took a back seat to swordsmanship training, magical experiments, and student rivalries. Looking back now, I think the author deliberately tried to mix genres, growth, action, politics, romance, anything to keep readers hooked. And to be fair, it worked. That mishmash of tones was exactly what drew me in when I first started reading. If only the story hadn't derailed into a full-blown harem by the end, it would have been perfect for my taste. I sighed, shaking off the thought. No use brooding over the webtoon's ending now. After all, I was living inside it. And today was the real beginning. Chapter 8. Chaotic Entrance Ceremony 1. Are you awake, young master? Good morning, Bruno. The first thing I saw when I opened the door was Bruno's familiar face. By the way, never mind. Pardon? I had been ready to scold him for yesterday's incident the moment I saw him. But as soon as the words reached my tongue, I let them go. Some things can't be fixed by nagging. Common sense doesn't grow overnight. Instead, I simply asked, "Did you prepare everything I asked for?" "I brought everything, just as you instructed," Bruno replied, tilting his head slightly. "But may I ask why these are necessary?" "You'll find out soon enough." I took the bag from his hands and peeked inside. "I'm good." Everything was exactly as I specified, no mistakes, no missing items. "Perfect. I'd be needing these things later today." "The uniform suits you well, young master," Bruno said with a small smile. "Does it?" I turned toward the mirror. The deep black of the Imperial Academy uniform stood out sharply against my white hair. Its style was surprisingly modern, a strange blend of Chinese and Korean high school fashion, with a hint of Japanese school uniform. A small part of me felt disappointed. For a world that looked like something out of a grand fantasy, this uniform felt almost too contemporary. Still, it didn't look bad on me, so I decided not to complain. I slung the bag over my shoulder and headed for the academy gates with Bruno trailing just behind. Since the Imperial Academy is filled almost entirely with noble students, each student is allowed to bring along a knight or a servant from their family. Naturally, Bruno was the one chosen to accompany me. Originally, Count Bermore wouldn't have allowed it. He had hoped sending his son to the academy alone would force him to mature. But my unexpected runaway incident shortly after I possessed Louis's body must have rattled him more than he let on. In the end, he relented and assigned Bruno to stay by my side. I suspect his true reason wasn't for my comfort or safety. No, Bruno's presence was less about assistance and more about keeping a close eye on me. I would prefer to come alone, but this can't be helped. I brought this upon myself. I'm pretty sure it's this way, Bruno said confidently after we passed through the academy's main gate, pointing toward a tree-lined path. I slowed, frowning. No matter how I looked at it, that was definitely not the direction of the auditorium where the entrance ceremony was being held. "Isn't it the opposite way?" I asked. "Oh, really?" he replied, blinking in mild surprise. I stared at him. "Wait a second, don't tell me. You don't know where we're going, do you?" Bruno gave a sheepish chuckle. "Ha! I have a bit of trouble finding my way." "You're directionally challenged?" "Maybe a little." "Then how in the world did you even get to my lodging?" "Oh, the coachman dropped me off right at the door," he said, as if that explained everything. I dragged a hand down my face, feeling a headache forming. A night with no sense of direction. What a tragic combination. The academy grounds were enormous, far bigger than the Countess estate. Even ordinary people had trouble navigating here. With Berno, he'd probably get lost twice before breakfast. Is it over there, maybe? He asked a moment later, pointing at yet another random path. No, you idiot, I sighed. Haha, sorry. I pressed my fingers to my temple. Unbelievable. It seemed I'd gained not a companion, but a burden. After several wrong turns and more than a few deep breaths on my part, we finally made it to the auditorium. The sight stopped me in my tracks. As expected of the Empire's only academy, the hall was breathtaking, vast, and glittering like a venue for a royal ball. The polished marble floors reflected the light of grand chandeliers, and elegant banners lined the high walls. Wow, Berno murmured, eyes wide. I nudged him forward. Stay here until the entrance ceremony starts. And don't wander off. I'll come to where you are, young master. No, just stay here quietly. Understood. After making sure Berno was settled in the second-floor seats, I headed down to the first floor. I found a seat with my assigned number and sat down, letting my gaze wander across the massive auditorium. All around me, nobles filed in with carefully measured steps, every movement dripping with dignity and elegance. Their polished manners and refined posture screamed aristocrat. I almost laughed. That noble aura wouldn't last long. Give it a few months at the academy, and even the most self-important heirs would be sneaking late-night snacks and complaining about exams like any other student. I knew it because I'd already read all this in the webtoon. Shaking my head with a faint smile, I leaned back in my chair. The academy itself was proof of the Empire's cleverness. 20 years ago, as peace stretched on and the Empire's history grew longer, the power of the nobility ballooned without restraint. Discrimination against commoners had become a way of life, and the gap between classes widened until it was almost unbridgeable. It was Emperor Astra III who finally stepped in. To break the cycle, he founded this very academy, forcing the children of nobles to live, study, and train alongside others, sometimes even commoners. His goal was simple: reshape the minds of those who would one day inherit titles and influence. And it worked. Generation after generation, the nobles who passed through these halls began to change. Of course, not everyone approved. Many commoners still see the academy as a playground for the privileged. And despite its mixed enrollment, the core student body remains overwhelmingly noble. Ironically, teaching nobles advanced swordsmanship and magic only made them more dangerous. Their growing military power now poses a quiet threat to the imperial family. The emperor keeps his grip through laws and a few well-placed systems of control, but who knows how long that balance will last? Not that it's my problem. I'm not the eldest son, so I want to inherit the family title. As soon as I graduate, I'm planning to travel the world. Politics, power struggles, none of it concerns me. All I need to do is enjoy the academy life I once only read about in the webtoon. Please take your seats. The announcer's clear, ringing voice cut through the growing chatter. We will now begin the 20th entrance ceremony of the academy. Around me, the crowd settled, the rustling of robes and whispers fading into silence. First, we will hear the opening address from the principal. I knew these lines by heart. Then, an elderly man stepped onto the stage, his long robe sweeping across the polished floor. My heartbeat quickened. The principal. In the webtoon, this was the exact moment where the real story began. As he reached the center of the platform, boom! A deafening explosion shook the hall. Kaya! Screams erupted from somewhere in the audience as the floor trembled beneath us. I shot to my feet, heart hammering. So begins. The story of this world was finally starting in earnest. Chapter 9. Chaotic Entrance Ceremony to Kaya. What is going on? Did something happen? The piercing scream shattered the quiet like glass. In an instant, the once orderly auditorium dissolved into chaos. Students shot to their feet. Murmurs turned to frantic voices as hundreds of eyes darted around. searching for the source of the disturbance. On the stage, Academy officials exchanged panicked glances, their dignified expressions cracking as they struggled to make sense of the sudden commotion. But the woman's scream didn't stop. It echoed again and again, sharp enough to rattle the air. And me? I knew exactly what was happening. The first episode of the webtoon. The magical power outburst incident at the entrance ceremony. This was at the pivotal event that would propel the protagonist, a mere commoner, into the spotlight. The moment where the story truly began. My heart pounded as I shot to my feet. Where's he? Edmund, the protagonist of this entire tale. He had to be somewhere in this crowd. I scanned the sea of unfamiliar faces, weaving between frantic students as my eyes darted from one row to the next. Come on, where are you? Found him. Far across the auditorium, a single head of black hair stood out like an ink blot in a field of gold and brown. Edmund. Without hesitation, I snatched up the bag ID kept ready and pushed through the crowd, my steps quick and deliberate. The distance was greater than I expected. Each second felt like it stretched into an eternity. I need to reach him. I have to reach him before it starts. It is about to begin. My breath came sharp and fast as I cut through the panicked students, keeping my eyes locked on the boy with black hair. Finally, I made it to his side. Safe. Just in time. Or so I thought. The air behind us suddenly swelled with a violent, unseen force. A massive surge of mana erupted from the back of the auditorium, so dense it made the very space warp and shimmer. Magical power outburst. Evacuate the students now. Someone shouted, their voice cracking with urgency. But it was already too late. The wave of mana struck before anyone could move. My body jerked as if pulled by an invisible hook. The world tilted. The light around me twisted and blurred, colors smearing into black. And then, nothing. Only darkness. Ugh. A wave of nausea hit me like a hammer, twisting my stomach into knots. This was worse than anything I'd imagined. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head, desperately trying to steady myself. The webtoon had simply described this moment as dizziness, so I expected a little lightheadedness, maybe a brief wobble. Not this. It felt like someone had hung me upside down and rattled my skull like a drum. My insides were spinning, my balance shot to pieces. Slowly, painfully slowly, the nausea began to fade, and my vision cleared. Cold, gray stones stretched beneath my palms. I looked up. Massive stone walls loomed on all sides, their surfaces rough and ancient, like the interior of a giant labyrinth. There was no ceiling I could see, only an endless dark above us. What? Where's this place? Someone whispered, their voice cracking. What is happening? Another cried, panic breaking through. All around me, the students who had fallen with me clutched their heads or staggered to their feet, their faces pale with confusion and fear. The air itself felt heavy, almost oppressive, like the walls were leaning in to swallow us whole. And then, everyone, please remain calm. A steady voice cut through the chaos. I turned toward the source, and wasn't surprised. Edmund. Of course it was him. The so-called hero stood tall despite the disorienting fall, his sharp eyes sweeping the group with calm authority. His voice carried an unwavering steadiness that immediately drew everyone's attention. As long as we keep our heads, we can figure this out together, he said, his tone firm but reassuring. Panic won't help anyone. Even now, even here, his righteous, dependable personality shone through exactly like in the webtoon. This was classic protagonist behavior. What should we do first? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Edmund didn't hesitate. Check for injuries, he ordered. Before anything else, make sure no one is seriously hurt. Help anyone who needs it. The students quickly moved to follow his lead, their fear giving way at least partially to action. I watched them scatter, half expecting heroic music to start playing in the background. Typical Edmund. Even trapped in a giant stone maze, he was already taking charge, just like the shining main character he was meant to be. And me? I stayed quiet, keeping my head down while my thoughts raced. Meanwhile, something Edmund hadn't accounted for was already in motion. Among nobles, hierarchy is everything. Even if someone is weaker or less capable, the moment their rank is higher, the others will bow their heads. And these were young heir's kids who hadn't yet shed their inherited arrogance. But Ed? He didn't look like a noble at all. In the Empire, not a single noble family carried black hair. His very appearance marked him as an outsider. It was only a matter of time before someone decided to challenge him. Sure enough, why should we listen to you? A voice rang out, sharp and dripping with disdain. Yeah, who are you supposed to be? The speaker stepped forward with a confident swagger, his brows drawn together in a permanent scowl. My name is Rondell Ashbourne, he declared proudly, his chin lifting. Second son of the distinguished house, Ashbourne. There it was. The troublemaker makes his move. Ed met his gaze calmly, saying nothing, while Rondell tilted his head, clearly expecting a reaction. I almost smirked. Everything is playing out exactly like the webtoon. Not a single deviation. And right on cue, WH, what is that? A sudden, panicked shout cut through the tense silence. Woo! Hello! Haunting moan rolled across the hall as a shadowy figure materialized behind us. A creature, pitch black from head to toe, floated into view like a nightmare dragged into reality. The air grew cold. Students froze in place as the thing drifted forward, its eyes glowing faintly, sweeping over us like a wolf picking the weakest prey. A specter, a wraith said to feast on dreams. Around me, panic rippled through the crowd gasps, frantic whispers, the scuffle of retreating feet. But then, as if to prove himself, someone strode boldly toward the creature. TCH, just a mere magical beast? Watch and learn. Fireball. It was Rondell, of course. The same loudmouth who challenged Ed moments ago. He raised his hand, mana flaring around his fingers. And nothing. WH what? Why isn't it working? Rondell's eyes went wide as the spell fizzled before it could even form. Of course it failed. This wasn't an ordinary space. The specter glided closer, its eerie glow reflecting in Rondell's panicked eyes. Exactly as the webtoon had shown. Not a single step out of place, Chapter 10. Dream space, there was no mana in the air here. Naturally, that meant magic was useless. To most people, that would sound like a crisis. To me, not so much. I already knew this wasn't nearly as dangerous as it looked. Stay away. A scream rang out across the hall. The specter A black, shapeless blur darted through the air like a streak of smoke and shot toward a girl who hadn't managed to run. Before anyone could react, it wrapped around her like a shadow and vanished into her body. The girl gasped once, then went limp, collapsing onto the polished floor as if all the strings holding her up had been cut. WH, what's happening? Panic rippled through the crowd. Students froze where they stood, too terrified to move, their eyes wide and darting. I exhaled slowly. All right, guess it's my cue. Breaking the tense silence, I stood and walked toward the fallen girl. Each step echoed in the hushed hall as dozens of eyes followed me. I crouched beside her and gently checked for signs of life. Her chest rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, but stayed shut. She looked less like a victim and more like someone taking a nap. She is asleep, I said calmly. Oh, really? A nearby student stammered. Yes. Would you like to check yourself? I stepped aside slightly. After a moment of hesitation, a few brave students crept closer. She really is asleep. I don't see any injuries. But didn't that thing just attack her? Their confusion spread like wildfire. Whispers filled the room as more people gathered around, peering down at the peacefully sleeping girl. The so-called specter. Despite the ominous name, it was barely a monster at all, just a weak, low-level creature. Its only ability was to dive into someone's body and put them into a deep, harmless sleep. A nuisance, not a threat. A specter? Someone murmured behind me. My eyes flicked toward the voice. Interesting. Someone actually recognized it. Most freshmen wouldn't even know such a creature existed, let alone identify it on sight. I knew about it only because of the webtoon. Without that knowledge, I might been as clueless as the rest. But for now, There was no need to explain everything. Amidst the low murmurs of the crowd gathered around the sleeping girl, a faint voice caught my attention. I turned my head toward the sound. Standing a little apart from the others was a short girl, her oversized glasses nearly swallowing half her face. "What was it you said?" I asked. That. She flinched as if startled, her words stuttering to a halt. It seemed I wasn't the only one who heard her. Ed stepped forward, his calm voice carrying easily over the uneasy whispers. "What is it?" he asked her. The girl shrank back slightly, clearly flustered at being addressed. After a moment of hesitation, she finally managed to speak in a timid tone. It's a monster that only appears in Arcana." "Arcana?" Ed tilted his head. "You mean the dream space?" "Huh. Oh, yes." She nodded quickly, as if relieved that he understood. Then, could this place actually be the dream space? Dream space, also known as Arcana. A realm of dreams, separate from reality, where strange powers and rules existed. A place where the impossible could become real. A chill crawled down my spine as the realization settled in. We weren't just trapped in some strange room. We were inside someone else's dream. Ed's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He went silent for a moment, his expression sharpening as if pieces of a puzzle were falling into place. Then he raised his head, voice firm and clear. "Everyone, listen to me for a moment." The restless murmuring quieted. "I think I've figured out how to escape this place." "What? Really?" The tension in the air shifted instantly. People turned toward him, eyes wide with a mix of hope and disbelief. Ed didn't flinch under the sudden attention. "This world," he began, "is what is known as the Dream Space Arcana. Simply put, it's someone else's dream." A ripple of unease ran through the group. "A dream? Then how we get out?" someone asked. Ed's gaze swept over the faces around him before he continued, steady and confident. "Dreams are made of memories. That means fragments of the dreamer's memories must be scattered somewhere in this space. If we can find those fragments and gather them together." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "We can wake up and escape." A hush fell over the crowd. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then the whispers started again, questions, doubts, and a faint spark of hope. As expected of the protagonist, Ed had already found the answer while the rest of us were still struggling to understand the question. Now all we had to do was search for those scattered fragments and pray we could collect them before the dream turned into a nightmare. After that, we continued deeper into the maze together. Specters drifted out of the walls now and then, their ghostly wails making a few people flinch or even doze off when the sleep-inducing mist brushed past them. But so far, no one had been injured. "Careful." Thank you." I grabbed Ed's sleeve and pulled him back just as a wall shifted out of nowhere, nearly blocking his path. He stopped a breath before colliding with it, blinking in surprise before offering a grateful nod. One affection point acquired. Since stepping into Arcana, I'd been sticking close to him, quietly watching over him. Ed was busy keeping the group together, his attention split between too many things at once. Because of that, he occasionally made small mistakes like this one, and I was always there to catch them. Every little assist, every quiet warning, it all added up. Enough to plant a seed of familiarity between us. Exactly what I wanted. After the entrance ceremony, we'd all be split into different classes. I already knew I wouldn't be in his, which meant fewer chances to interfere with his harem. If I wanted to steer him toward a single love interest later, I needed to build some goodwill now before the real story began. That was the plan. But it should be about time for one to appear. Despite walking for what felt like forever, we still hadn't found a single memory fragment. In the webtoon, the characters stumbled upon them with ridiculous ease. Here, the endless corridors twisted and shifted until even my sense of direction started to blur. I want to find one quickly and move on to the next step of my plan, but the maze wasn't giving me anything to work with. "What is that?" Someone's voice broke through my thoughts. My head snapped up, scanning the dim blue glow around us. And then I saw it. Far ahead, tucked into a shadowed corner of the maze. A faint light shimmered like a tiny star. There was only one thing in this place that could shine like that. A memory fragment. Finally, relief surged through me, quick and sharp. Without a second thought, I broke into a run, my heart pounding as I dashed toward the soft glow. With that fragment, we could finally escape this cursed labyrinth. Chapter 11, Luminary 1. The place we were trapped in was called Dream Space or Arcana. This was the strange, dreamlike world that had swallowed us whole during the entrance ceremony. The academy itself is huge, but few people know that beyond the main campus lies something even more prestigious, a higher institution known as Elysium, the equivalent of a graduate school back in my old world. Only a handful of academy graduates ever qualify to enter Elysium, and those who do aren't free, despite the honor. They're called Luminaries, brilliant graduate students, but also little more than slaves to the Academy's magic professors. And this entire incident, it all started because of one of them. Years of endless research, the pressure of thesis work, and the relentless tyranny of their supervising professors had finally taken their toll. The Luminary's magical power snapped, surging out of control. When a magician's mana runs wild, it usually comes from an overwhelming emotion: love, rage, grief, longing. But this time, this arcana wasn't born of anger or despair. It was created from something painfully simple, a desperate wish to sleep. The luminary, crushed by exhaustion, unconsciously wove this world as a sanctuary, a place where they could escape the endless demands and finally rest. Most of the students caught in the entrance ceremony, especially those with weak magical power, were dragged into the phenomenon without even realizing it. What surrounded us now was a landscape built entirely from the Luminary's memories and trauma. And in front of us floated a fragment of that memory, a way out. I stepped closer, examining the strange thing that hung in the air. A small hole in the empty space, glowing faintly like a shard of moonlight. It hardly looked like a memory fragment. If anything, it resembled a fragile tear in reality itself. But I knew better. "This is it," I said quietly. "If we pass through this, we'll return to reality." Someone behind me swallowed nervously. "Are you sure? It looks dangerous." "We don't have a choice," I replied without hesitation. "This is the only exit we've found." A skeptical voice spoke up. "And if something happens, can you take responsibility for that?" "Yes," I said firmly. "I'll take full responsibility." The small group fell silent. Their unease lingered, but my resolve seemed to steady them. One by one, they nodded. Ed, who had been watching quietly, stepped forward. "Well then," he said, his voice calm but resolute, "I'll go first." Without waiting for further protests, he extended his hand toward the glowing fragment. The moment his fingertips brushed the light, it reacted brighter than before, spilling pure white radiance into the air. The glow spread rapidly, wrapping around us like a living thing. "Here we go," someone whispered. In the next heartbeat, the light swallowed everything, and the world dissolved into white. "Are they gone?" I waited until the strange light completely faded before cautiously peeking my head out from behind the wall. Silence. The hallway that had been filled with people only moments ago was now completely empty. No footsteps, no voices, not even a trace of where they'd gone. Only then did I finally step out of hiding. Just before Ed's hand touched the memory fragment, I had slipped back into the shadows, pressing myself against the cold wall. It's true that you can escape Arcana by using the memory fragment. Of course, it isn't as simple as walking through a door. The fragment is guarded by creatures called wardens, monsters that protect dreams and attack anyone trying to leave. But the students, especially those who regain their ability to use magic, can deal with them if they work together. And with Ed around, the protagonist showing off his flashy skills is practically guaranteed. That's why I wasn't worried. While the others escaped, I stayed behind, because I still had something to do here. "All right," I murmured to myself, taking a slow breath. "Let us get started." My first goal, getting on Ed's radar, had gone better than expected. Kitty definitely noticed me. That was enough for now, which meant it was time for my real objective. I crouched down and opened the small bag I'd hidden earlier, pulling out the thing I'd brought for this exact moment. A dull, earth-colored pill. Mongiolden. At first glance, it looked like a lump of dried mud. In its ordinary use, it's just a sleeping aid, a pill that induces a deeper, dream-filled sleep. But there's a hidden effect most people don't know about. If taken inside Arcana, it lets you reach a place even the memory fragment can't take you. Exactly where I need to go. Unfortunately, it looked disgusting. And if it looked that bad, I could only imagine the taste. I grimaced, holding it between my fingers. Ugh, this is going to be awful. Still, hesitation wouldn't get me anywhere. For my plan to work, I had to take it. Before I could talk myself out of it, I threw the pill into my mouth and swallowed it whole. Chug. The moment it hit my tongue, it started to dissolve, sliding down my throat like sludge. The taste was even worse than I'd feared, like mud soaked in rainwater, with a hint of rotting moss for good measure. How to know what that tastes like? Let's not think about it. I forced it down, gagging slightly as the bitter aftertaste coated my mouth. Within seconds, a strange energy began to spread through my body, like a slow-burning fire in my veins. There it is. The Mongiolden was working. With this, the preparations were complete. All that was left was to find that thing, the real reason I stayed behind. And once I had it, everything would finally begin. Is it this way? I froze mid-step. A sudden voice cut through the silence, and instinctively, I pressed myself against the nearest wall. Just in time, footsteps echoed off the stone corridor as a group of students rounded the corner, their academy uniforms identical to mine. I'm sure I heard someone over here, one of them said, glancing around. Great. Law students wandering around Arcana of all places. I held my breath, staying perfectly still. If they caught me lurking here, it'd be impossible to explain without raising suspicion. The group paused, whispering among themselves as their footsteps shuffled closer. Then, woo. A low, unearthly moan rolled through the hallway. What was that? Before anyone could react, a shape slid out of the shadows beside them. A monster. Its body was entirely black, a shifting mass of smoke and shadow. Nightmare. Someone screamed. My heart jolted. Nightmare. It resembled a specter at first glance, but the oppressive aura it exuded was unmistakable. This wasn't some common ghost, it was something far more dangerous. And it was exactly the monster I'd been searching for. Of all times. Chapter 12. Luminary 2 nightmares were notoriously rare, even in Arcana. I'd been prepared to spend days hunting for one. Yet here it was right in front of me. But I couldn't move freely. Not with those students so close. If I missed this chance, though, who knew when I'd get another? My mind raced for a solution as the creature stirred. The nightmare swelled like a balloon, its shadowy body expanding as it released a bone-chilling scream that rattled the air. Whoa! The sound sliced through the corridor like a blade. Kaya! Run! Panic exploded. Students scattered in every direction, their terrified cries echoing off the walls. The hallway descended into chaos shouts. Pounding footsteps, the nightmare's unearthly wail. But I barely registered any of it. My eyes were locked on the monster. It shifted, preparing to move. This was my chance. Now, I sprang from behind the wall, boots slamming against the stone floor as I bolted straight toward the nightmare. The fleeing students didn't even notice me, too busy scrambling for safety. The distance between us closed in a heartbeat. This was it. Either I seized this opportunity, or I might never see another nightmare again. As I reached the clearing, new sights came into view, things I hadn't noticed before. Scattered across the ground were ownerless belongings, tossed about like debris after a storm. Bags, weapons, and trinkets lay abandoned, silent witnesses to the chaos. And in the middle of it all stood a lone figure. A woman. She stood frozen, staring blankly at the nightmare, as if her mind had simply shut down. Why she just standing there? The creature let out a guttural snarl, its massive hand rising, swelling in size as it prepared to strike. No, that thing is mine. A surge of instinct determination shot through me. I couldn't let this chance slip away. Without a second thought, I lunged forward and grabbed her arm, yanking her back with all the force I could muster. Her body tilted backward, limp and unresisting, as if she were a doll in my grip. In that instant, our positions reversed. She fell behind me, and I stood between her and the monster. And the nightmare-esque shadow swallowed me whole. A wall of blackness crashed over me, thick and suffocating. Before I could even catch my breath, I felt myself being dragged into the heart of the darkness. And then, nothing. Only the cold, endless void. I hope she didn't see my face. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes in the pitch-black space was scratch my head hard enough to hurt. Not a single ray of light seeped in, just endless darkness pressing in from every side. I wished it was only my imagination, but no. I was almost certain our eyes met right at the end. Why? Why did she have to be there of all people? Of all the countless characters in this world, it had to be her. Elnoa Asmund, the only daughter of Duke Asmund, a woman who, in the webtoon, would one day become a jealous villainous, one of the key obstacles standing in the protagonist's way. And I was the idiot who grabbed her arm. Ugh, seriously. I rubbed my face and let out a sharp breath. Fine. What is done is done. Regretting it one change a thing. For now, I needed to focus on where I actually was. I slowly scanned the void around me. This place, it was deeper than Arcana. The absolute core of the dreamer-esque consciousness. A place no outsider should ever be able to reach. Normally, entering here was impossible. But I forced my way in using an unorthodox method one only a handful of people would even dare to attempt. A person who has taken Mangiolden making direct contact with a nightmare. That was the sole condition for breaking into this inner realm. I'd known about it long before tonight. I planned every step, and despite the unexpected accident along the way, I made it here. I exhaled, forcing my thoughts to settle. Whatever came next, I couldn't afford to panic. I groped through the darkness, my hands sweeping across empty air. Nothing. No sound, no light, just an endless void. I kept searching, my fingertips brushing against nothing but the cold, still air. Then, found it. A faint, hard edge met my touch. I pressed down. Click. The sound echoed sharply through the emptiness. In an instant, the space before me began to ripple. Out of the nothingness, faint lines of light flickered to life, weaving together until they formed the outline of a massive, floating screen like a giant TV materializing in midair. I could only stare as the dark void bled into color. The screen shimmered once, then a scene began to play, as if it were a movie. "Professor, you called for me?" A young woman's voice, soft but clear, cut through the silence. The image sharpened to reveal a female student stepping into an office lined with books. "Yes. Gulmine, please have a seat." A middle-aged professor gestured toward a chair across from his desk, his expression calm but serious. I blinked, realizing what I was seeing. This wasn't just a vision. It was a memory. The memory of the luminary, the owner of this dream. "Do you know about Elysium?" the professor asked. The girl nodded cautiously. "Yes. It's south, the place where people who want to become professors go. Isn't it? That is correct. And the reason I called you here today is related to that." Her eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief breaking through her calm. "Professor, are you saying that I could go to Elysium?" The professor's smile was faint but certain. "Yes. From what I've observed, you have the talent for it. Perhaps, are you interested in becoming a professor yourself?" The girl's breath caught, her fingers curling tightly in her lap, as if she wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. The memory lingered there, glowing faintly against the endless void. A bad professor, luring an innocent student with sweet words. "Talent? Me?" The girl's voice trembled with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "Oh dear." The professor chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with an unreadable light. The young woman tilted her head, her intrigued expression betraying her hesitation. She couldn't know that A single choice might change the entire course of her life. He spoke gently, patiently, spinning promises like a spider weaving its web. And after what felt like hours of quiet persuasion, the girl finally nodded, accepting his proposal. The screen flickered. The scene shifted. Professor, we don't have enough time. Then extend the time. But time is limited. Have you tried? Dash, no. But then try first. The exchange echoed like fragments of an old recording. Another memory followed, sliding seamlessly into view. Ivy decided to conduct research on slimes this time. What are you doing? Go catch some. Ordinary, almost mundane recollections of illuminary simple moments, but heavy with unspoken meaning flashed across the screen in quick succession, one after another, until finally the memories faded. The screen dissolved into darkness, and in its place, a small door appeared. It stood silently before me, faint light leaking from the cracks around its frame. I stared at it for a long moment. Then, taking a slow breath, I reached for the handle and pushed it open. The door creaked softly, and a vast space unfolded before me. It was like stepping into a sacred temple, grand pillars stretching into infinity, the air thick with a quiet, solemn reverence. In the very center of the chamber sat a woman. Her long, flowing hair shimmered faintly in the dim light as she rested in a chair, eyes closed as if lost in a deep dream. I felt my heartbeat quicken. Without thinking, I slid my hand into my pocket and tightened my grip around the small object hidden there. Each step toward her echoed across the endless hall, sharp and deliberate. Now, this was the moment to wake up from the dream. Chapter 13. The ward in the luminary before me was enormous. Its sheer size reminded me of the kind of grand statue you'd expect to see dominating a city plaza. I was close now. Just a few more steps, just behind the chair where she sat. The object I needed was right there, practically within arm's reach. My heart thumped with anticipation as I moved forward. But then, from the empty air, shadows swirled together, condensing into a beastly form. A wolf-like monster emerged, its massive frame bristling with formless energy. There it was, the guardian of dreams, the warden. It shook out its dark, smoke-like fur as though flaunting its existence, before lowering its head and growling at me. I clenched my jaw. So my hopes had been in vain. This place was guarded after all. Should I count myself lucky it's only one? Either way, escape wasn't an option. I'd have to force my way through. I slipped a hand into my pouch and pulled out my weapon. A dagger, small enough to hide in my palm, but its keen edge gleamed dangerously under the dreamlike light. Of course, I would prefer my iron sword. The weight and reach of a proper blade gave me confidence. But lugging that thing to the entrance ceremony would drawn too much attention. This dagger was the compromise. Even so, it would have to be enough. I tightened my grip and muttered through gritted teeth, "Come at me, you son of a bitch." Oh, as if it understood me. The warden threw back its head and let out a vicious howl before lunging straight at me. Its speed was incredible, its form blurred, a streak of shadow hurtling through the air. I exhaled slowly, dropping into stance. Since being thrust into Lewis's body, I hadn't been idle. Day after day, I trained, honing my movements, my reactions, the muscle memory I would need for moments exactly like this. If you asked me whether my abilities were superior to others, the answer would be obvious: absolutely not. The cadets who kept training while Lewis wasted his days in laziness would naturally grown stronger in proportion to their efforts. That much is clear. But even so, I'm not so weak that I should be pathetically overwhelmed by a mere beast like this. Even judging myself objectively, without pride or arrogance, I can say with confidence that I'm stronger than this thing. The warden lunged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Its jaws split wide, revealing rows of savage, gleaming teeth. And I raised my blade, aiming straight for its head. Fuck. My body locked up. The dagger trembled uselessly in my grip, frozen mid-swing. At the last second, I panicked and ducked instead. The warden's fangs sliced past me, Grazing so close, I felt the air tear against my skin. A shiver ran through me. If I had been even a fraction slower, I would have ended up with a hole clean through my body. I staggered backward, breath ragged, putting as much distance between us as I could. The warden landed heavily, spun, and turned its burning red eyes on me again. Only then did my frozen brain finally start working. I thought I was getting used to wielding a blade. Sparring with Burno had given me some confidence, at least enough to believe I could stand my ground. But real combat was a different beast altogether. The suffocating pressure of genuine killing intent, the kind of raw bloodlust that never existed when sparring with Burno, that was what slammed into me. And when I looked into those frenzied eyes, glowing with the thrill of the hunt, my body moved on its own. It flinched, shrunk back, trembled. That's why I couldn't bring my blade down. Pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. The words slipped through clenched teeth. My own fear disgusted me. I had cowered, not before some legendary monster or terrifying demon lord, but before a beast, a mere mob enemy. The humiliation burned hotter than the fear ever could. This is a fantasy world. I had sworn I'd travel it freely, see wonders, enjoy adventures. I'd promised myself that much. And now I'm struggling just to survive against something this low level? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. That couldn't be right. If I wanted to live the fantasy life I'd always dreamed of, then I needed to reach the point where taking down a warden wouldn't even make me break a sweat. If a quiet, easy life was all I wanted, I could just stayed close to the protagonist, riding on his coattails and enjoying the perks. I could avoided danger altogether. But that's not me. That's not what I want. So, this is nothing. I want to see the elven homeland with my own eyes. I want to walk through the snowy landscapes in the far north of the Empire. To make those dreams real, I have to push through challenges like this. I have to overcome them. With that thought, I gritted my teeth, tightened my grip on the dagger, and shouted, forcing out every last shred of hesitation. You bastard! Grerarara! The warden-esque growl split the air, low and savage. Neither of us waited for a signal. We charged. Its massive paw cut through the air first, a wide, brutal swing aimed to tear me apart. I twisted sideways, the claws slicing past by inches. My heart pounded, but my body moved before panic could take hold. Not so fast. With a sharp exhale, I drove my foot hard into its abdomen. Kyom! The beast staggered, curling up with a pain cry. Now, I didn't hesitate. I plunged the dagger into its neck with both hands, driving it deep. Hot blood sprayed out in a violent rush, painting my face, my hands, my clothes. Tui! I spat, choking on a metallic taste that splattered into my mouth. The warden twitched, let out one last rattling sound, and collapsed. I stood there, panting, blood dripping down my chin. My hands trembled, but my grip on the dagger was firm. That was nothing, I muttered, forcing a smirk. But the adrenaline running wild through my body made my knees weak, and I hated how relieved I felt. Damn it, I was terrified, more than I want to admit. With shaking fingers, I wiped the blade clean on the grass before shoving it back into my bag. Only then did I raise my eyes to the chair I'd come here for. The nuisance was out of the way. The warden was dead. Now it was time to finish what I came here to do. Chapter 14. The Dream Orb. I walked toward my destination with lighter steps, my chest tightening with anticipation. Circling around the chair, where Luminary, the owner of this dream, was still sound asleep, I finally saw it. A small, artificial structure, almost like an altar, stood in the center of the dreamscape, and resting on top of it was what I had been searching for. A palm-sized orb that glowed with a brilliance so vivid it almost seemed alive. At last, this was what I came all this way to find. The Dream Orb, an item said to exist only in Arcana, born from the surge of chaotic magic within dreams. Ordinarily, this would still be an undiscovered secret, hidden from the world. But thanks to my knowledge of the future knowledge I carried from the Webtoon, I knew exactly what it was, and more importantly, what it could do. The Dream Orb had many abilities, but for me, there was only one that mattered. Create. The word left my lips as I poured mana into the orb. It pulsed in response, light flooding outward until it consumed my vision. And when the glow subsided, something cold and solid rested in my hand. A dagger. I raised it, running my fingers across the hilt. It was identical to the blade I had used in my fight with the warden earlier. Same shape, same edge, same weight, even the balance was flawless. I let out a low whistle. This is broken. Completely broken. When I read about it in the webtoon, I thought it was overpowered. But holding it myself, feeling the steel as perfect weight, I realized it was far beyond what I'd imagined. The dream orb. A sphere with the power to create objects out of imagination, alone an ability almost unheard of, even in this world. In the story, it had belonged to a villain, a man who, blinded by arrogance, never unlocked its true potential. Because of that, he was easily defeated and discarded. Just another stepping stone for the protagonist. But me? The moment I remembered that I'd be able to access Arcana during the entrance ceremony, I made up my mind. I was going to waste this chance. And now, with the dream orb in my possession, my plan had finally begun to take shape. Of course, the dream orb isn't omnipotent. It has its limits. Anything it creates will only last as long as I supply mana. And it can't conjure up artifacts or other special items. Still, the ability to instantly produce ordinary objects is enough to change the tide of a battle. Just imagine it. Someone rushing toward you barehanded, only for a sword to suddenly appear in their grip. That single surprise could decide everything. And that's not all. The dream orb hides other functions too, ones that demand certain conditions. Unlocking them won't be easy, but they're challenges I can tackle one step at a time. For now, my business here was finished. I turned back toward the chair, where Luminary still lay sound asleep, her chest rising and falling in quiet rhythm. It's time to wake up from this dream. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out the small water bottle I'd prepared in advance. Climbing up onto the chair, I carefully tilted it to her lips and poured the potion into her mouth. Her throat moved faintly as she swallowed. And then, light spilled from her body, soft at first, then blazing brighter and brighter until it seemed to swallow the entire world. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the auditorium. Blinking away the dizziness, I looked around. The other students wore the same expression. I probably had confused, dazed, like they had no idea what just happened. Quietly, I slipped the orb in my hand into my pocket before anyone could notice. "Young master." Burno's voice cut through the noise. I spotted him barreling toward me from across the hall, his face pale with worry. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" "My head feels like it's going to split open, so shut up for a bit, Burno. Did you hurt your head?" I irritably shrugged him off as he fussed around me. I knew he was just concerned, but at the moment it was too much. My whole body ached. Ugh, I really overdid it. It had seemed so simple in theory, but actually pulling it off was something else entirely. I sighed, deciding that maybe it would be smarter to live quietly for a while. And then, you, a familia. Sharp voice stabbed at my ears. I turned my head reluctantly, and the first thing that filled my vision was a flash of red hair. What? She is also an academy student? A bad feeling twisted in my gut. I immediately turned my head away, pretending I hadn't seen her. "Why are you ignoring me?" "Because it seems like you'd be troublesome." "What?" As expected, she puffed up like a firecracker, her voice rising louder and louder. "Give me back my wooden sword. Did you leave it with me? How about asking more politely?" "No way." I clicked my tongue. Honestly, I'd even planning to give it back. But after hearing her shameless tone, I changed my mind. She abandoned it. I picked it up. By any reasonable logic, that made it mine now. No matter how I looked at it, I wasn't in the wrong. If anything, she should be thanking me for sparing her when I could done far worse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what kind of magic had been attached to that wooden sword in the first place. I glanced at her name tag out of the corner of my eye. Clarice Pirang. Of course. Ignoring her increasingly loud complaints, I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked out of the auditorium without looking back. That man, Elnoa, S. eyes lingered on the back of the figure slipping out of the auditorium. Just moments ago, she had been dragged into a strange, unfamiliar space. And there, before she could even gather her wits, a monster appeared. Its towering shadow swallowed her whole, and her legs locked in place. No matter how hard she tried, her body refused to move. Her magic wouldn't answer her call. She could only stand there, trembling, as the monster's massive hand reached down to crush her. But then, he appeared, the man with white hair. He had stepped in as if it were the most natural thing in the world, intercepting the monster before it could touch her. And in the very instant his hand met the creature's, the entire scene shattered. When Elnoa blinked, she was back in the auditorium as if nothing had happened. Her heart still pounded, and her thoughts spun wildly. Who was he? Who would risk their life like that for someone they didn't even know? And how could he look so calm, so unharmed after facing something like that? Her lips pressed together as questions stacked higher and higher in her mind. Then, that white-hair guy. Isn't that Lewis from the Vermore Count family? That half-wit. I knew he was the same age as me, but I didn't know he enrolled in the academy this year. The low voices came from two male students seated nearby. Their tone was mocking, dripping with disdain, and Elnoa's brows knit in irritation. She disliked people who gossiped so thoughtlessly about others. But she didn't interrupt, because their words gave her the answer she sought. Lewis Vermore. Her gaze returned to the place where he had vanished, her expression unreadable. So that's his name. Quietly, she etched it into her memory. Chapter 15. Extra's normal day 1 after the entrance ceremony turned into a complete disaster. The academy had no choice but to dismiss us and send everyone back home. Not long after, an official notice arrived. Enrollment would be postponed until the investigation into the incident was finished. In other words, I don't have to go to the academy just yet. Fine by me. The good news is that no students were injured during the chaos. The bad news is that the higher-ups at the academy are probably pulling their hair out right now. This year's incoming class, ISNT Ordinary. It's packed with big names like the Empire's princess or even a prince from another country. With people like that gathered in one place, any incident instantly becomes a political storm. I can only imagine the level of panic and suspicion running through the Academy's leadership at the moment. And as for Luminari, the root cause of the whole mess, well, the webtoon never explained exactly what happened to her afterward. There are no chapters covering her punishment, no side notes, nothing. But if I had to guess, she is probably standing before the disciplinary committee right about now. At best, she'll be put under heavy restrictions. At worst, she'll lose everything she worked for. One thing is certain. Her dream of becoming a professor is finished. What a shame. Though, honestly, I can't say I feel too sorry for her. Anyways, 2 days had already passed since the entrance ceremony. I was sprawled out on my bed, savoring some rare, free time with nothing but silence around me. Unlike in a webtoon, where entire days vanish between panels and scenes, reality has a proper sense of time. And honestly, that has been a blessing. Yes, this is the life. Because life, at the end of the day, is about learning how to enjoy peace and leisure. If I had my way, I'd degraduate from the academy as quickly as possible and set off to explore this world at my own pace. There is so much I want to see: the forests, the cities, the ruins scattered across the continent. But 3 years. 3 years, ISNT, exactly a short stretch of time. I've got nothing to do. Should I go check that place out? The thought came to me as I rolled lazily from one side of the bed to the other. Since I had time to kill before the real grind of academy life began, it might not be a bad idea to visit that place now. Decision made. I push myself up and straighten my uniform. Once I make up my mind, I move quickly. I'm heading out for a bit. Bruno, who had been dozing off in the chair by the desk, perked up immediately. Where are you going, sir? Just taking a short walk. Don't follow me, I'll go alone. Before he could argue, I waved him down and slipped out, shutting the door firmly behind me. Left alone in the room, Bruno tilted his head with a puzzled expression. But why is he wearing his school uniform just to go for a walk? I left the dormitory and wandered aimlessly through the streets. Honestly, I had thought this far ahead. I'd come out determined, but without the slightest clue where the place I wanted to find was actually located. In the webtoon, the protagonist had just stumbled across it by pure chance, almost like fate was guiding him. But this was reality, and the imperial capital was huge, far too vast for someone like me, a country bumpkin at heart, to just stumble upon anything important by coincidence. Ugh, what do? I muttered, dragging my feet. Should I just turn back and ask around for better directions? I'd come out with such bold determination. And now here I was hitting a wall after only a short walk. I was just about to give up when a familiar silhouette caught my eye among the endless crowd of people. That face. I squinted, then quickened my pace toward him. What's he doing here? The boy was staring intently at something, completely absorbed and unaware of my approach. What are you doing? I asked casually. Eek, be big, bro. The kid nearly jumped out of his skin, spinning around with a guilty look plastered on his face. Evan, the same boy who had swiped my wallet a few days ago. Wait, more importantly, big bro, since when did I become his older brother? Suppressing a sigh, I crossed my arms. Where are the other kids? The two who usually follow you around. Well, I don't really know. He stammered, eyes darting left and right. I raised an eyebrow. His voice cracked, and he looked like a rabbit caught in a trap. Why are you stuttering like that? Huh? Suspicious. Sam and Toby. It was suspicious that neither of them were anywhere to be seen. Don't tell me there. I narrowed my eyes at the boy in front of me. You guys weren't about to commit another crime. Were you? Oh, it's not like that. I said it hurts. Stop, it really hurts. TSK. What a drama queen. I only pressed down on his head lightly, yet he was writhing around as if I crushed his skull. Wiping the faint smile from my lips, I leaned closer until my words brushed his ear. What did I say I'd do if I caught you next time? Evan froze, a nervous gulp escaping him. His playful act disappeared in an instant, replaced by a stiff, serious expression. You said if I got caught again, you wouldn't let it end with just words. That's right. So, I pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes. Don't get caught by me, because I want to go easy on you just because you're young. My gaze lingered, sharp and unflinching, until Evan finally broke and nodded like his life depended on it. Got it. Good. He was quick-witted enough to read the warning behind my words. I let him go, brushing the dust off my hands. By the way, Evan, do you happen to know where this place is? His brow furrowed when I pulled a folded drawing from my pocket and held it out to him. What is this even supposed to be? Can't you tell by looking? It's a building. Look carefully. Building? This? Huh. Your drawing skills are awful. I narrow my eyes. What did you just say, you brat? Nothing, sir. Evan straightened instantly, plastering on an innocent smile. What is wrong with my drawing? I thought it was pretty realistic photographic. Even Evan studied it a little longer before tilting his head. Wait. ISNT that place? The shop where that grumpy, ill-tempered old man lives? For such a young kid, he sure spoke with a sharp tongue. I could pick apart a dozen things in that sentence, but that wasn't the important part right now. I reached into my pocket, pulled out a few gold coins, and placed them into his small hands. Guide me there. His eyes widened at the weight of the coins, then lit up with a grin. You got it. Chapter 16. Extra S Normal Day 2. A secluded alley, far from the bustle of the main streets. We walked for quite a while, twisting and turning deeper into the maze of stone and shadow, until, finally, our destination came into view. Big bro, it's here. Evan's face lit up the moment he spotted it. After I'd given him a handful of gold coins, his attitude had flipped instantly, suddenly all smiles and respectful bows. Now, with a proud grin plastered across his face, he pointed toward the building. This is it? I asked, eyeing the shop skeptically. Yes, sir. Wedged tightly between two taller buildings. The shop looked like it was trying its best to stay hidden. No flashy signboard, no fancy decorations, just an old wooden door, worn and uninviting. No wonder I hadn't been able to find it. The webtoon had simply mentioned it as a hard-to-find place, but this was deliberate, almost as if the owner wanted it to stay invisible to anyone who wasn't already in the know. And yet, somehow, Ed had stumbled across it in the story. I couldn't help but shake my head in admiration. The protagonist's luck really was absurd. Well, I'll be going now. Evan backed away a few steps, already looking eager to bolt. All right, stay out of trouble, I said. Yes, sir. He gave me a sloppy salute before dashing off, disappearing down the alley like a rabbit escaping a hawk. I watched him vanish, then turned back toward the shop. Creak, the heavy wooden door groaned as I pushed it open, the hinges shrieking from years of neglect. A wave of dust tickled my throat. Cough. Who is there? A voice barked from within. An old man's voice, rough and impatient. I stepped inside. The interior was dim, lit only by the weak glow of a single lantern. Dust clung to every surface. Shelves stacked high with items that looked as though they hadn't been touched in years. Ah, is this a general store? I asked carefully. You come to the wrong place. Not open for business. The shopkeeper's tone was curt, his eyes narrowing beneath shaggy brows. I took a step further in, refusing to be turned away so easily. Are you an academy student? He asked suddenly, his gaze sharpening as it fell on me. Yes, I answered honestly. I just enrolled this year. The old man's expression shifted only slightly, but enough for me to notice. For the first time since I entered, I felt like I was standing in the right place. Seeing the academy uniform I was wearing, the shop owner's expression softened just a little. After a pause, as if lost in thought, he finally muttered, Go ahead and look around. Don't know if you'll find anything you like. Exactly as I expected. The uniform was the reason I had come here dressed this way. I knew from the webtoon that this man had a connection to the academy. When the protagonist first stumbled upon this very general store, the shop owner greeted him with the same gruff attitude. But the moment he spotted the uniform, his demeanor shifted. It was later mentioned in passing that his granddaughter once attended the academy. The details never appeared in the story, but his attitude was enough to hint that something unpleasant had happened back then. Still, the important part was that he let me look around. I stepped further inside and began browsing the shelves closest to the entrance. There were the expected items, simple notebooks, ink bottles, and pens. And then there were things that seemed almost out of place in a general store: trinkets, odd tools, and items you'd never expect to see here. I took my time, scanning each shelf carefully. Most of it was exactly what it looked like, random odds and ends with nothing particularly special about them. But then, tucked between a stack of worn books and a basket of dull trinkets, I spotted what I had come for. A thin, long strip of paper, faintly shimmering as if holding a breath of life within it. Mana paper. My lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was exactly the item I'd been looking for. At first glance, it looked no different from a charm, but inside it was infused with a trace amount of magical power. Its uses were countless. Of course, it had clear limitations, something mages often consider beneath them. But for someone like me, who couldn't use magic directly, this was priceless. With mana paper, you could create simple scrolls that stored spells for emergencies. You could use it in clever, unexpected ways during specific events. The protagonist, blessed with absurd talent and power, would probably never even bother with something so trivial. But for someone like me, just an extra in this world, items like this could mean survival. I carefully picked it up, feeling the faint hum of magic beneath my fingertips. Let us buy it. Mana paper wasn't something ordinary civilians could get their hands on, unless they were willing to pay outrageous prices at a magic tower. It was practically out of reach. So how in the world did a regular general store end up stocking something like this? I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't care. I grabbed a thick stack of mana paper and tossed it into my basket without hesitation. After that, I moved through the store with purpose, picking out items I knew would come in handy for future events. A water bottle with a mana coating, a cloak that regulates body temperature, and a few other useful odds and ends. None of them were overpowered, but that was exactly what made them valuable. They were practical things that a normal academy student could never dream of affording. By the time I carried my overflowing basket to the counter, the shop owner was staring at me like I just declared I was buying the whole store. Are you really buying all of this? Yes. I need every single one. His eyes darted from my face to the basket and back again. You're planning to clean me out, aren't you? I glanced behind me at the shelves. They were practically bare, like a swarm of locusts had passed through. I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Looks that way. Very satisfying. I could already imagine putting these items to use at the academy. The shopkeeper sighed, scratching his head before finally tallying up the total. That LLB 123 gold. But I'll give it to you for 120. A discount of 3 whole gold. How generous. His wrinkled face almost looked kind for a moment. Almost. But then he narrowed his eyes at me. You look like a student. Can you really afford to pay for all this? The suspicion in his voice was clear, and I almost laughed. Underestimating me. Huh? How dare you look down on the son of Count? Without a word, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a handful of gleaming gold coins, letting them catch the light as I placed them on the counter. That shut him up. Still, another thought crossed my mind as I packed away my purchases. Write the dream orb. It was exactly convenient to keep carrying it around in my pocket. Losing something like that would be a disaster. By the way, I asked casually, do you happen to have any accessories? Something like a bracelet that could hold this? I pulled out the orb, just enough for him to see. The old man's eyes widened instantly. His jaw dropped. This is a dream orb? I froze. What? How's he know about this? The old man's eyes widened the instant he saw the orb in my hand. Where on earth did you get this? I stiffened under his piercing gaze. There was no way I could tell him the truth that I brought it from Arcana. So I forced a casual smile and blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. It's, well, kind of a family heirloom. Something that's been passed down. The words sounded flimsy even to me, but it was better than nothing. The shopkeeper's wrinkled hands suddenly shot out, clutching mine with surprising strength. His grip trembled, but his voice was urgent, desperate even. Please grant me one request. I blinked, caught off guard. His expression was a mixture of awe and fear, as though the orb in my palm wasn't just a trinket, but something sacred. So this was it. I hadn't expected it to happen so soon, but the moment had finally arrived. The time to use the dream orb had come earlier than I thought. Chapter 17. Infinite Dream 1. I had only planned to enjoy some leisurely shopping. But somehow, I ended up getting roped into an unexpected request. For a while, I just stood there, a little bewildered. Then I thought about my situation. Could helping this old man really have some massive impact on this world? Nah, no way. It didn't seem likely that fulfilling the request of an elderly man living quietly in some remote corner of the capital would change the fate of the world. And even if it did somehow have consequences, so what? I was already planning to interfere with Ed's harem, the so-called protagonist of this world. I've long accepted that the future can twist and turn however it wants, as long as it doesn't collapse into chaos. As if a mere extra like me could throw an entire webtoon world into disorder. That would be pure narcissism. So, without overthinking it, I nodded and agreed to help. The general store owner's request was simple enough. His granddaughter was sick. The illness had a name, Infinite Dream, a dreadful, incurable disease that traps the victim in an endless sleep forever dreaming, never waking. He told me he'd handle everything himself. All he needed was to borrow my dream orb for a short while. I wasn't sure what exactly an old man who could barely walk planned to do with it. But in theory, the power of the dream orb could allow interference with another person's dreams. After thinking it over for a moment, I handed it to him. Lending it for a little while didn't seem like a big deal. We left the general store and walked to the house behind it. The air grew quieter the further we went, and the sound of the bustling market faded into a distant hum. As we walked, the old man began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of old regrets. My name is Vermut, he said softly. According to him, He had once been a fairly successful magician, a tower mage, even. Someone who had expected to spend the rest of his life comfortably buried in research and scrolls. But everything changed in an instant. His words trailed off into silence, and the sorrow in his eyes said more than any explanation could. His daughter-in-law had died suddenly in an accident, and his granddaughter had fallen ill with an incurable disease. My son ran away somewhere, and now Rain is all I have left. In the midst of all that tragedy, his only son had abandoned him. Even for a fantasy world, that was far too much suffering for one person to endure. To think such a heartbreaking backstory existed for a character who only appeared briefly in the webtoon. As a fellow extra, I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Then, I turned my gaze toward the girl lying peacefully in bed. Her face looked calm, almost serene, so much so that if I didn't know better, I would thought she was simply asleep. That was the cruelest part of this disease. Not all dreams are happy ones. It was said that those afflicted with this illness would endlessly drift through their dreams, reliving painful memories, fears, and things they desperately wished to forget. Even if her expression looked peaceful, the world she was trapped in might be nothing but a nightmare. "What will you do now?" I asked quietly. "Would you hand me the orb for a moment?" Vermut said. Without hesitation, I passed him the dream orb. He accepted it with both hands, his movements slow and reverent, as though he were handling something sacred. What is he planning to do with it? I knew the dream orb could interfere with dreams, but I'd never actually seen it used before. Curiosity and unease twisted together in my chest as I watched him closely. Vermut studied the glowing orb resting in his palms, his wrinkled fingers trembling slightly. Then, closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and began to focus. And then, Wong, a deep, resonant hum filled the room as waves of energy rippled outward. What's happening? Startled by the sudden surge of mana, I stumbled back a few steps. What was this overwhelming pressure? He was hiding all this mana inside his body. I could feel the air itself vibrating as the old man's dormant power erupted to life. After my initial shock faded, I narrowed my eyes and focused on observing his mana more carefully. It was vast, dense, and refined, yet strangely gentle, like a storm contained within glass. The dense mana that had spread through the air began to swirl, slowly being drawn toward the orb resting in Vermut's hand. One strand after another flowed into it, like mist being pulled into a whirlpool. After a while, when every trace of mana that had erupted from his body was absorbed, the orb started to glow soft at first, then bright enough to light up the entire room. A thin, silvery thread of mana emerged from the dream orb. It floated gently through the air before connecting to the forehead of the girl lying unconscious on the bed. Watching the scene, I finally understood. So this is how it works. This was how the dream orb was used to interfere with dreams. Of course, unlike Vermut, there was no way I could pull off something like this. My mana reserves were far too low. But still, I couldn't help but wonder. Maybe one day, if I grew strong enough, I could. Meanwhile, Vermut's expression remained calm and focused. The connection was complete. He began channeling his magic again, threads of light weaving around his fingers as he carefully flipped through the girl's dreams like turning pages in a book. Then a sudden pulse shot through my head. Pain stabbed behind my eyes, sharp and disorienting. Something was entering my mind. I staggered, clutching my temple. The headache wasn't unbearable, but it was strange, too real, too vivid to ignore. And then, like a picture being drawn on a blank canvas, I saw it. "Mom!" A small voice echoed softly in my mind. A child with shining eyes running toward a woman. The woman bent down, her arms wide, and the little girl leapt into her embrace. The two of them laughed together, faces full of warmth. The memory wasn't mine. It was hers. Rain's memory. Somehow, through the dream orb's connection, her emotions, her memories were bleeding into me. For a moment, I stood frozen, caught between confusion and awe as the vision faded, leaving only a faint echo of the girl's laughter lingering in my chest. It was soft, tender, painfully human, and for the first time, I realized just how fragile her heart truly was. The memories passed by like a dream. Rain's laughter echoed through the house, bright, innocent, full of life. Mom and Dad smiling across the dinner table, the aroma of warm food filling the air. Grandpa, I want to be a magician like you. How do I become one? To learn magic, you'll need to go to the academy. Her grandfather replied with a gentle chuckle. The academy? You mean those people in uniforms? Haha, yes. Those students walking proudly in their impressive uniforms. Then I'll enter the academy too. Just wait and see. The house had always been filled with that kind of warmth. A family so harmonious, so ordinary, that anyone would envy them. But happiness has a cruel habit of shattering without warning. One day, a single accident changed everything. The carriage overturned. Her mother, caught in the wreckage, never made it back. The once bright home turned cold overnight. The soft laughter and warmth that used to linger in every corner vanished completely, leaving only silence behind. Rain lay on her bed, her pillow soaked with tears. Through the haze of grief, voices drifted to her ears, angry, trembling ones. Sorry, honey, I'm so inadequate. What are you going to do? This can't go on. This empire is rotten. I can't leave such a world to Rain. Then, I'll change the world, Fran. I'm joining the Revolutionary Army. My entire body stiffened. Wait, what did he just say? Chapter 18. Infinite Dream 2 Revolutionary Army? That word wasn't supposed to exist. No, I was certain of it. Such a dangerous organization never appeared in the webtoon. But here it was, real, alive, and threatening everything. Revolution? Raising red flags. Try to overthrow the empire? Damn it. This isn't how it's supposed to go. My peaceful fantasy life, it's in danger. As soon as I heard that word, my pulse spiked. Revolution. A single word that could set the entire world ablaze. And somehow, I had just stumbled right into the middle of it. This was supposed to be a romance fantasy webtoon. So why was something this dark suddenly popping up? A revolutionary army? Really? I ran a hand through my hair, forcing myself to stay calm. Let us not panic. Breathe. After getting briefly carried away by the shock of that phrase, I took a deep breath and tried to cool my head. All right, think it through. I understood that there were rebels out there, people who dreamed of tearing down the empire and starting fresh. That kind of group always existed, both in stories and in real life. But could they actually pull it off? Honestly, I doubted it. Most nobles had their own private soldiers, well-trained knights, and access to powerful magic. The gap between them and ordinary citizens wasn't something that could be bridged with sheer passion alone. In other words, unless everyone in the empire rose up at once, nobles, peasants, soldiers, it would be impossible to topple the current order. I allowed a slow sigh. Phew, I got scared for nothing. Yeah, that had to be it. Maybe the author just wanted to sprinkle in a few hints about future characters. Some setup for tension or world building. Feeling a little foolish for jumping to conclusions, I glanced up again. By now, Rain's memories had stopped flowing into my mind, and the glowing thread from the dream orb had completely merged into her. The room, once filled with shimmering mana, was now still and quiet, almost serene. I held my breath, watching anxiously. And then, Grandpa, Zen. Vermut's voice cracked as he rushed forward, wrapping his granddaughter in a trembling embrace. Tears streamed down both their faces as they clung to each other, relief and joy spilling into the air like light after a storm. I stood there for a moment, watching silently. A faint smile tugged at my lips before I quietly slipped out of the room. The corridor outside felt unusually cold. My thoughts drifted back to what I'd heard earlier. A revolutionary army. Logically, they didn't stand a chance. They'd be crushed before making a dent in the Empire's iron rule. And yet, that unease in my chest refused to fade. It lingered, heavy and persistent, like a shadow at the edge of my thoughts. Something about this felt wrong. Too sudden, too real. I exhaled and murmured to myself, Maybe I should look into this, just in case. Because even in a so-called romance fantasy, things were starting to feel a little too unpredictable. A few days later, a letter arrived from the academy. They announced that the situation had been handled and classes would resume as normal. Oh, what a pain. So much for my short-lived vacation. My sweet days of rest were over. With a sigh, I put on my freshly pressed uniform again and glanced in the mirror. The familiar outfit somehow felt heavier today. Maybe because I knew what awaited me: more work, more scheming, and more harem interference. When I stepped out of my room, Bruno was busy organizing his luggage. I placed a rolled-up paper on the table in front of him. He blinked, then picked it up. "What is this?" "A map of the academy," I said. "Since we're heading back, you'd better memorize it." Bruno unfolded it, his brows furrowing as his eyes darted across the lines. "Do I really have to memorize all of this?" He grumbled. I crossed my arms and gave him a look. Yes, every single part. Honestly, this guy, despite being absolutely hopeless with directions, he somehow had the nerve to complain. Where does that confidence even come from? Of course, I doubted that memorizing a map would actually help him, much someone with zero sense of direction probably couldn't navigate a straight hallway without getting lost. But at least it might give him a fighting chance. "Just do as you're told," I said firmly. "Understood," he muttered, deflating like a scolded child. I smirked slightly and moved on, finishing up my own preparations. Once everything was packed, Bruno glanced at me. "Are you nervous?" I tilted my head. "Nervous? About what?" He shrugged. "You know, returning to the academy. Classes. People." I laughed softly. "People are the same wherever you go. There's nothing to be nervous about." Still, a part of me felt uneasy, not because of the academy itself, but because this was where I'd have to start acting. From now on, I'd be stepping onto the real stage of this world. The part of the story where the harem chaos begins. I wasn't too much of a planner by nature, and just thinking about how to interfere with Edmund's tangled love life made me restless. "I'm all ready," Bruno finally said. "Good. Then let us go." Leaving behind the inn we'd grown comfortable in, we made our way toward the academy. The morning air was crisp, filled with the hum of carriages and chatter. The majestic towers of the academy soon came into view, gleaming under the sunlight. After passing through the main gate, Bruno and I went our separate ways. He headed to the dormitory to unpack his belongings, while I turned down the path that led to the classroom building. I paused for a moment, watching him go. With his sense of direction, there was a 50-50 chance he'd get lost before even finding his room. But I decided not to worry about it. He'd managed somehow. For now, I had my own priorities. The corridor ahead was spotless and polished, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Everything looked new and orderly, like the start of a new chapter. Finally, I reached my destination and looked up at the sign above the door. Once a small smile tugged at my lips. "All right," I murmured. "Let us begin." After checking the classroom number twice, just to be sure, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was quiet. Students sat stiffly at their desks, stealing glances at one another, but too shy to start a proper conversation. The air felt thick with that first-day awkwardness every new class seemed to have. "Let us see. My seat should be by the window, right?" I scanned the rows until I spotted the small nameplate on the desk with my assigned number. Empty. Perfect. I walked over and sat down, letting out a quiet breath. From here, the view was incredible. The morning sunlight spilling over the academy courtyard, the spires of the central tower gleaming in the distance. A window seat with a full view of the academy. Not bad at all. I couldn't help but smile a little. Maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't be such a bad start. But then, oh, hello. Looks like we're desk mates. A cheerful voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. Desk mates? I turned my head toward the source of the voice and froze. Standing there with an easy smile, sunlight catching in her golden hair, was none other than her. "Nice to meet you," she said brightly. "Elena." Her name echoed in my head like a bell. For a moment, words completely escaped me. Her hair shimmered like spun gold in the morning light, and her soft blue eyes sparkled with warmth, exactly as I remembered from the webtoon. The heroine. the center of the story. And now, my deskmate. Chapter 19. My deskmate is heroine? Who would be thought that Louis and Elena would end up paired together? For a moment, I could only stare blankly at her outstretched hand. May I ask what your name is? She asked, her soft voice carrying a gentle curiosity. Louis, the name that now belonged to me. Upon hearing it, Elena's face brightened with a warm, welcoming smile. My name is Elena. I already knew that better than anyone. A name that appeared hundreds of times throughout the webtoon. Elena, I murmured quietly, almost as if saying it would make this surreal moment feel real. She was the heroine I had rooted for from the very beginning. Back when I was just a reader, I used to imagine what I'd say if I ever met her face to face. But now that she stood right before me, her hand still lightly resting in mine, my mind went completely blank. What should I even say? All the words I'd rehearsed before, all those imaginary conversations, vanished in an instant. We had exchanged names, yet neither of us said anything more. A faint, awkward silence hung in the air until a firm voice cut through it. Everyone, take your seats. The classroom immediately quieted down as a man with a commanding presence walked in. His tall, broad frame alone was enough to calm the noisy room. Nice to meet you all, he said, his voice deep and steady. I am Dominic, the instructor in charge of Class C. Clap, clap, clap. Polite applause spread through the classroom as the students took their seats. I studied him carefully, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Dominic, a character I knew well. In the webtoon, he was a man of common birth with no outstanding talent, someone who had clawed his way up through pure effort and determination until he earned a teaching position at the academy. Readers had admired him for that. Despite not being a major character, he had left an impression. His journey from a powerless commoner to a respected professor made him one of the few male characters universally liked by the audience. And it helped that he was handsome. The sharp lines of his face, the steady confidence in his eyes, he radiated a kind of strength that wasn't just physical. Even now, I could hear the faint whispers of a few female students near me. Wow, he is kind of cool. I didn't expect our professor to look like that. I smirked faintly. The webtoon hadn't exaggerated after all. Dominic really did have that magnetic presence in person. Look at him. Already, a few female students were stealing admiring glances his way. Since I ended up in this world, there is something I've gradually started to notice. The average appearance level here is ridiculously high. Maybe it's because this is a harem webtoon world. But even the nameless extras just walking down the street are stunning like background characters who accidentally wandered out of a beauty commercial. And the main characters? They're on a completely different level altogether. Even Louis, who is quite handsome himself, can't hold a candle to them. Especially Edmund, the protagonist. His looks are so absurdly perfect, it's almost unfair. So that's why a harem is possible, huh? That despicable bastard. I turned my head slightly, my gaze landing on Elena, sitting next to me. She was listening to Professor Dominic with a bright, curious expression. Wow, she really is dazzling. I found myself staring before I could stop. Every time her long golden hair swayed, light caught it and scattered in soft glimmers. It was so radiant that I had to squint and look away. In the webtoon, I thought the sparkle effects around her were just artistic exaggeration, a way to show her beauty visually. But seeing it now, I realized I was actually accurate. If anything, the artist had undersold it. And somehow, the glow doesn't feel unnatural at all. It fits her perfectly, like light itself just wants to linger around her. Yet even with a heroine this beautiful, Edmund still went and built a harem? That bastard beyond saving. How could a harem even make sense when Elena exists? Absolutely not. Pure love only. That's the one rule my heart refuses to compromise on. There's no universe where I'll let my favorite character cry because of some indecisive protagonist. Edmund, you idiot. You had one job. I'll fix your mistakes myself. From now on, I'll make sure you end up with Elena and only Elena. As I sat there, quietly renewing my vow to destroy the harem route before it could even begin, a faint smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Professor Dominic's greeting was finally wrapping up. That's enough about me. Next, you all will introduce yourselves, Anno. Please, anything but that. The one thing I dreaded most in school was coming back to haunt me. The nightmare of self-introductions. The awkward silence. The forced smiles. The inevitable tell us something interesting about yourself. Absolute hell. Or should we skip that? Phew. Thank the heavens. Professor Dominic didn't seem particularly keen on torturing us with unnecessary social pain. A collective sigh of relief spread through the classroom like a wave. Then let us end here for today. He went on to give a few short reminders about the Academy's rules and upcoming schedule before wrapping up. Classes officially start tomorrow, so everyone, make sure to head back to your dorms early tonight. Yees. A few students responded cheerfully. He chuckled at that, his gentle smile making the atmosphere even lighter. Now, this was a professor I could get used to. Even though we only met for a few hours, he already gave off a dependable, approachable vibe. With that, Professor Dominic left the room, his robes swaying slightly as the door closed behind him. The classroom, now free of its authority figure, immediately came alive. Students chatted, laughed, and started packing up. I slung my bag over my shoulder, ready to head out too, when a soft voice stopped me. Lewis? I turned. What is it? Elena stood beside her desk, fidgeting slightly as her golden braid brushed against her shoulder. Do you have any plans for today? She asked. Me? I blinked, tilting my head. Not really. I was planning to go to the gym after this. Why? I see. It's nothing. I was just asking. She laughed a little too quickly, her smile just a bit too forced. Hee hee. What was that? Her reaction felt oddly awkward. Was it strange that I said I was going to the gym? I glanced at her for a moment, but her expression didn't give anything away. Maybe I was overthinking it. After a brief pause, I decided not to dwell on it. All right then. See you tomorrow, I said, giving her a casual wave. See you, Lewis. I stepped out of the classroom, her cheerful voice lingering faintly in my ears. For a moment, I found myself wondering why she asked in the first place, but I quickly brushed the thought aside. No need to overcomplicate things. Right now, I had more important matters to focus on, like surviving whatever chaos tomorrow's first day of classes was bound to bring. And with that, I headed off toward the gym, the warm afternoon light spilling through the windows behind me. Chapter 20. Gym 1. Lewis seems to have such a diligent personality. Elena watched his back as he left the classroom, his pace brisk, his expression calm but focused. He didn't even look back, as if something important was waiting for him. She let out a small sigh. She had planned to take things easy today, to rest a little, maybe explore the academy grounds. But it looked like Lewis had other plans. That's too bad, she murmured softly. He was the first person she had spoken to since arriving at the academy. She'd been thinking about asking him to look around the campus together just as friends, but when she heard he was going to train, she couldn't bring herself to interrupt. It would feel rude to disturb someone so earnest, especially when they barely knew each other. I don't really want to wander around alone, though. Her eyes drifted to the empty desks around her. The other students had already left, their chatter fading down the hallway until the classroom felt far too quiet. She fiddled with the edge of her sleeve, hesitating. Should I just go back for today? She whispered to herself. Elena wasn't used to this kind of environment. Back home, she had always been surrounded by family and servants, people who treated her kindly, even delicately. Talking to peers her own age, let alone approaching them first, was completely new to her. Even speaking to Lewis earlier had taken more courage than she'd expected. Now, with no one left to talk to and no reason to stay, she let out a small breath and stood from her seat. All right, I'll head back then. Her voice was almost swallowed by the silence. Gathering her things, she walked toward the door and stepped into the bright hallway, the soft echo of her footsteps following behind. Originally, this was the moment when Elena was meant to run into a small incident while exploring the academy with Lewis. But because of his decision, because he chose to train instead, the story quietly began to change. After leaving the classroom, I headed straight for the gym. My destination, the special training room. Normally, that place would be packed with students sparring or showing off their techniques. But today, I was certain it would be quiet. Perfect. After all, what I planned to do wasn't tease something I wanted anyone else to see. The farther I walked, the thinner the crowds became. The noise of chatter and footsteps faded, replaced by the faint hum of mana lamps along the corridor. Yeah, just as I thought. No one in their right mind would come to train on a day like this. Most students were probably taking a well-earned break or out exploring the city. Only the truly obsessed or the desperate would spend their free time sweating in the gym. The thought made me smirk a little. The gym loomed ahead, its wide doors slightly ajar. As I stepped inside, the familiar scent of metal, wood, and sweat filled the air. It was massive, large enough to rival an auditorium. Normally, it would echo with the clash of swords or the crackle of spells during duels and mock battles. But right now it was silent, completely empty. Just as I'd hoped. I made my way across the polished floor toward the back, where the special training rooms were located. These were soundproof, reinforced with barrier magic, perfect for people who didn't want witnesses. I reached for the handle of the first room and slid the door open, and froze. There were people inside, 2 of them. The steady sound of swords slicing through the air filled the room. Sparks of mana flared faintly with each swing. I blinked, taken aback. I'd been so sure no one would be here. Then my gaze focused on one of the figures, his silver hair glinting faintly under the light. My lips parted in surprise. Edmund. Of all people. It was him, the protagonist himself, Edmund. Edmund was swinging his sword with fierce determination, his body drenched in sweat. I couldn't help but frown as I watched him from a distance. Handsome, talented, and even hardworking? Seriously, what kind of person like that actually exists? Alright, he's the protagonist of a webtoon. I sighed quietly. Of course he's like that. He is supposed to be perfect. My gaze drifted to the side. There was someone training next to him. A woman. Her face looked familiar. And it didn't take long for me to remember her name. Clarice, right? Her bright red hair swayed with each swing of her sword. Unlike Edmund's steady and precise movements, hers looked off. It wasn't that she lacked strength or speed. She clearly trained her body well. But there was something strange about the way she moved. Her rhythm weird. That's what it was. Her swings didn't connect naturally. It was like watching a song played offbeat. The sword stopped and started, her stance breaking for just a second each time she moved. Even I, who'd only been learning swordsmanship for a short while, could tell something was wrong. Edmund's form flowed smoothly, every motion perfectly measured, like he was born with a sword in his hand. But Clarice, her movements stuttered, almost hesitant. It was as if her body wasn't used to the motion at all. After watching her for a few minutes, I finally understood. She's physically awkward. There was no other explanation. Her posture was fine, her grip solid, her strength more than enough. But every time she swung the sword, that subtle awkwardness showed like she was fighting her own body. A swordsman who is physically awkward. I'd never imagined such a combination before. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Weird. Why does someone who clearly knows the basics move like that? Could it be nerves? An injury? Or, my eyes narrowed slightly. Something doesn't add up. And as I stood there watching the 2 of them, Edmund, the perfect protagonist, and Clarice, the awkward swordswoman, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something about this scene was off. It's very suspicious indeed. But why did she choose the sword? Judging by her stance, she is definitely not someone who has picked up a blade just once or twice. Her movements aren't that of a beginner, which means she has been training for a while. That alone was strange. Most nobles, unless they come from families obsessed with swordsmanship or are born with natural talent, tend to study magic from an early age. It's practically a tradition. If I hadn't known that Lewis possessed talent for the sword, I would be chosen magic myself without a second thought. But looking at her now, I can't help but wonder. No matter how I see it, she doesn't look like someone with a gift for swordsmanship. Actually, forget swordsmanship, does she even have proper control over her body? Her posture, her grip, even her breathing, all of it feels slightly off. If that's the case, wouldn't it have been better for her to study magic instead? So why? Why is she stubbornly holding onto a sword that doesn't seem to suit her at all? And what else with those training clothes? They don't match her in the slightest. Well, it's not my business. I let out a quiet sigh, shaking my head to clear away the unnecessary thoughts. There's no point dwelling on someone else's choices. Everyone has their reasons, even if they don't make sense to me. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. I turned and headed toward the farthest training room, away from everyone else. The room was empty and quiet, exactly what I needed. After stepping inside, I pressed the button on the wall, and the blinds slowly lowered, sealing off any view from outside. Perfect. No one could see in now. Reaching into my pocket, I carefully took out a small object, the Orb of Dreams. Except, instead of its usual transparent shimmer, it was glowing faintly yellow. That was normal. I frowned, holding it up to the light. Why are you shining like this? I murmured under my breath. Whatever was happening, I needed to find out. From now on, I'd be focusing on this. The Orb of Dreams was about to reveal something, and I had a feeling it wouldn't be ordinary. Chapter 21. Simulation Training. I lifted the Orb of Dreams, which was now glowing softly with a warm yellow light. A few days ago, after Vermont had poured all of his magical power into this place to cure his granddaughter's illness, the orb had changed. In this world, every magician possesses their own unique attribute, things like fire, water, wind, and so on. Vermont's attribute, however, was electricity. That's why the orb, which had resonated with his mana, had transformed into what it was now. All the magical energy he had built up over more than 40 years, so dense and refined, had been absorbed into this small sphere, changing it completely. A faint tingling sensation pulsed from the orb, brushing against all 5 of my senses. It was subtle but unmistakable, like the air before a storm. Feeling that strange vibration, I closed my eyes and began to focus. In my mind, I drew an image of a moderately sized iron sword. Nothing fancy, just practical and balanced. With that image clear in my head, I slowly poured my mana into the Orb of Dreams. Whoom! A faint vibration ran through my hand. Then, as if responding to my thoughts, the orb began to shift and reshape, light flickering across its surface. Within seconds, the shape of a sword materialized, exactly as I had envisioned it. I gripped the hilt and gave it a few swings. Swish! Swish! Each motion sliced cleanly through the air, producing that familiar, satisfying sound. Good, I muttered under my breath. No problems. I had half expected something to go wrong. After all, the orb had absorbed an enormous amount of power. Vermont had assured me that it was fine, that the change was only because his mana had given it a new attribute, but still, I couldn't help but worry. That's why I had waited until now. I wanted to test it in a place where it would be safe. This training room tucked away in one corner of the gymnasium was the perfect spot. It was a special facility built for magicians and swordsmen to freely test their abilities without worrying about collateral damage. Now that I confirmed the orb was stable, I finally allowed myself to relax. The walls here were made entirely of anti-magic materials, dense and sturdy enough to block even the faintest magical interference. On top of that, the entire room was enchanted with layers of protective spells, barrier wards, temperature control, and even automatic restoration magic. In short, it was the perfect place to experiment without worrying about blowing something up. After all, I couldn't exactly cause a commotion in the middle of the imperial capital. But I didn't come here just to check the condition of the dream orb. There was something else on my mind. When I heard Vermont's explanation earlier that the orb had absorbed the electricity attribute, a thought struck me. If that's the case, couldn't I, someone who isn't a magician, use a power similar to magic? The moment that realization hit, I smacked my knee with excitement. I'd seen something like this before in a manga. Mark of the Black Flame. A powerful villain who terrorized the world wielding a sword infused with the power of black fire. He had never learned magic, Yet he used that sword to unleash attacks that rivaled any Mage spells. I still remembered how cool that looked back then. Of course, my situation wasn't exactly the same. The dream orb wasn't a sword, it was just a round, glowing object. But still, there were possibilities. If I could somehow harness that electrical energy, I might be able to create my own version of magic. That is why I came here to test it. However, where do I even do this? That was the problem. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure out how to actually use the orb's power. I'd been mulling it over for days, and I was still stuck. In manga, they just pour in some magical energy, and boom, things start glowing and working like it's the most natural thing in the world. But in reality, the more I tried to think it through, the more my head started to hurt. Maybe I was overcomplicating it. Let's just try it. Overthinking things never suited me anyway. I tightened my grip on the dream orb and took a deep breath. Whatever happens next, well, I'll figure out as I go. I tried channeling more magical power into the dream orb that had taken the form of a sword. But nothing happened, not even a flicker. TCH, this isn't it. I frowned, lowering the blade slightly. Then a thought crossed my mind. What if the problem wasn't the orb itself, but the way I was channeling the magic? This time, I focused my energy only on my palm, not the orb. I slowly guided the flow, imagining it wrapping around the blade like a thin coat of light. ZZZZT. Tiny sparks burst from the surface of the sword, running along the edge like living lightning. A grin tugged at my lips. It worked. The yellow energy danced wildly, flickering and snapping in every direction. It wasn't pure magic, but it was close enough. And for the first time, I was certain. This is it. If I could control this energy properly, even as a swordsman, I might be able to wield something close to magic. The thought alone sent a rush of excitement through me. Eager to test it, I approached the wall and pressed the button beside the control panel. Beep. Simulation starting. Please set the level. Level 2. Level 1 was 2 easy basic monsters without any real strength or special abilities. Even an untrained person could deal with those. But Level 2, that's where the real challenge began. Monsters with instincts, power, and killing intent. Exactly what I needed. Virtual Combat Level 2 simulation will begin shortly. The calm, mechanical voice echoed through the room. Then, with a low mechanical hum, gruck. A holographic shape flickered into existence before me. Green skin, yellow eyes, a twisted grin that revealed rows of sharp teeth. A goblin, about the size of an elementary schooler. But the malice in its expression was far from childish. It licked its cracked lips as if savoring the thought of fresh prey. I tightened my grip on the sword, the yellow sparks crackling louder in response. A goblin, huh? Perfect. Normally, goblins are only dangerous in groups. A single one shouldn't be a problem. This was exactly the opponent I needed to test my new technique. Without hesitation, I surged forward. The sword flashed, trailing streaks of golden light as I closed the distance in an instant, and the first strike of my new power began. Chapter 22. The Desired Gruck? Gruck. The goblin let out a startled growl the moment it spotted me, its beady yellow eyes widening in alarm. I didn't hesitate. I raised my sword and swung. But the blade cut through the air much faster than I expected. Way faster. Before I even had time to process what was happening, the sword sliced toward the goblin with unnatural speed. And then, kaboom! A deafening crack tore through the air as a surge of lightning exploded from the blade. Electricity danced wildly across the ground, blinding light filling the entire space. The goblin, caught right in the middle of it, didn't even have time to scream. It was gone, completely erased, not even a speck of ash left behind. For a moment, I just stood there in stunned silence, the faint hum of crackling sparks ringing in my ears. That was awesome. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, watching the electric arcs fade away. My sword still buzzed faintly with residual power, blue light flickering along the edge like it was alive. I couldn't stop the grin creeping up on my face. Life really is all about having good equipment. After that, completely thrilled, I couldn't stop myself. I kept swinging the sword wildly in every direction, experimenting and pushing further until my magic was completely drained. And then I collapsed flat on the floor. That's when I realized something important. Using electricity consumes way more magical power than I thought. And there's another thing. When your magical power runs out and you hit total exhaustion, it feels absolutely terrible. It's not just fatigue. It's this crushing helplessness that spreads through your whole body, mixed with a hollow emptiness that leaves you numb. Truly, it's the worst feeling in the world. Have you recovered a bit now? I turned my head toward the voice. The school nurse was standing beside the bed, looking at me with a mixture of concern and mild exasperation. Yes, I said weakly. I think my magic is starting to come back. She nodded and shone a small flashlight into my eyes, checking my pupils. When I had staggered into the infirmary earlier, completely drained of magic, she looked genuinely shocked. I mean, who collapses from magical exhaustion on the first day of school? Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any lasting damage, she said, putting her flashlight away. But really, what on earth were you doing to end up like this? I let out a dry laugh. Just try out a few things. She sighed, crossing her arms. Be careful next time. If you recklessly drain your magical power like that, you could damage your core. And if that happens, it won't heal easily. Yes. Thank you. I'll be careful. Truth be told, I hadn't expected to run myself completely dry. I thought I could handle it. Turns out I was wrong. I thought I'd stop once it felt like enough. But being so unfamiliar with handling magical power, I completely failed to gauge that limit. And this is what happened as a result. I'll definitely have to be more careful next time. I almost ended up in the hospital for real. Goodbye. Take care of yourself. After resting a bit and feeling my magical power return to normal, I pushed open the infirmary door and stepped outside. Are you all right? A familiar voice greeted me the moment I came out. Me fine. Perfectly fine now, I said, brushing it off. Besides, we're both first years. You can speak casually. Is that really okay? I heard nobles don't like that. Don't worry about it. They're the weird ones, not you. Ed scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. I waved a hand dismissively. By the way, I was really surprised when I suddenly collapsed like that. Honestly, who wouldn't be? Barely managing to stumble out of the special training room. I would probably passed out in the hallway if E&T helped me get here. Ed must have been completely shocked. It was probably his first time seeing someone suffer from magical exhaustion. Born with ridiculous amounts of mana, according to my memory, he never once ran out of it, even in the comic. The thought made me sigh. Some people are just born with overwhelming magical power, effortless, natural, limitless. Meanwhile, I'm over here, an extra in someone else's story, collapsing after a few rounds of sword practice. Life really isn't fair. Come to think of it, he learns magic later too, doesn't he? With his natural talent, that's no surprise. I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Ed, the protagonist who originally could only use a sword. Later, he awakens his hidden potential and becomes a magic swordsman capable of wielding both magic and a blade. Typical protagonist stuff. Sigh. I exhale, rubbing my stomach. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Still, I quickly push those thoughts away. The protagonist is the protagonist. And I'm me. I've already decided to live my life doing what I want to do. Actually, I realized something back in the special training room. Up until now, I'd been training with the sword building up my body and reflexes just to make sure I could survive while traveling. It was all practical, nothing more. But just a while ago, everything changed. That blinding flash of lightning that struck down from above, the power that surged through me, it completely shattered the limits of what I thought I could do. That single, overwhelming attack, it wasn't something I'd seen in a webtoon or imagined in a dream. It was mine, my own power. The thought made my heart race. Did I really do that? I muttered, still not fully believing it. My pulse quickened as I replayed the moment, in my mind the roar of thunder, the crackling air, the smell of ozone. The sheer thrill of it. It was intoxicating. Even now, the sensation still lingered faintly in my fingertips. and with it came a new feeling, one that grew stronger with every heartbeat. A desire. No, a hunger. The desire to become stronger. Chapter 23. Talk between father and son. Knock, knock. May I come in? Enter. At the calm response, the young man outside the door stepped into the room. It's been a while, father. Yes, it truly has been a long time. Have you been well? The older man smiled faintly. You're as consistent as ever, Julian. Inside the vast library, filled from floor to ceiling with old tomes and the faint scent of parchment, Count Bramore sat in an armchair, his snow-white hair glinting in the soft light. Across from him stood his son, Julian, a young man who shared the same white hair, though his carried a livelier sheen. He greeted his father with a light, almost theatrical bow that drew a small chuckle from the Count. The two soon settled onto a nearby sofa, exchanging words they hadn't had the chance to share for quite some time. They talked about the estate, about the changing seasons, about trivial things that filled the gaps of their separation. But eventually, their conversation drifted to the youngest member of their family, to Louis. By the way, Julian began, setting his teacup down, where has Louis gone? I haven't seen him since I returned. He is of age to attend the academy this year. Count Bramore replied. He has probably already begun his classes. Julian's expression softened, though his tone carried a hint of mischief. Ah, what a shame. I was hoping to see my little brother's face again after so long. But it seems fate isn't on my side. The Count chuckled quietly. You'll have your chance soon enough. Still, Julian leaned back in his seat, eyes glimmering with mild curiosity. I do wonder, though, will he be able to adapt well to the academy? Don't concern yourself too much, his father said reassuringly. The boy has matured a great deal. In fact, he has even taken up the sword again. Julian froze for a moment, his teacup halfway to his lips. Louis did? The disbelief in his voice was unmistakable. The image of his younger brother, the Louis who had once abandoned the sword, entirely flashed through his mind. He remembered the quiet, withdrawn boy who never spoke about why he stopped training. Could that same boy really have changed so much? Julian's brows furrowed slightly as he took a slow sip of tea, lost in thought. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps Louis really had grown. A faint smile tugged at Julian's lips as he lowered the cup. I should make some time to meet him, he murmured softly. Count Bramore set his cup down with a soft clink, his eyes never leaving his eldest son. You should, he said, voice calm yet faintly wistful. He may not show it, but I'm sure Louis would be glad to see you. Julian chuckled under his breath. Glel? I doubt that. You know how he is, father quiet, distant. Even when we were younger, he preferred being alone rather than spending time with me. Count Bramore's lips curved faintly. He has changed more than you think. Solitude no longer suits him the way it once did. He is learning to step forward. Julian tilted his head, studying his father's expression. You say that as if you've been watching him closely. I have, the Count replied, leaning back in his chair. Before he left for the academy, I spoke with him several times. The boy carries something in his eyes, now resolve. It's faint, but unmistakable. Julian raised a brow, setting his cup aside. Resolve, you say? That's an unusual word for you to use about him. You always said Louis was too soft-hearted for his own good. The Count's gaze drifted toward the tall window, where sunlight filtered through the drapes and scattered across the carpet. People grow. Julian, especially when they've known failure. Sometimes pain leaves the deepest lessons. Julian's expression grew more serious. Failure? Count Bramore nodded faintly. He doesn't speak of it, but you know as well as I do what happened 3 years ago. Julian's jaw tightened slightly, the faint smile on his face fading. Yes, the duel. The Count sighed quietly. He lost more than just a match that day. Confidence, pride, perhaps even trust in himself. That's why I was surprised when he picked up the sword again. It's as if he decided to face something he once ran from. Julian leaned back in his seat, crossing one leg over the other. So he finally confronting his weakness. His voice carried a mix of admiration and amusement. I didn't think he had it in him. Yes, your brother, the Count said softly. Don't underestimate him. Julian laughed lightly. I'm not underestimating him. Still, that doesn't sound like the Louis the First remember, Julian murmured, crossing his arms. Perhaps that's precisely why it's worth noting, the Count said. People don't remain the same forever, Julian. Some change when they're pushed to the edge. Others, when they finally find something they want to protect. Julian chuckled lightly, though his eyes showed curiosity more than amusement. You make it sound as though he's grown into quite the young man. He still has a long way to go, the Count admitted. But there's a quiet determination in him now. I can't quite describe it, but it reminds me of you when you were his age. Me? Julian laughed softly. That's a compliment I'll gladly take, father. Though I doubt Louis would want to be compared to me. True, the Count said with a hint of humor. He's more stubborn than you ever were. Julian grinned. Now that's saying something. The two shared a quiet laugh before the air settled once more into gentle calm. Then Julian's expression shifted curiosity, giving way to thoughtfulness. You mentioned he's taken up the sword again. Who is teaching him? The Count's eyes momentarily darkened. No one from our household. The academy provides instructors, and he seems content learning under them. I thought it best to let him grow on his own terms this time. You're letting him find his own path. Yes, his father said softly. A path free from our expectations. Julian leaned back, eyes glinting faintly beneath the golden lamplight. He's lucky. I didn't get that freedom when I was his age. Nor did I, the Count said, his voice carrying a rare trace of melancholy. But that's exactly why I wanted to have it. A quiet understanding passed between father and son. Finally, Julian rose from his seat, brushing invisible dust from his coat. Then I suppose I'll head to the capital soon. I want to see for myself just how much my little brother has changed. The Count nodded approvingly. Do so, but don't judge him too quickly, Julian. Growth takes time and courage. Julian's lips curved into a knowing smile. I'll remember that, father. As he turned toward the door, the Count called out quietly, Julian. He stopped and glanced back. Don't push him too hard, the Count said, his voice gentle yet firm. He's not the same boy you once knew, but he's not yet the man he's trying to become. Julian's expression softened, and he gave a small nod. Understood. Then he left, the sound of the door closing behind him fading into the silence of the library, leaving Count Bermore alone among the books, lost in thought. He looked toward the window, with a faint glow of afternoon light filtered through the glass. Louis, he murmured quietly to himself. What kind of man will you become, I wonder? Chapter 24. Talent magic is talent pure and simple. Or, to be precise, a person's magical power is determined the moment they're born. And most of the time, that talent is inherited. If your parents possess extraordinary magic, odds are you'll be born gifted as well. That's just how the world works, unfair, rigid, and absolute. But every so often, exceptions appear. Mutations. People born with immense magical power despite coming from ordinary families. The protagonist of this world was one of them. Which means, of course, the reverse is also true. Magic evaluation results Louis Vermore, magic rank, D. I'm screwed. I stared at the evaluation sheet in disbelief. The bold letter D glaring back at me like an insult. After the semester officially began, the Academy held its magic rank evaluation. Every student had to undergo ITIT, measured 1's innate magical potential, something supposedly fixed from birth. And mine was a miserable D. Considering that the average rank among Academy students hovered around C, this result meant I had below average magical power. I let out a long sigh and slumped back in my seat. So this was it. The truth Louis must have known all along. It finally made sense why he gave up on magic and even why he abandoned the sword at one point. Maybe D realized there was no real path forward. After all, what could someone with such a weak magic rank hope to achieve? This world ran on ranks and circles, hard, cold hierarchies. Mages were classified by the number of magic circles beneath their hearts, each representing their control and capacity for mana. Swordsmen, meanwhile, were ranked by their mastery of sword energy, First sword user, then sword expert, and finally sword master. Those who reached sword expert were already powerful enough to earn the title of Imperial Knight. But looking down at the paper in my hand, I couldn't help but wonder, with a magic rank like this, could I even dream of reaching that level? The corner of my mouth twisted in a faint, bitter smile. Guess this is what they mean by being born unlucky. So that's why he gave up. Lewis, before I ended up in his body, had every reason to feel frustrated. All his siblings had their talents recognized by the Empire. Each one worked in the Imperial Palace, carrying the family's pride on their shoulders. And then there was Lewis, the youngest, born with below-average magical power. In a family that valued excellence above all, that was practically a curse. No wonder he wanted to quit everything. What's wrong? Elena's voice pulled me back to reality. She was sitting beside me, her curious eyes peering over her notebook. Nothing, I replied quickly, forcing a small smile. It's nothing. She tilted her head slightly, but didn't press further. I looked down at the paper in my hand, my magical power evaluation sheet. A sigh escaped me before I crumpled it into a ball and shoved it into my pocket. If I wanted to change anything, I needed a way to boost my magic soon. There had to be something, an opportunity hidden somewhere in this world that could help me overcome this limitation. While my mind wandered through all the possibilities, Professor Dominic's firm voice rang across the classroom. All right, everyone. As I mentioned before, today we'll be holding a joint class with Class E. Change into your gym uniforms and gather at the gymnasium. A murmur rippled through the room. All right, today was that day. The joint class with Class E, where the story's protagonist, Edmund, was. I could already imagine how this would go. Why do we have to take classes with commoners? One noble student grumbled behind me, his tone dripping with disdain. Exactly, another chimed in. It lowers our standards. The complaints spread like wildfire, echoing through the room. I leaned back in my chair, expression unreadable. Their arrogance was irritating but expected. Nobles always looked down on commoners, especially in the early parts of the story. Still, I couldn't help but smirk faintly. They had no idea what was coming, because soon enough, those lowly commoners from Class E were going to show them just how meaningless bloodlines could be. And right at the center of that clash would be Edmund, the protagonist, who changed everything. This should be interesting, I muttered under my breath, standing up from my seat. Elena glanced my way, blinking. HM, did you say something? Nothing important, I said with a small grin. As soon as Professor Dominic left the classroom, the murmurs erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. Complaints filled the air, sharp and unfiltered. No one seemed pleased about sharing a classroom with commoners. Despite the Academy's noble mission to erase the gap between classes and cultivate equality, the irony was bitter. The system itself still enforced separation. Nobles with nobles, commoners with commoners. A division that stood as a monument to hypocrisy. Of course, the nobles had made sure of it. They had protested furiously when the Academy was first founded, demanding that their dignity be preserved. The result? This farce of a system. From a modern perspective, it was laughable. A group of self-important teenagers pretending to be superior because of their family names. And judging by Elena's expression, she thought so too. Her brows were furrowed in visible frustration as she glanced at the other nobles whispering among themselves, their words dripping with contempt. Let us go, I said before she could speak her mind. She looked at me, still frowning. Okay. If I hadn't stepped in, she might have started an argument right then and there. And as tempting as it was to watch that play out, there was no need to stir up trouble, at least not yet. They'd change their tune eventually. All of them would. Their pride and arrogance were temporary, an illusion that would crumble soon enough. Chapter 25, Joint Classes 1. After changing into our gym clothes, Elena and I headed toward the gymnasium. The hallways buzzed with students chatting, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Lewis, how was your dormitory yesterday? She asked, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as we walked. The facilities were better than I expected, I replied. I thought it'd be cramped, but it's actually comfortable, right? Elena said with a grin. I thought the beds would be hard or squeaky, but they were surprisingly soft. I actually slept well for once. She spoke in her usual lively tone, her words flowing easily as if we'd been close for years. I smiled faintly, nodding along, but a thought tugged at the back of my mind. Wait, were Lewis and Elena this close from the beginning? The comic never showed this part. Everything in the story had been from Ed's point of view, so I'd only seen moments that mattered to him. I knew that, later on, Lewis would start following Elena around, obsessed with her in a way that bordered on unsettling. But before that, before he became that Lewis, I had no idea. Maybe they'd always had this kind of easy, casual relationship. Maybe something had happened between them that I was never shown. Either way, it was strange. Too strange. As Elena laughed beside me, I forced a small smile in return, but I couldn't shake the thought that somewhere between the lines of the original story, something important had been left out. Well, there is something more important right now. Today, ISNT, just another day at a turning point. Because today is the day Elena and Ed meet face to face for the first time. In the original comic, this moment marks the start of everything between them. During the first joint class, Elena notices Ed's swordsmanship and becomes intrigued. From there, their connection deepens episode by episode until, well, you can imagine where that leads. This is where their story begins. And as for me, I don't need to interfere. Actually, the best thing I can do today is stay completely out of the way. If I can make it through this class without accidentally derailing the plot, that'll be a win. Those people must be Class C. Elena said beside me. Where? I asked. She pointed across the field. Over there on the right. I followed her gaze and spotted them easily. Class E had already gathered together, the group buzzing with laughter and conversation as if they'd known each other for years instead of just a few days. And at the center of it all stood one person who drew attention like a magnet. Id. He was laughing, chatting, completely at ease surrounded by a group of girls hanging on his every word. I felt my eyebrow twitch. Of course, just like in the comic, the so-called protagonist was already collecting admirers. He looked every bit the typical harem lead, smiling innocently, pretending not to notice the stares, yet basking in the attention all the same. I clicked my tongue quietly. TSK. His attitude, already rotten. Even before the real story begins, he's off to a shameless start. Meanwhile, I could only sigh inwardly. All I had to do was sit back, stay quiet, and make sure I didn't end up accidentally catching any of those girls' attention. But knowing my luck, fate probably had other plans. And on the other hand, to think the protagonist is already happily chatting with girls like that. Forget about a harem, he should hurry up and have a proper, pure romance with Elena instead. That person, Elena's soft voice drew my attention. She was gazing toward Ed, who stood surrounded by a group of laughing girls. Oh, has she perhaps started to take an interest in him already? He's really popular. She murmured, eyes lingering on the lively scene. The one with black hair? I asked, trying to sound casual. Yes, it really was him. Good. This was perfect if she began to notice him now. It would save me a lot of trouble later. I decided to encourage that spark a little. Don't you think he's really handsome? I said with a grin. Elena tilted her head slightly. Is he? I'm not sure, huh? Wait a second. That wasn't the reaction I was expecting at all. She didn't seem interested. If anything, she looked mildly puzzled. I'd at least expected a flustered blush or some faint curiosity. Instead, she just looked indifferent. Well, fine. Maybe it's too early for that. She hasn't seen Ed's swordsmanship yet. The reason she falls for him in the original story, ISNT, because of his looks anyway because of his skill, his determination. That burning sense of justice he flaunts when he is holding a sword. I let out a small sigh and crossed my arms. Well, you'll probably change your mind once you see him fight. Elena gave a non-committal hum, clearly not interested in continuing the topic. I decided to drop it. There was no point forcing anything. Things had to unfold naturally if I didn't want to disrupt the flow of the story too much. Just as I was lost in thought, a firm voice echoed across the training ground. Is everyone here? Yes. The students replied in unison, their chatter dying down. Professor Dominic strode in with his usual confident air, his sharp eyes sweeping across the group like a hawk scanning its prey. "Then let us begin the class," he said, his tone crisp and commanding. At his signal, the students began moving toward their designated groups. I glanced one last time at Ed and Elena before following my group. Chapter 26. Joint Classes 2. After confirming that every student had arrived, the professor wasted no time and began the class. Today, he announced in a calm but authoritative tone, "We'll be conducting mock duels between Class C and Class E." A ripple of surprise swept through the students. Mock duels? Wait, on the first day? Isn't that dangerous? Before the noise could grow louder, the professor's sharp voice cut through the murmurs. Silence. The chatter died instantly. Professor Dominic, a tall man with a stern face and the kind of presence that naturally commanded respect, looked around the room until he was certain everyone's attention was on him. "This will be a light exercise," he explained evenly. "You'll be using wooden swords only. No sword energy, no spells. It's meant to test your fundamentals and teamwork, nothing more." His tone carried enough confidence that even the more nervous students began to relax. The earlier unease faded into cautious anticipation. Most of the Class C students, young nobles who had likely been holding swords since childhood, seemed almost relieved. Some even smiled smugly, clearly looking forward to an easy victory. The commoners in Class E, on the other hand, exchanged worried glances. Their grips on the practice swords were uncertain, their stances stiff. But I couldn't help the small smirk forming on my face. That won't last long. I already knew what was coming next. Harson from Class C and Edmund from Class E stepped forward. The professor's voice rang across the training hall. I shifted slightly where I stood, positioning myself so I had a clear view not of the duel, but of her. Elena. I wanted to see her reaction. On the platform, the two students approached from opposite ends, wooden swords in hand. Harson carried himself like someone born into swordsmanship, his posture relaxed, but confident. Edmund, by contrast, moved stiffly, his unease almost visible. When they took their positions, Professor Dominic raised his hand. "Begin." Professor Dominic's sharp voice rang through the training hall, echoing off the stone walls. The moment the word left his mouth, both duelists sprang into motion. Harson charged first, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging it down with all his strength. The air split with the force of his strike. But Ed was calm, effortless. He tilted his blade upward and met the blow with a clean, metallic clash. The impact sent a ripple through the air, but Ed barely flinched. Instead, with a smooth twist of his wrist, he redirected Harson's sword aside and countered with an upward slash. A dash. Harson stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the gleaming arc of steel. His boots scraped against the floor as he tried to regain balance. But Ed didn't give him the chance. Without hesitation, Ed pressed forward, his blade moving like a silver streak. Downward, sideways, diagonal. Each swing flowed into the next with practiced precision, as if he were dancing rather than fighting. "Irk!" Harson gritted his teeth, barely managing to block one strike before the next came crashing down. His movements grew sloppy, each step more desperate than the last. The students watching from his stands began to murmur. "He's incredible. Is that really first-year level?" As expected of Ed, their admiration filled the gymnasium, swelling with every clang of metal. From the very beginning, the outcome was clear. Ed was the protagonist, the hero blessed by talent and fate. His swordsmanship wasn't just precise. It was dazzling, elegant, and confident in a way that made the crowd hold their breath. He was everything a main character should be. Harson, by comparison, looked utterly helpless. It was only a matter of time before Ed finished the match. I leaned back slightly, crossing my arms as I watched from the side. Good. Everything's going as it should. If the story unfolded correctly, this duel was the turning point. After witnessing Ed's overwhelming skill, Elena, the heroine, was supposed to take notice of him. That was how it went in the webtoon. Everything was lining up perfectly. Or at least it should have been. Huh. My gaze drifted toward the audience where Elena sat, and my thoughts froze. Her expression, it wasn't admiration. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Her lips pressed into a faint, unreadable line. This isn't right. In the original story, this was the moment she was supposed to be captivated, awed by Ed's brilliance and strength. But instead, she looked indifferent, almost disappointed. What was that expression supposed to mean? I glanced back at Ed, who was still gracefully overwhelming his opponent. He was fighting just as perfectly as he had in the comic. Everything from his stance to his timing was spot on. So why did Elena look like that? Elena's eyes followed the duel unfolding before us, her gaze sharp and unwavering. But there was something off about her expression. It wasn't fascination, nor the spark of admiration I had expected. Instead, her face was composed, calm, almost analytical, like she was assessing the fight rather than enjoying it. That wasn't right. In the comic, this was the exact moment she was supposed to start showing interest in Ed. After witnessing his swordsmanship, she was drawn to him, her curiosity marking the start of their connection. Yet the Elena in front of me was completely different. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, her brows slightly furrowed. Her entire focus locked on the match, but not in the way it should have been. There was no hint of wonder, no trace of emotion in her eyes. Just cold observation. Something isn't following the script. What's wrong? She asked suddenly, turning her head toward me. Her voice was calm, casual, but her gaze, it was sharp enough to make me hesitate. And nothing, I said quickly, forcing a smile. She blinked once, then turned back to the arena as if nothing had happened. But that brief moment was enough for me to confirm it. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Elena wasn't reacting like she did in the comic. No fond blues. No curious glances toward Ed. No interest at all. The thread that was supposed to tie her story to his wasn't forming. Something had changed. And if Elena's behavior had already shifted this much, then the entire flow of the story might soon start to unravel. I leaned back slightly in my seat, crossing my arms as I watched the duel continue below. This is bad, I muttered under my breath. Chapter 27. Joint Classes 3. Why is this happening? Did I miss something? Those questions spun endlessly in my head, refusing to settle. But that couldn't be right. I hadn't done anything, at least. Nothing that should affected her. Sure, I secretly brought a dream orb from Arcana, but that shouldn't have had any connection to Elena. So then, why was everything starting to deviate? Match over. The professor's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, pulling me back to reality. I blinked, refocusing just in time to see the result. Ed, standing tall on the stage, sword lowered, his opponent sprawled in defeat. As expected, Ed won. The crowd's reaction, however, was almost comical. Harson staggered down from the arena, his face pale and eyes wide, completely unable to accept that a noble had just been defeated by a commoner. The students from Class C, who had been cheering for him moments ago, now sat in stunned silence, mouths half open. They probably never imagined that the boy they looked down on would dominate so easily. A murmur spread through the audience. Not bad for commoner. Just a lucky strike. He probably won even last next time. The noble's words were laced with forced arrogance, their pride unwilling to acknowledge what they just witnessed. It was ridiculous. They were clinging to their prejudice, denying the truth even when it stood right in front of them, sword gleaming under the arena lights. I sighed quietly. Some things, it seemed, never changed no matter how much the story tried to. But as my gaze drifted back toward Elena, who was still watching the stage with that same unreadable expression, a faint unease crept into my chest again. No admiration, no spark of curiosity, no reaction at all. I leaned a little closer to Elena, trying to sound casual. What did you think of that match just now? Elena turned her head slightly, her golden hair catching the light. That Edmund person fights really well, she said simply. Right? I replied quickly, trying to nudge her reaction in the right direction. He might be the strongest first year, don't you think? She tilted her head, her expression thoughtful but unimpressed. I don't think he is quite that good. Damn it. I felt my smile twitch. That wasn't how this was supposed to go. In the comic, Elena was supposed to be captivated by Ed's match, her eyes shining with admiration, that faint blush on her cheeks. But right now, she just looked mildly curious, like she was watching a stranger spar in the training yard. Something's off. First impressions are everything. Even if it's not love at first sight, there's supposed to be something, a spark, a sense of interest that sets everything in motion. But the Elena beside me wasn't showing any of that. Still, she didn't dislike him either. And that was something. Maybe her indifference could turn into curiosity later. The next part will be crucial. The next episode in the story where Ed rescues Elena from danger. That's when their bond is supposed to truly begin. If I can make sure things go right there, maybe the story will realign with the comic. If that doesn't happen, I might never see how the story is supposed to end. Lewis. Huh? I blinked, snapping out of my thoughts at the sound of my name. It's your turn for the next match, Elena said, her voice sharper than usual. Oh, right. We were still in class. Panic hit me as I realized everyone was looking my way. I scrambled to my feet, nearly knocking over the chair in the process. Professor Dominic's glare could have cut steel. Why didn't you answer when I called you, Lewis? I apologize, sir, I stammered, standing stiffly at attention. I was momentarily lost in thought. We are currently in class. Please focus. Yes, sir. Come up. I swallowed hard and climbed into the arena, my palms already sweating. Great. Now, not only was Elena's storyline derailing, but I was about to embarrass myself in front of the entire class. One crisis at a time, Lewis. One crisis at a time. Fortunately, the professor didn't seem interested in lecturing me any further and simply waved a hand dismissively. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yes, Professor, I replied with forced enthusiasm before hurrying up to the arena. As I stepped onto the stage, I noticed my opponent was already there, standing perfectly still with his eyes closed, almost as if he were meditating. But the moment I got a closer look at him, I couldn't help but frown. Something about his appearance felt off. His hair was darker than Ed's, so dark it almost seemed to swallow the light around it. His uniform was partially hidden beneath a loose overcoat that didn't belong to the academy at all. Its flowing sleeves and tied sash looked straight out of traditional Japanese attire. For a second, I just stared, tried to process what I was seeing. What's with this guy? He looked completely different from the other students. While everyone else followed the academy's neat, Western-style dress code, this guy stood there like he'd walked straight out of another world. I tilted my head slightly. Was there someone like this in Ed's class? I racked my brain, trying to recall the comic-esque cast. There were plenty of supporting characters, rivals, sidekicks, even background extras, but I was sure I'd never seen anyone who looked like him. His sharp, distinctly Eastern features and calm expression didn't fit into any of the storylines I remembered. And when the professor called out his name, Tatsuya, I blinked. Tatsuya? Seriously? What kind of name is that doing here? This world was supposed to be pure fantasy knights, nobles, kingdoms, and magic. There weren't supposed to be people with names like that. As I studied him more closely, something about his presence felt off. His appearance didn't quite fit the world I knew. His clothes, his demeanor, everything about him seemed slightly out of place, like he'd stepped out of a different story entirely. Then, with a calmness that drew everyone's attention, he opened his eyes and looked directly at Professor Dominic. Professor, he said, his voice even and polite. May I request one thing before the match? Dominic arched a brow. What is it? I already explained the rules. Violating them will not be allowed. It's nothing major, the young man replied, reaching into the bag at his side. I just wanted to ask if I may use this. He held up what appeared to be a scabbard. The room stirred with quiet murmurs. A scabbard? Why that? It wasn't enchanted or glowing, just an ordinary, well-crafted sheath. Even Professor Dominic seemed a bit puzzled. Why are you asking about that? The professor asked, his tone wary. It's necessary for the sword technique I use, he answered simply, his expression completely earnest. Dominic stroked his chin, then turned his gaze toward me. Lewis. Yes, Professor. If you permit it, I'll allow Tatsuya's request. I hesitated for a moment, glancing between the two of them. This duel was meant to be friendly, a simple spar, more symbolic than competitive. The outcome wouldn't affect our grades or rankings. It was just part of the Academy's attempt to teach nobles a bit of humility, a lesson in reality. And besides, that scabbard didn't look like anything special. It wasn't an artifact, just a standard piece of equipment. It should make much difference in the fight. After a short pause, I nodded. I permit it. Tatsuya bowed lightly. Thank you, Lord Lewis. Dominic gave a satisfied nod. Very well, then. Both of you take your positions. The murmuring around the training hall died down as we stepped forward, the faint sound of boots against the floor echoing through the quiet. I loosened my shoulders, adjusting my grip on the hilt of my sword, my gaze fixed on him. A scabbard technique. Huh. I'd never seen anyone use one here before. Still, I wasn't about to underestimate him, not after that look in his eyes. Something told me this wasn't going to be just another routine spar. Chapter 28. Joint Classes 4. Following Professor Dominic's instructions, I stepped into my designated position, facing my opponent across the sparring floor. The weight of the wooden sword in my hand felt strangely heavier than usual, probably because my mind was cluttered with too many thoughts. I needed to end this match quickly. The sooner it was over, the sooner I could get back to figuring out what was happening with Elena and the strange shifts in the story. I tightened my grip around the sword. Focus. Is everyone ready? Yes, I'm ready, I answered, my voice calm despite the tension building in my chest. Then begin the match. The instant Professor Dominic gave the signal, I lunged forward, closing the distance between us in a single breath. But something was off. Tatsuya didn't move. Even as I charged, he remained crouched, perfectly still, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his wooden sword, one he insisted on keeping sheathed, for whatever reason. Was he planning to defend? Or is this some kind of bluff? As I drew closer, I caught a clear glimpse of his expression, focused, unflinching, and eerily calm. He wasn't just standing still, he was waiting. The moment I stepped into his range, bat. What dash? The sudden shout hit me like a thunderclap. For an instant, my mind went blank. That word bat was way too familiar. Did he just use that? I didn't have time to finish the thought. A blur of motion erupted in front of me. The wooden sword flashed from its scabbard faster than my eyes could follow. Instinct took over. I ducked. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air above me, the wind from it grazing the top of my head. The sound alone was enough to make my heart pound. If that had hit me, I'd have been out cold. He fast. That single, clean motion, it wasn't something an amateur could pull off. The precision, the timing, the confidence in that draw, it all pointed to one thing. Tatsuya wasn't just some random opponent. He knew exactly what he was doing. Straightening my posture, I took a step back, keeping my guard up as I exhaled slowly. So much for ending this quickly. This was going to be a real fight. A chill ran down my spine as I instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between us. Tatsuya, however, had already resheathed his sword, his movements calm and deliberate as he adjusted his stance once more. Was that even allowed? Technically. Yes, I was the one who had agreed to let him use the scabbard, but I hadn't expected him to swing it like that. That earlier strike had been nothing short of terrifying. My gaze darted toward Professor Dominic. He stood in the same spot, arms crossed, face unreadable. Not a single word, not even the faintest movement. So that meant he was allowing this. A silent acknowledgement that everything happening here was within the rules. I swallowed hard, tightening my grip on my sword. Right? This was my own fault for agreeing too quickly. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, cursing my past self for nodding without thinking. Still, something about Tatsuya's behavior nagged at me. After that brutal draw strike that nearly split my head open, he hadn't followed up. He had every opportunity. My stance was broken, my guard wide open, but instead of pressing the attack, he calmly resheathed his blade and given me space. Why? Was it arrogance? Mercy? Or could it be that bat the draw technique was all he knew? I replayed his movements in my mind. His speed was undeniably impressive, and the precision of that strike had been real. But beyond that, his posture, his footwork, it didn't have the polish of someone well-trained in standard sword forms. My eyes narrowed. If that really was his only technique, then this fight wasn't unwinnable. As long as I could survive that first strike, the next turn would be mine. It's just a spar, I reminded myself. Losing here won't kill me. There's no risk, only experience to gain. I steadied my breathing and shifted into position, raising my sword once more. The air between us grew heavy, the tension coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Across from me, Tatsuya bent his knees slightly, his hand resting lightly on his hilt. His gaze locked on mine, unwavering. The moment his shoulder twitched, I moved. Tatsuya, who had been waiting for me to make the first move, drew his sword the moment I stepped into range. Bat! I blinked. Does he have some kind of condition where he'll die if he doesn't shout the name of his technique? Bat! He yelled again, even louder this time. The next instant, his wooden sword flashed upward, slicing through the air toward my head in a sharp diagonal line. I tilted my head just in time, feeling the wind of his strike brush past my ear. From bottom to top it was fast, but not fast enough. Having dodged his sword again, a certain confidence surged inside me. I've got this. His chest was wide open after that full-force swing. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and drove my sword straight into the exposed spot. God dash! Tatsuya's breath hitched as my strike landed cleanly against his chest, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Match over. Professor Dominic's voice cut through the air, clear and firm. I exhaled slowly, lowering my sword. The tension drained from my shoulders, replaced by relief. Honestly, that was a close one. If I hadn't known about Bat, that peculiar quick-draw technique things could ended very differently. An ordinary student in this world, who'd never heard of such a move, might been caught completely off guard. But there was something even stranger about all this. Tatsuya, that name, his clothes, his style. None of it matched anything from the comic I remembered. I rubbed the back of my neck, my mind racing. Was he always supposed to be here? No, impossible. The author must be added a new character. Before I could dwell on it further, Tatsuya sat up, clutching his chest where my strike had landed. Despite the pain, a bright grin spread across his face. Aha! I lost. That was a splendid match, Lord Lewis. He reached out his hand toward me, his expression nothing but sincere. I stared at his hand for a moment, hesitating. Then I sighed quietly and took it. His grip was firm, warm, and oddly familiar for someone I'd just met. First Elena, acting differently. Now Tatsuya, a character who wasn't supposed to exist. This world, it's no longer following the script I knew. And that thought sent a chill down my spine. Something was changing quietly, but surely. And I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Chapter 29. The Library 1 after the joint class with Class E ended, the atmosphere in Class C had sunk like a stone. Most of them, save for a few exceptions, had been thoroughly outclassed by the very commoners they used to look down on. Their pride, built on years of noble upbringing and arrogance, had been shattered in an instant. It was quiet now. Too quiet. You could feel the tension in the air, that mix of disbelief and humiliation that no one dared to speak about. Still, I knew this would be a turning point for some of them. The ones who could swallow their pride and face reality might actually grow stronger from this experience. The others, well, they'd probably just keep clinging to their wounded egos until the end. But honestly, none of that mattered to me right now, because I had far bigger problems on my hands. Characters who were never supposed to exist, people like Tatsuya and those so-called rebels, had suddenly started appearing out of nowhere. And Elena, the female lead who should been showing signs of interest in the story as protagonist, was acting completely different. No curiosity, no spark, nothing. That wasn't just a small change in the timeline. This was something deeper. Something was off about this world itself. I leaned back in my chair, staring blankly at the classroom ceiling as a thought crept in my mind one I didn't want to entertain. Could it be that my assumption was wrong from the very beginning? That this so-called romance fantasy world wasn't as peaceful as I thought? If that was true, if this world was already starting to twist in ways the comic never showed, then I needed to know. No, I had to know. I need to confirm it. I muttered under my breath, my grip tightening around the edge of my desk. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a story anymore. Something in this world had begun to move on its own, and I wasn't sure I liked where it was headed. After all the classes had ended, I headed straight for the library at the center of the academy. With so many strange things happening lately, I needed anything to ground myself. And if my memory of the comic was right, this place held exactly what I was looking for. The moment I stepped inside, I was greeted by the faint scent of old parchment and polished wood. Shelves stretched endlessly in every direction, towering like walls of ancient knowledge. Despite the late hour, the library was still alive with quiet energy, students flipping through tomes, whispering softly, their faces lit by the warm glow of magic lamps. But I wasn't here to study. I was here for one very specific thing, the Sage S bookmark, an item that had appeared only once in the comic, a small, almost forgettable moment. But it was no ordinary trinket. It possessed the power to answer any question asked by its user. In the story, it had been found by a male student secretly in love with Elena. The fool used it to ask if she had someone she loved, and that was it. One scene, one question, gone, never to appear again. But later, when the true identity of the sage, the mysterious creator behind the Sage S relics, was revealed, readers lost their minds. The bookmark's value skyrocketed overnight. If that item really exists here, it might be the key to understanding why the story keeps changing. I walked over to the large directory board mounted on the wall, running my finger down the list of sections. History Wing, Ancient Magic Theory, Spätkraftarchiv. No mention of a rare book archive. I frowned. That was where it was supposed to be hidden. In the comic, the male student found it by accident while cleaning the restricted archive. But here there was no sign of such a place. Maybe it's not open to regular students, I muttered under my breath. It made sense. Rare books weren't exactly casual reading material. Most of them were probably sealed, reserved for professors or scholars. Still, I wasn't about to give up that easily. I approached the front desk, where a librarian was sorting a stack of books with her back turned. Her long hair shimmered faintly under the light, and she moved with quiet grace. "Excuse me," I said carefully. "Could you tell me where the rare book archive is located?" The librarian turned around, and my breath caught. Viola, my fiancée, of all people. For a second, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. But no, the soft lavender eyes, the neatly tied silver hair, the faint scent of lilies was unmistakably her. Viola, the daughter of Count Ivrin. "What are you doing here?" I blurted before I could stop myself. She blinked, seemingly unfazed by my surprise. "Ah, Louis, it's been a while." Her tone was calm, polite exactly as I remembered it. Still, that didn't answer anything. Why was she, of all people, working as a librarian at the academy? A noble lady with her background didn't need a single coin. "Viola, why are you working as a librarian?" "I like books." "Ah, I see." Simple and straightforward, but it didn't exactly answer everything. If she just liked books, couldn't she borrow them and read in peace somewhere comfortable? Why work here of all places? As if reading my thoughts, she added calmly, "There are quite a few books that only librarians can access. That is why I started." I blinked, a little surprised. So she really does love books. Enough to take on an actual job just to get her hands on the restricted ones. That level of dedication, or obsession, was honestly kind of impressive. Before I could say anything else, she looked up at me with her usual calm expression. "But what brings Lord Lewis here?" "All right." I straightened slightly, remembering why I came. "Do you happen to know where the rare book archive is?" "The rare book archive?" Viola tilted her head slightly, her violet hair swaying with emotion. Her eyes, always serene, studied me for a brief moment, before she replied. I think it's on basement level 1. But Lord Lewis, have you been interested in such things? I scratched my cheek awkwardly. Yeah, well, I recently developed an interest in old books. She didn't say anything, just stared. Her calm eyes were unreadable, yet I could feel her silently questioning me. That one sound from her lips somehow made me more nervous than an interrogation. Well then, I'll be going now, I stammered, breaking eye contact almost immediately. I gave her a quick, polite bow before turning on my heel and hurrying toward the stairs. Even as I walked away, I could swear I felt her gaze lingering on my back, cool and unwavering. Probably just my imagination. At least, I hoped it was. Chapter 30. The library to the staircase leading down to the basement was dimly lit, each step creaking faintly underfoot. As I descended, the air grew cooler, thicker somehow, as though it carried the weight of centuries-old secrets. Basement level 1. A place most students probably didn't even know existed. The sound of my footsteps echoed through the corridor as I passed by rows of locked doors. The faint hum of magic drifted through the air-protective enchantments, no doubt, meant to keep nosy students out. At the very end of the hallway, I found what I was looking for. Rare Book Archive. The plaque beside the iron door was tarnished with age, its letters slightly faded but still legible. I reached for the handle and click. Locked. Of course. I sighed. Figures. No surprise there. The archive was supposed to be restricted to professors, researchers, and licensed librarians, people like Viola. I could probably ask her for permission, but no. That raised too many questions. If she knew I was down here chasing something out of a webtoon, she'd start asking questions I didn't have answers for. So I did what any sane person would do in my situation. I tried to force it open. All right, let us see. I placed my hand over the door handle and whispered a basic unlocking incantation I'd learned from one of the Academy's spellbooks. Unlock. The magic fizzled weakly. Nothing happened. Yeah, didn't think that would work. The enchantment on this door was way above student level. I wasn't even sure if I could break it without setting off an alarm. Still, something about this place felt off. Like there was someone watching me from behind the heavy iron door. A faint vibration hummed under my fingertips. The handle pulsed once, faintly like a heartbeat. And then, click, the lock released. My breath caught. What the... The door creaked open on its own, letting out a low groan that echoed down the corridor. A cold draft brushed against my face. Every rational part of my brain screamed that I should turn back. But I didn't. I stepped inside. The interior was dim, lit only by a few floating orbs of pale blue light. Dust motes danced in the air. Countless tomes lined the walls, massive volumes bound in worn leather, some sealed with magical sigils that glowed faintly as I passed. It was beautiful in an eerie sort of way. I walked deeper, scanning each shelf. My eyes caught faint titles in languages I didn't recognize, ancient texts, grimoires, fragments of forgotten lore. And then, near the far wall, something shimmered faintly. A faint, golden glow. There, wedged between two thick tomes, was a book that I was looking for. Fundamentals of Natural Magic, a simple title. No declaraciones, no embellisments. Just plain words printed on an aged, dust-covered cover. At first glance, it looked like nothing special, just another relic of the past. But I knew better. Before the current, structured magic system was developed, there existed a primitive form of sorcery called natural magic, a power born when the winds of mana first began to stir across the empire. It was crude and inefficient, often unpredictable, and in the modern day, it was little more than a historical footnote, something professors mentioned in passing before moving on to real magic. However, the creator of that forgotten art was not someone history could easily dismiss. The founder of modern magic, the unparalleled genius of his era, Terwin Asmund. Natural magic was his earliest creation, and experimental foundation laid before he revolutionized the entire magical world. A true genius through and through. And like all geniuses, he had quirks that no one else could comprehend. Especially Terwin, whose eccentricity bordered on legendary. He was infamous for hiding his greatest inventions, scattering them across the empire like a mischievous treasure hunt for the curious. In one of those hidden artifacts, the Sage-S bookmark was said to be concealed within this very book. Let us see if the rumor is true. I flipped straight to the last page and placed my hand on the aged paper. Then, I slowly infused it with mana. Whoom! A faint vibration spread through the book, and light began to shimmer faintly along the edges of the pages. The entire tome responded to my magic alive, resonating with my mana like a heartbeat. Then, as if possessed, the pages started flipping rapidly on their own, the soft fluttering sound echoing through the silent archive. They stopped exactly at the center. A faint magic circle began to appear above the open book, drawn in lines of golden light that pulsed gently, illuminating the dim room. Ew! I couldn't help but whisper under my breath. In the webtoon, this part had looked simple, a single glowing circle, maybe a sparkle or two. But seeing it in person, it was breathtaking, elegant, intricate. The lines of the circle shifted and intertwined like flowing rivers of light, humming in rhythm with the air around me. As expected of Teruin, he wasn't just a genius, he was a romantic. He understood the thrill of discovery, the excitement of uncovering something hidden, the awe of witnessing forgotten magic. When a magic circle reached completion, the glow brightened once more, then condensed in an instant. Something small and metallic dropped softly onto the open page. Clink! A bookmark. Slim, silver, and intricately carved with runes that shimmered faintly as I picked it up. The Sage-S bookmark, I murmured, holding it carefully. A faint warmth pulsed from it, as if acknowledging me. It was just a trinket, it was alive with magic. Teruin Asmund, you really didn't disappoint. The magic circle, having completed its task, slowly faded away, its faint light scattering into the air like wisps of smoke until nothing remained. I carefully reached for the small object resting atop the book. So this is the Sage-S bookmark. It was smaller than I expected, thin and elegant, its edges engraved with intricate runes that pulsed faintly when I touched them. At its center sat a tiny emerald, glimmering softly under the dim library light. Even without knowing magic, I could tell it wasn't ordinary. Chapter 31. The Library 3. The craftsmanship alone was beyond anything a regular artisan could make. The hieroglyphs seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if alive, rearranging themselves each time I blinked. Of course, I couldn't understand a single one of them. Magic inscriptions had never been my specialty. Still, I knew how to use it. That much, at least, was simple enough. All I had to do was place the Sage-S bookmark in a book, ask it a question, and the letters on that page would rise up to form an answer. It didn't predict the future, no. That would been far too convenient. Instead, it drew from every piece of knowledge that existed in this world, past and present, to give an answer, however brief or cryptic. A miracle tool, really. There was one artifact out there that could peek into fragments of the future, but, yeah, that is way out of my reach right now. For the time being, this was more than enough. I set the bookmark on a clean, open page of the book ID brought and took a deep breath. Time to ask, does there currently exist a level of danger that could destroy this world? The question echoed faintly in the quiet archive. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then the air above the book shimmered. The ink on the page began to glow, and letters faint at first rose from the paper like drifting fireflies. They twisted and turned in the air, rearranging themselves until words finally formed before my eyes. Danger? None. I exhaled. Tension I hadn't realized I was holding finally leaving my shoulders. Phew, thank God. For a second there, I thought something terrible might be looming just out of sight. But if the Sage-S bookmark said otherwise, then that was that. Its accuracy rate was known to be 99.9. As far as I was concerned, that was as close to the truth as anyone could get. My worries had been for nothing. Still, as I closed the book and pocketed the bookmark, I couldn't help but glance toward the dim corner of the archive. Only one question per day. 24 hours before I could ask again, which meant I'd have to choose my next question very carefully, because something told me that sooner or later I would need to ask again. Satisfied with the answer, I leaned back slightly, already wondering what question I should ask next. If I wanted to figure out why these strange variables were appearing, I needed to understand how this thing actually worked. But then, however, I froze. I hadn't said anything yet. My previous question had already been answered. So why were more words suddenly forming? The faint, glowing letters began to rise again before my eyes, one after another. I held my breath, watching anxiously as they slowly arranged themselves into coherent text. Several weak possibilities exist. What? My brows furrowed as I read the words again, trying to make sense of them. Several weak possibilities exist. What is that supposed to mean? So, there is no immediate danger now, but there could be in the future? A cold unease settled in my chest. The message didn't feel like a simple warning, it felt like a prediction. Something vague, uncertain, but heavy enough to make my heart race. Feeling a faint dizziness, I pressed my hand to my forehead and shut my eyes tightly. It seems my path ahead won't be peaceful after all. No matter how much I wished for calm, this world clearly had other plans for me. For a long moment, I just stood there in silence. The faint golden light of the floating words slowly faded, leaving only the dim glow of the archive's lanterns and the sound of my heartbeat echoing in my ears. Several weak possibilities exist. That single line lingered in my mind like a whisper that refused to leave. TCH. I closed the book with a soft thud, the dust dancing in the air like faint embers. My reflection in the glossy surface of the table stared back at me calm, but undeniably uneasy. It was a clear warning, but wasn't meaningless either. If this artifact really possessed 99.9 accuracy, then those weak possibilities weren't something to dismiss. I slipped the Sage-S bookmark carefully into my inner pocket and sat there for a while, lost in thought. What kind of danger could it be referring to? The Empire collapsing? The return of some ancient calamity? Or maybe, no, I'm overthinking it. I shook my head lightly. The answer was vague, yes, but it didn't mean the end of the world was around the corner. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that this was somehow connected to all the changes I'd been noticing. Elena's different behavior. Tatsu's sudden appearance. Events diverging from how they were supposed to go in the webtoon. Each one of them was a small ripple, individually harmless. But together, they were starting to feel like waves. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. If this keeps up, I might really have to ask the bookmark about the cause. But not today. I'd already used my one question. And besides, asking about something like why is the world changing might give me an answer I wasn't ready for. I sighed quietly and stood up, brushing off the dust from my uniform. I should head back before curfew. Chapter 32. Several weak possibilities after leaving the library that day. A faint unease lingered in my chest like someone who went to remove a lump only to end up finding another somewhere else. The next morning arrived, but the gloomy air hanging over Class C hadn't lifted in the slightest. Everyone still looked somewhat deflated, their spirits dulled by yesterday's events. Naturally, those who had won their matches against Class E were getting the attention now. Their victories, even if small, had restored a bit of pride to the class. Elena was amazing, wasn't she? Her opponent was strong, but she completely crushed them. I know, right? She didn't even break a sweat. It wasn't that big of a deal, Elena said shyly, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. To the others, she was a beacon of hope, a precious reminder that Class C wasn't completely hopeless. Since morning, her classmates had been clinging to her, piling on praise that teetered between genuine admiration and obvious flattery. But Elena, perhaps unused to the sudden attention, kept sneaking glances at me. Every time our eyes met, she'd look away quickly, as if gauging how I felt about all the praise she was getting. Honestly, I didn't feel much about it. She deserved it. Still, that small, awkward tension between us hung in the air until she finally spoke. Elle Lewis also fought really well in yesterday's match, she said, trying to shift some of the attention toward me. But that attempt backfired almost immediately. Did he? Wasn't his opponent just kind of weak? One student said. Yeah, that guy was using some weird sword technique. I feel like I could be beating him too. Another added with a light laugh. Wasn't he just luck? I can hear you all, you know. The whispers weren't exactly subtle. They spoke as if I was miles away, not sitting literally right next to them. While the other victors were basking in compliments, my performance was being dissected and dismissed like it didn't matter. Their words didn't sting as much as I thought they would. Still, there was a faint, bitter taste in my mouth, something that made me quietly rest my chin on my hand and stare out the window. I suppose it's because my opponent used a sword technique they'd never seen before, and since he didn't look particularly strong, they just assumed the fight was one-sided. They'd change their tune if they fought that guy themselves. His swordsmanship might looked simple from a distance, but facing him directly was a completely different story. His blade was so fast that there was barely any time to read his movements. Every strike came sharp and unpredictable, leaving no room for hesitation. Still, I didn't feel any urge to correct their assumptions. They weren't entirely wrong, after all. I won because it was a duel based solely on swordsmanship, without magic involved. If it had been a normal duel one, where we could use magic freely, then I'd have been forced to surrender almost immediately. My D-grade magic wouldn't stand a chance against most students here. But Elena didn't seem to agree with that reasoning. I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk like that, she said softly, her voice carrying a firmness that caught everyone off guard. The air froze for a second. The girls who'd been whispering among themselves quickly looked away, suddenly uncomfortable under her gaze. Then, realizing their mistake, they muttered quick apologies to me and hurried back to their seats, almost tripping over themselves in the process. Elena turned back to me, her expression gentler now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up like that. It's fine, I said with a small shrug. They weren't wrong anyway. I did win because of luck. It was the truth, or at least that is how I saw it. I didn't care much about pride or recognition. Little things like that didn't matter to me. But Elena didn't seem convinced. I don't think so, she said quietly. I blinked. I don't think you're weak. And you always work so hard. Someone like that couldn't have won just because of luck. What? For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Was she talking about me? Sure, I trained regularly, but it wasn't like I was some tireless prodigy who never stopped practicing. I wasn't doing anything extraordinary, just enough to get by. I opened my mouth to correct her misunderstanding. Everyone, take your seats. Professor Dominic's voice cut through the room, silencing any further conversation. He entered the classroom with his usual calm expression, carrying a stack of papers under his arm. Today, we'll be discussing the characteristics of plant-type monsters found in the eastern region, he announced. The class shifted back into focus, papers rustling as everyone pulled out their notes. I sighed quietly and turned to my textbook, pushing aside the strange warmth lingering from Elena's words. Well, I could clear up the misunderstanding later. For now, I just needed to focus on the lesson. Professor Dominic's voice filled the room as he began his lecture, his tone steady and precise. Plant-type monsters are deceptively dangerous, he said, drawing a rough sketch on the board. Many of them lure prey by mimicking harmless flora. But once you get close, he tapped the chalk against the board. The sound sharp. They strike. Around me, pages flipped and pens scratched against paper. I tried to focus on taking notes, but my mind kept drifting back to what Elena had said. Someone like that couldn't have won just because of luck. Her words echoed faintly in my head. Why would she say something like that? It wasn't the first time she'd been kind to me, but this felt different. It wasn't sympathy or politeness. She sounded like she believed it. Like she genuinely thought I was strong, which made no sense. I'd seen my limits more clearly than anyone. I wasn't strong, I was just careful. Calculated. Lucky even. Lewis. I snapped back to reality. Professor Dominic was looking directly at me. Yes, Professor. He gestured toward the diagram on the board. If you were traveling through the misty marsh and encountered a mandragora vitis, what would you do? A few students turned to glance at me, curious. Great. Attention, just what I didn't need. Well, I started slowly, trying to recall what ID read. Mandragora vitis usually spreads its roots before attacking. If I notice the ground moving, ID retreat and burn the area before it can reach me. Dominic gave a small, approving nod. Good. You've done your reading. I exhaled in relief as the attention shifted away from me. Next to me, Elena leaned closer and whispered, "See? You do work hard." I gave her a sideways glance. That was just common sense. She smiled faintly. Common sense most people don't have. I looked away before she could see the corner of my mouth twitch. There was no winning with her, was there? The lecture continued, but my mind wandered again. Elena's reactions, her expression during the duel, the subtle shift in her attitude. Lately, in the webtoon, she wasn't supposed to act like this. She only started showing interest in Ed after his fight, not mine. So why did it feel like she was already paying attention to me? Something's changing again. That uneasy thought settled in the back of my mind as I stared down at my open textbook. Maybe the Sage S bookmark had been right after all. Several weak possibilities exist. Could this be one of them? I glanced at Elena, who was quietly jotting down notes beside me, completely focused on the lecture. Chapter 33, Knight in Shining Helmet? All classes had finally ended. Just a day had passed since the joint training with Class E, and today marked an important point in the story one I couldn't afford to miss. Yeah, today is the day Elena and Ed first meet. The two who, up until now, had only known of each other's existence would finally cross paths. The catalyst that would tie their fates together. In the original webtoon, it began innocently enough. Elena, accompanied by her attendant Ollie, went out to eat her favorite pudding at a cafe near the capital. But on her way back, she was suddenly ambushed and kidnapped by a group of thugs. The fools, seeing a noble girl in an academy uniform, thought they'd hit the jackpot. They knocked her out, planning to ransom her family for money. But when they realized how beautiful she was, they decided to try something far worse. And just before things could turn ugly, Ed appeared. He happened to be passing by, heard Ollie's screams, and saved Elena in the nick of time. That was how their story began. A neat, self-contained episode. No need for me to interfere. Normally, I would just stayed in my quarters, taking it easy. But after what has been happening lately, I couldn't trust the story to follow the script anymore. Things keep changing, and if something goes wrong this time, I shook the thought away. Better safe than sorry. After walking for a while, I arrived at a familiar part of the city. The Harlem District, one of the roughest areas in the capital. A breeding ground for crime. Full of lowlifes who sell their own mothers for coin. Should be around here, I muttered, glancing down the narrow streets. I followed the route from memory, turning corner after corner until I reached a rundown warehouse at the edge of the district. This is the place. The supposed stage for today's episode. Just as I was about to move closer, I heard muffled shouting. Stay still. MMPH. MMPH. I froze and instinctively ducked into a nearby alley. Moments later, several large men emerged from the shadows of the street, roughly dragging two struggling women. Even from a distance, I could recognize that golden hair smooth and gleaming even in the dim light. Elena, and beside her, the panicked cries of her attendant, Ollie. Right on cue, Elena hung limp in the arms of the kidnappers, her body motionless, while her attendant, Ollie, still struggled with desperate strength. I watched from the shadows as both of them were dragged into the warehouse by the cloaked women. Only when their footsteps and voices had completely faded did I finally step out of hiding. Everything had gone according to the script so far. This was the scene where Ed was supposed to make his dramatic entrance, defeat the kidnappers, and save Elena. It was one of his key hero moments, the start of his slow rise to glory. All I needed to do was wait for him to show up. But, damn it, why the hell isn't Ed showing up? I gritted my teeth, my pulse quickening. He should have appeared by now. This was his defining moment. But no matter how long I waited, the protagonist didn't he come. The seconds dragged on, and the warehouse door slammed shut behind Elena and her captors. The air grew heavier with each passing moment. Did something go wrong again? My stomach churned. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought Ed here myself, instead of waiting for the story to do it. I'd been too cautious, too afraid to disrupt the plot. And now, because of that, Elena, one of the main heroines, was in real danger. At this rate, something terrible might actually happen to her. I clenched my fists. That couldn't happen. Not to her. Guess I have no choice. If the hero wouldn't show up, I'd have to take his place. Even if it messed up the flow of the story, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But I couldn't let them recognize me, either. That would create an entirely different problem. I need something to cover my face. My eyes darted around the dark alley, scanning for anything I could use, a rag, a sack, anything. Then, something caught the faint glimmer of moonlight in the corner of the street. Something metallic. Perfect. The kidnappers, who had long forgotten their original goal of money, began creeping toward the unconscious Elena and the struggling Ollie with disgusting, lecherous grins. MMPH. MMPH. Aha. Let us have a little look, shall we? MMPH dash. Tui. Kaya. Help us. What? You little dash. Bang. The warehouse door burst open with a thunderous crash. Hey, W, what the hell? The kidnappers flinched and spun toward the entrance. Standing in the doorway, framed by the flickering lamplight, was a figure holding a sword that gleamed faintly blue. I stepped inside. The weapon in my hand was a conjured blade born from the Orb of Illusion. And on my head, a helmet. One of the thugs shouted, "What kind of lunatic wears a helmet and nothing else?" Their confusion was justified. I probably looked insane, my face completely hidden behind a glossy steel knight as helmet ID found discarded in a nearby alley. When ID realized I couldn't let them see my identity, ID grabbed the first thing I could find to hide my face. It just happened to be that helmet. No armor, no plan, just a sword, a helmet. And a very bad idea. The thugs quickly recovered from their shock, snarling as they raised their weapons. "Who the hell do you think you are, barging in here like that?" I didn't bother replying. I simply tightened my grip on the sword and took a step forward. "Please help us," Ollie cried, her voice trembling with desperation. "Shut up, wench," the leader barked, swinging his hand toward her. My eyes sharpened beneath the helmet. "He has just one man. Take care of him. Wah. Kill him." At the leader's shout, his men charged toward me all at once, their footsteps pounding across the dusty warehouse floor. Outnumbered, surrounded, a situation that should have made anyone's blood run cold. But I wasn't afraid. Not when I had this, the Dream Orb, or as some called it, the Orb of Illusion. Different names, same terrifying power. I tightened my grip on the sword and drew in a steady breath. Mana surged through me, crackling faintly in my fingertips before racing down the blade. Sparks began to dance along its surface, growing brighter with every heartbeat. The thugs didn't slow down. If anything, the sight of the light only made them rush faster, thinking they could overwhelm me before I finished whatever I was planning. Big mistake. With a low exhale, I swung my sword in one clean motion. A brilliant arc of electricity exploded forward, slicing through the air in a blinding flash. The sparks stretched outward, forming a line of pure lightning that tore across the warehouse like a storm unleashed. The air crackled, metal screamed, and for a moment, everything was swallowed by light. According to what ID heard from Burno, naming a technique amplified its power something about focus, intent, and resonance with the mana itself. So I figured, why not? I smirked. Lightning slash. The name left my lips just as the wave of electricity reached its peak. Crackle. A deafening surge of energy filled the room. The floor vibrated, walls flickered with reflected light, and the smell of ozone stung the air. Chapter 34. Night and Shining. Helmet? Tu Quam. A blinding flash tore through the warehouse. A violent storm of lightning exploded from my blade, engulfing the space in roaring light and sound. The force of it shook the ground beneath my feet, then, With a deafening crash, one side of the warehouse wall gave way, crumbling outward in a shower of debris. Wow, the word slipped out before I could stop it. Even I hadn't expected that. I had unleashed the technique at full strength, not bothering to hold back or control the surge of power, and the result was far beyond anything I imagined. As the light faded and the smoke slowly cleared, the devastation revealed itself piece by piece. Chunks of the wall lay scattered across the ground. Sparks still danced faintly in the air, flickering between the collapsed beams. And all around, the kidnappers were sprawled motionless on the floor, groaning faintly. "They're not dead, are they?" A sudden wave of worry hit me. I crouched slightly, scanning the fallen men. One of them twitched. Another gave a weak groan. Good. They were alive, barely conscious, but alive. With that small relief, I sheathed my sword and turned toward the corner of the room, where Elena and her maid were bound. Ali's eyes widened the moment she saw me approach. "Thank you for saving us." I didn't answer. There was no need to say anything, and even less reason to risk revealing my identity. Instead, I knelt down beside them and examined their condition. Elena was still unconscious, her breathing steady, her clothes disheveled but otherwise intact. No visible injuries, no marks. "Thank goodness," I murmured quietly, a breath of relief slipping out before I could stop it. For a moment, I feared I'd arrived too late, that they might have done something irreversible. But thankfully, it seemed I wasn't. I could feel Ali's eyes on me the whole time, her expression a mix of gratitude and curiosity, as if trying to pierce through the hood that hid my face. Snap! The ropes gave way under my blade with a clean cut. "Thank you." Ali's voice trembled slightly, part relief, part emotion. I stood, taking one last look at the two of them, Elena resting peacefully, Ali clutching her hand protectively. They were safe now. That was all that mattered. "I'll be going." Fatigue was starting to take its toll. My body felt heavy, my breathing uneven. I'd used far too much mana anymore, and I might actually collapse again. Still, I couldn't rest yet. I needed to leave before wee-oh-oh. What does that sound? A sharp, wailing noise echoed through the air, bouncing off the walls of the dim warehouse. It took me a moment to realize what it was. A siren. It's the security guards. "Over here," someone shouted. My eyes widened. Security guards? Panic flickered through me as the distant sound of armored footsteps grew closer. It must have been one of those idiots. Someone must have called for help during the fight. Great. Just great. I hadn't committed any crime, technically speaking. So even if the guard arrived, it shouldn't be a problem. But my heart still pounded in my chest, because if they investigated even a little, my identity might get exposed. And that would ruin everything. The story had already started to drift off course. The last thing I needed was for Elena to find out that I was the one who saved her. If she knew, the fragile thread connecting her to Ed could snap completely. That SYD gone through the trouble of wearing this suffocating helmet in the first place. No one could recognize me. No one should. The blaring siren grew louder. The guards were almost here. No time left. If they found me, they'd question me, check my ID, maybe even drag me back for an official report. And then everything I'd been trying to control would spiral out of my hands. For now, I just need to get out of here. As the guards stormed into the warehouse, the thugs and onlookers all turned their attention toward them. That was my chance. Moving quickly, I slipped between the shadows and darted toward the far exit. My steps were light but hurried, every muscle screaming for rest as I pushed forward. Just before stepping out into the night air, I glanced back one last time. The guards were already surrounding the unconscious thugs, shouting orders, completely unaware of me. Good. Without another word, I disappeared into the dark alley beyond the warehouse, the faint glow of the siren lights fading behind me. Did I get away without being noticed? I pressed my back against the cold stone wall, the echo of my ragged breathing filling the narrow alleyway. After running for what felt like forever, I finally stopped and carefully peeked around the corner. No guards, no pursuers, only the faint sound of distant footsteps and the city's usual night noises. Good. Relieved, I reached up and yanked off the metal helmet that had been suffocating me the entire time. Phew! I exhaled sharply, letting the cool air wash over my sweat-drenched face. The inside of the helmet was slick with moisture, my own breath and sweat trapped by the damn thing. If I weren't for a few more minutes, I probably would passed out from lack of air. How do knights wear this every day? The metal was heavy, and my neck ached from supporting its weight for so long. I always thought knights looked cool, majestic, even when they marched through the streets in full armor, gleaming under the sun. But now that I actually worn one of their helmets, that admiration had taken a serious hit. They must either be superhuman or completely insane. Probably both. I gave a tired chuckle and slumped against the wall, sliding down until I was half sitting, half leaning on it. My vision swam slightly, and I felt a dull ache spreading from my chest to my fingertips. There was again that familiar, empty feeling. The aftermath of overusing my mana. Magic impotent, Lewis unable to handle even one decent spell without collapsing. I could still feel the faint traces of mana pulsing weakly through me, flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. The power of the technique had been far greater than I'd expected. Impressive, even. But what good was it if I ended up like this afterward, drained, staggering, barely able to stand? A glass cannon, strong enough to make an impact, but fragile enough to shatter after one shot. That was me. I need to solve this mana problem. Fast. Chapter 35. Knight in Shining. Helmet? 3. The number of unpredictable variables in this world was growing every day. Elena as strange behavior. The appearance of people who shouldn't exist, the hidden artifacts. If I wanted to survive whatever was coming, I needed more mana. More power. But right now, all I wanted was a bed. My limbs felt like lead, and my eyelids grew heavier with every step I took. Still, I pushed myself upright, forcing my trembling legs to move. One step at a time, I made my way out of the alley, heading toward the faint lights of the academy in the distance. By the time I finally reached my dorm, I was too exhausted to even think. I collapsed face first on the bed, armor and all. I'll think about it tomorrow. And with that half-conscious mumble, I drifted off to sleep, unaware that tomorrow's problems were already waiting for me. The next day, the academy was in an uproar. Word of last night's incident had already spread like wildfire through the security division. A student had been kidnapped. Not just any student, but the daughter of Count. It was the kind of event that sent shockwaves through the entire campus. Professors whispered in hushed tones, guards doubled their patrols, and students were told to stay within the academy grounds. By noon, the administration had issued an official notice. All student outings are suspended until further notice. That one line was enough to crush my weekend plans. Great. Just great. I had been planning to use the weekend to search for items that could help boost my magic power. Now, thanks to the lockdown, I was stuck. In the original story, Ed was the one who saved Elena swiftly and cleanly with nothing but his impeccable swordsmanship. The guards hadn't even needed to get involved. Everything had gone according to the script. But now, Idin Darwanat, and I hadn't exactly done it quietly. The lightning slash had been spectacular enough to wake the whole neighborhood, apparently. So of course the story had shifted. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. Still, I didn't regret it. If I hadn't gone all out, I might not have survived that fight. Holding back would been suicide. But there was something else, something that bothered me far more than the lockdown or the attention I was now getting. Why hadn't Ed shown up at all last night? According to the story, he should been there. He should been the one to save Elena. But when everything went down, when she was taken, when I fought those kidnappers, he was nowhere to be found. Could something have happened to him? The thought wouldn't leave me alone. When I finally stumbled back to my dorm room, exhausted and barely keeping my eyes open, I pulled out the Sage's bookmark. My hands trembled slightly as I flipped open a blank page and pressed the bookmark down. What was Ed doing during the kidnapping last night? The page glowed faintly. Letters began to rise, forming words in the air before me. Physical. Training. Huh. For a few seconds, I just stared blankly at the floating text. That was it. The protagonist, the Ed, had been doing physical training while the heroine was being kidnapped. My jaw slackened in disbelief. Unbelievable. I slumped back in my chair, trying to make sense of it. Was he just that confident nothing would happen? Or was it arrogance? No matter how I looked at it, it was absurd. If I hadn't T gone there by chance, if I hadn't T intervened when I did, Elena might have. A chill ran down my spine at the thought. This wasn't T something I could brush off. Not anymore. The future. Didn't T go as planned? Saying it out loud made it feel heavier, more real. The weight of those words pressed against my chest like a stone. I couldn't T move. Up until now, I treated everything lightly, almost carelessly, thinking the story would simply play out as it did in the comic. That all I had to do was nudge things along, keep the timeline intact, and everything would fall neatly into place. But the reality in front of me was far from that. One wrong step, one small deviation, and everything started to shift subtly at first, but now I could feel it spiraling. The future I thought I knew was already slipping through my fingers. And if I kept pretending it was fine, pretending I could predict everything that would happen, then sooner or later, I'd be the one crushed by the consequences. I exhaled slowly, my thoughts aligning with grim clarity. No more foolishly believing in a predetermined future, I muttered. The simple goal I once had, bringing Ed and Elena together, watching the story reach its proper ending, just to satisfy my own curiosity, that was no longer enough. If the world was changing, then I'd have to change with it. Maybe it was time to stop following the story and start writing my own. Elena hurried along the academy path, practically fleeing from her overly enthusiastic maid, Ollie, who had been chattering nonstop since morning. Last night's events were still vivid in her mind. The sudden ambush, the moment everything went dark, and then the mysterious stranger who had appeared out of nowhere to save them. Ollie, of course, hadn't stopped talking about it since dawn. And then he appeared like a knight in shining armor. No, not armor, a helmet. A real hero, Lady Elena. Yeah, Elena Sigid softly, glancing at her maid with a weary smile. Ollie, we've been over this at least 10 times already. But my lady, he was so cool. The way the lightning danced around him like something out of a fairy tale. Elena pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh despite herself. She couldn't deny it, their rescuer had been incredible. A man who appeared from nowhere, facing down danger without hesitation, saving people he didn't even know. It was something straight out of the heroic stories she had loved since childhood. Someone who couldn't stand injustice. Someone who acted without seeking reward. A righteous, selfless person. Yes, he was exactly like a hero from a novel. Still, gratitude weighed heavily on her heart. She had wanted desperately to thank him, to at least see his face and know who he was. But before she could even gather her thoughts, he had vanished into the night. He hadn't said a single word, just turned away and disappeared, leaving behind nothing but the faint crackle of electricity in the air. Elena hadn't seen his face, no one had. His identity was completely concealed beneath that helmet. Only Ollie, who had regained consciousness sooner, remembered one thing clearly. He used lightning magic, my lady, and he was holding a sword. That was the only clue they had. A swordsman who wielded powerful lightning magic, a rare combination. Elena's gaze drifted toward the morning sky as she walked, her expression softening. Who could he be? She murmured under her breath. Who was that man who had appeared so suddenly, only to vanish before she could say a word of thanks? There were so many things she wanted to ask him, so many things she wanted to say. And if fate ever allowed their paths to cross again, she swore she wouldn't let him leave without knowing her gratitude. Chapter 36. Class Representative 1. Good morning, Elena. Good morning to you too, Vivian. Elena greeted her friend with a gentle smile as she took her seat. Despite everything that had happened yesterday, she still managed to sound calm, almost as if nothing had occurred. Although she had nearly been kidnapped, the Academy had handled the matter quietly and efficiently. Thanks to their discretion, no one knew that she had been the victim. Of course, the incident couldn't be completely hidden. The Academy had issued an emergency ban on all student outings, and news of a kidnapping attempt spread like wildfire. Now, whispers filled the halls. Everyone wanted to know who the target was. Elena, however, couldn't understand why. Why would anyone be curious about something like that? She sighed softly, setting her bag down. Hello, Louis. Her desk partner, Louis, greeted her with a faint smile as he sank into his seat beside her. He looked unusually tired, his eyes slightly shadowed. You came to school today? He asked absent-mindedly. Elena blinked. Huh, of course I did. Why would T.I.? Louis froze for a brief second, realizing what he just said. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I guess I'm just really out of it today. Elena tilted her head slightly, then smiled again. It's fine. You must train late last night, right? Louis gave a vague laugh, scratching the back of his neck. Something like that. Her assumption was convenient, and he wasn't about to correct it. As the morning sunlight poured through the tall windows, the chatter in the classroom gradually quieted. Elena turned her attention to the front, opening her notebook and neatly arranging her pens. Whatever had happened yesterday, she decided not to think about it anymore. Today was a new day, and as far as anyone else knew, she was just another student, nothing more, nothing less. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I almost slipped up. Ordinary students didn't know that Elena had been the victim of yesterday's kidnapping incident. But because of everything that happened, I just assumed she'd be absent for at least a day. So when I saw her sitting there in her usual seat, perfectly composed, I froze for a second, my mind still foggy from lack of sleep, and nearly said something stupid. That was close. Too close. I clenched my jaw and forced myself to refocus. I can't afford to make careless mistakes like that. Now when a single wrong word could unravel everything. Stay sharp, Louis. The door slid open. Screech. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, everyone. I trust you've all been well. Professor Dominic entered with his usual calm demeanor, carrying a stack of papers under his arm. The classroom, once filled with idle chatter, immediately quieted down as the morning assembly began. As you probably already heard, he began, his tone grave. There was an incident yesterday in which one of our students was nearly kidnapped. The room fell into an uneasy silence. I knew the full story, of course. I'd been there. So, while the others listened with tense faces, I tuned him out, letting his words wash over me like background noise. The event that was supposed to serve as the turning point, the incident that would bring Ed and Elena closer, had already gone off script. The timeline had shifted, meaning the natural development between them was gone, erased by my interference. Now the question was, how do I fix it? How do I create a new situation where the two can still grow close? As I was lost in thought, half listening to Dominic's lecture, a single phrase cut through the haze of my mind. And so, today, we'll be selecting a class representative. I blinked. Wait a second. Class representative? A slow grin tugged at the corner of my lips. That's it. A perfect opportunity had just fallen right into my lap. The Academy's student council and organization that was practically its own miniature empire. Planning department, finance department, disciplinary department, and more. Each division had its own responsibilities, and together they wielded considerable influence over the Academy's daily affairs. It wasn't just for show either. The council had real authority, budget control, event planning, even the right to discipline students in certain cases. For a group run entirely by students, their autonomy was absurdly high, and the protagonist, Ed, happened to be one of them. He and T joined under normal circumstances. After the Arcana incident, a major event where several students were kidnapped by monsters, Ed had stepped up, leading the rescue efforts and saving multiple lives. That incident was what first put him in the spotlight, earning him the attention of both students and faculty. Thanks to that, he was scouted directly by the student council. Despite being a first year, he joined the disciplinary department, a rare, almost unheard of privilege. Of course, there were political motives behind the decision. The Academy's public philosophy was simple. If you have the skill, your background doesn't matter. Ed, being a commoner with exceptional ability, was the perfect example to showcase that principle. And it also benefited Anna Blackwood, the current student council president, and the imperial princess herself. Rumors have been spreading that she looked down on commoners. So, by recruiting Ed, she could silence her critics and appear fair-minded. But the real kicker? Eventually, she becomes part of Ed's harem. I sighed quietly, rubbing my temple. Great. Another one. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. But that was a problem for later. Right now, I had a different task. Anyone who wants to be class representative, raise your hand, Professor Dominic announced. A few hands went up here and there, mostly students looking to show off or gain favor with the professors. My eyes instinctively drifted to Elena. As expected, she looked utterly disinterested, calm, composed, and detached from the commotion. No surprise there. In the original comic, she hadn't been the class representative either. She was the type who preferred to act rather than lead, to observe rather than command. So how do I make her interested? That was the real problem. If I could somehow get her to take the position, she'd naturally start interacting more with Ed. The class representative often had to work closely with the student council, especially with the disciplinary department. In other words, with him. It was the perfect setup to recreate the connection they were supposed to have. But Elena wasn't someone you could push or manipulate easily. I need to make it look like her own decision. Maybe if I framed it as something only she could handle, something responsible, something that appealed to her sense of pride, or just as she might actually consider it. She wasn't the kind to seek power, but she did take responsibility seriously. All right, that could work. Now, I just needed to find the right opportunity and the right words. Something subtle, something natural. As you all know, there are benefits to becoming the class representative. Seeing how lukewarm the response was, Professor Dominic smiled awkwardly and tried to liven up the atmosphere. If you become a class officer, you'll receive activity funds directly from the student council. And during major events, you'll gain additional privileges and official recognition, things that could be quite useful later on. The students, however, remained quiet. Chapter 37. Class Representative 2. Even after Professor finished listing the perks, the room was filled only with the faint rustle of papers and the occasional yawn. These aren't the kind of benefits that appeal to nobles, I thought, suppressing a sigh. For commoners, activity funds and recognition might sound valuable. But for the nobles here, who were practically bathing in family allowances and influence, none of that meant much. Yeah, that is not going to motivate anyone to step up. Professor Dominic cleared his throat again, trying to sound encouraging, but the apathy in the room was palpable. I glanced to my side. Elena sat there, as calm and composed as ever, her eyes barely leaving the open page of her textbook. Aren't you interested in being class representative? I asked casually, trying not to sound too curious. She looked up at me, tilting her head slightly. Me? Well, I'm not particularly drawn to it. As expected, not even a hint of interest. Elena wasn't someone who cared about recognition or power. She was the type who preferred quiet diligence over public roles. But if I wanted to fix the story's flow and get her close to Ed again, I needed her to care about something. Something that could actually tempt her. And then a thought struck me. The student council president is the imperial princess, right? I said, pretending to ask offhandedly. Elena blinked, slightly puzzled. Yes, she is. But why do you ask? I heard there's a special benefit that the princess personally gives to student council members. Her brow furrowed slightly. A special benefit? Yeah. I leaned in a little, lowering my voice as if sharing a secret. Apparently, she treats them to exclusive desserts made by the imperial chef. Stuff you can't find anywhere else, not even in the capital S luxury shops. At that, Elena's usually composed expression flickered ever so slightly. Gotcha. I knew from the webtoon that she had a notorious weakness for sweets. The imperial princess being the social butterfly, she had often used that to get closer to her subordinates, especially Ed. Of course, the whole dessert thing had been her subtle ploy to charm him. But technically, what I said wasn't a lie. Elena really loved desserts. Maybe that could be my angle, something to spark her interest in running for class representative. I brought it up half-heartedly, not expecting much. Sure, she had a soft spot for sweets, but surely she wouldn't be tempted by something as trivial as imperial desserts? I froze. Wait, it's working? Her calm expression shifted, her usually composed eyes glimmering with curiosity and just a hint of temptation. That's right, I said quickly, seizing the moment. Made directly by the imperial chef. Desserts you absolutely can't eat anywhere else. Gulp. She actually swallowed. Unconsciously. The image of Elena Bellahart, usually dignified, graceful, the perfect noble lady looking so easily swayed by the promise of sweets. It was almost surreal. At this point, she was teetering on the edge. Actually, I added casually, I heard the class representative doesn't even have that much work to do. So it's basically free desserts for minimal effort. Wouldn't it be worth it? She hesitated for a moment, glancing down in thought. Then, in a quiet voice, maybe I should give it a try? Nice. I barely held back a grin. Just like that, she'd taken the bait hook, line, and sinker. Is there anyone else who wants to run? Professor Dominic's voice rang out across the room. Perfect timing. Before I could even blink, Elena's hand rose into the air. I'd like to run as well. All right, Dominic said with a small nod. Elena Bellahart will be added to the list of candidates. Her name was written neatly on the blackboard, glowing faintly under the sunlight, filtering through the window. And just like that, my mission was complete. I exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Everything was going exactly as planned. I raised my hand, but Elena turned to me, looking a little uncertain. What if I don't get elected? Don't worry, I said with an easy smile. From what I can see, you're definitely going to win. Do you really think so? Of course, I replied confidently. It's inevitable. And it was. Every male student in the class was practically bewitched by Elena's charm. And most of the girls admired her for standing up to those who mocked me before. She was respected, kind, and beautiful, an unbeatable combination. If she didn't win, I'd start questioning reality itself. According to the voting results, Professor Dominic announced moments later, Elena Bellahart is now appointed as Class CS representative. Everyone, please applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The room filled with applause, and Elena stood up gracefully, though her eyes flickered toward me for a brief moment, a small, triumphant smile tugging at her lips. I leaned back in my seat, arms crossed, feeling oddly satisfied. As expected, my prediction was spot on. During the class representative election, Elena was chosen almost instantly. She didn't even have to campaign. Her calm demeanor and quiet charisma earned her near unanimous support. When the class erupted into applause, Elena blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting the attention. Watching her flustered expression, I couldn't help but smile quietly to myself. Just as planned. Now then, Professor Dominic said, glancing around the room with his usual calm tone. Let us have the new class representative, Elena, choose the vice representative. Any objections? No. The response was immediate. Apparently, everyone trusted Elena enough to make the decision on her own. Normally, the student with the second highest votes would automatically become vice representative, but this wasn't a normal situation. I leaned back slightly, thinking about how things were unfolding. Everything was proceeding smoothly so far. All that was left was for Elena to choose Ed as vice representative, just like in the original story. Then, Elena turned her head toward me. Our eyes met. My heart sank. Wait, no way. She not. Could you help me out, Lewis? Huh. For a second, I genuinely thought I misheard her. But then her eyes softened, a small hopeful smile tugging at her lips as she looked directly at me. The classroom went silent. Every single gaze in class shifted to me. I could practically feel the weight of their stares pressing down on my shoulders. This was not part of the plan. I wanted to nudge the story back on track, not throw myself directly into the middle of it. But if I refused now, it would only create an awkward scene. And Elena, well, she looked so sincerely expectant that saying no would make me feel like the villain. All right, I sighed. scratching the back of my neck. I'll be the vice representative. Really? Elena's eyes brightened instantly, her face lighting up with relief and genuine joy. Why does she look that happy about it? Lewis, Professor Dominic said, clearly pleased with the decision. From this moment on, you are officially Class C's vice representative. And just like that, my small, harmless plan to fix the story had gone completely off script. ID only wanted to guide Elena and Ed closer together. Yet somehow, ID ended up right beside her instead. I could already feel a headache forming. This is going to be troublesome, I muttered under my breath, while Elena smiled cheerfully next to me, utterly unaware that she just turned all my plans upside down. Chapter 38. Hidden Treasures After School. At Elena's request to spare a bit of time, I found myself sitting across from her in a small cafe tucked inside the academy grounds. The faint aroma of roasted beans filled the air, and the chatter of other students served as a soft backdrop. I'm sorry for deciding on my own, she said suddenly, her voice low but sincere. No, there's no need to apologize, I replied, waving a hand lightly. Elena's eyes were full of guilt as she fidgeted with her teacup. I hadn't expected her to take the vice representative decision so seriously. Honestly, it wasn't a big deal. Sure, I hadn't planned on becoming vice representative, but it wasn't necessarily a bad outcome either. In fact, if I thought about it logically, it could even be useful. Getting closer to the main characters wasn't a problem. It might even help me steer the story back to its original flow. The narrative had already gone off the rails, and if I wanted to prevent more unexpected variables, I needed to be close enough to influence them. After all, I was the one who convinced Elena to become class representative in the first place. So, if she wanted me by her side to help, it was only fair that I follow through. It's fine, really, I said again, offering a small smile. You don't have to feel bad about it. If anything, it's my fault for not expecting it. Elena looked up, her expression softening slightly. Even so, I'll try not to burden you too much. That's not something you need to worry about. It took a few minutes and several reassurances before I finally managed to calm her down. Once she seemed more at ease, the conversation drifted toward lighter topics, classes, the academy, and even small details about student life. But eventually, she had to leave. After yesterday's kidnapping incident, she wasn't allowed to move around freely anymore. For her safety, she returned to the dormitory under the watchful escort of Ollie and a group of knights. As I watched her disappear down the street, I exhaled quietly. The immediate crisis had been resolved. There shouldn't be any major incidents for a while, which meant I could finally relax a little. Or at least, that was the plan. Bruno, I called as soon as I returned to my room. Yes, young master, he answered, stepping forward with his usual calm expression. Do you have any magic potions hidden away? I asked casually, leaning against the desk. Bruno blinked. Magic potions? Yeah, anything that could increase my mana reserves or strengthen my circuits. He hesitated. No, I don't. That pause was suspiciously long. The way he looked away immediately after answering only made it worse. You sure about that? I asked, narrowing my eyes slightly. Bruno coughed lightly, avoiding my gaze altogether. Ahem, completely certain, young master. I sighed. It was obvious he was hiding something, but I decided not to press him. Even if he did have a few minor potions stashed away, they wouldn't make much difference. A simple mana enhancement elixir wouldn't raise my rank from D to C, let alone anything higher. What I needed was something stronger, something rare enough to actually make a difference. And I already knew where to find it. That's why I was planning to go out this weekend. There were a few places outside the academy where I could find the materials, or maybe even the artifacts I needed to increase my magical power. But venturing out wasn't something I could do carelessly. Are you going straight to training today? Bruno asked, tilting his head. The way he asked told me exactly what he was thinking. You've been slacking off lately. I rubbed the back of my neck, sighing. Not today. May I ask why? There is something more important than swinging a sword right now. And that is, I turned toward the window, watching the faint glow of the evening sun spill across the academy grounds. A way to increase my magic power, I said quietly. Because in this world strength wasn't just about the sword. It was about mana. And until I broke past this limitation, I'd always be standing in someone else's shadow. Wait a minute. Maybe, could there be hidden treasures within the Academy that never appear in the comic? The thought struck me suddenly, sending a spark of excitement down my spine. It was impossible. After all, Classy S. Baldo was proof enough he didn't exist in the comic's original story, yet here he was, very much real. If one person could appear out of nowhere, then who is to say there weren't places, artifacts, or secrets the author never bothered to show? There could be hidden dungeons, sealed relics, maybe even legendary items tucked away somewhere in this massive campus. If that were true, and if I could find them, they might be just what I need to boost my magical power. But the problem was obvious. How was I supposed to find them? The Academy was enormous, practically a city in itself, filled with ancient buildings and wards older than most kingdoms. I could search for months and still not uncover half of it. Then, an idea hit me. Wait, the Sage S bookmark. That artifact could answer almost any question. Why not this one? If I asked it directly, wouldn't it tell me where to find one of those hidden treasures? A grin crept onto my face. I've got an all-purpose answer sheet in my pocket, and I've been worrying for nothing. Without wasting another second, I jumped to my feet. All right, I muttered, feeling my pulse quicken. Let us test it right away. Having made up my mind, I bolted toward the dormitory. Hey, where are you going? Bruno's voice echoed behind me, sharp with irritation. You still have training left. Taking a break today, I shouted over my shoulder, not bothering to look back. Lewis. I could hear him still yelling something, but his voice faded quickly as I sprinted across the courtyard. Not today, Bruno. Not when I might be on the verge of discovering something incredible. I had more important things to do. If there really were hidden treasures within the Academy, things the comic never mentioned, then finding them might be the key to changing everything. And I intended to find out. Chapter 39. The Thing Beneath the Floor. After returning to my room, I wasted no time. I grabbed the nearest book, flipped it open, and carefully slipped the metallic bookmark between its pages. The moment the Sage S bookmark touched the paper, a faint hum filled the air. Then, phoom, a soft, radiant glow spread from the bookmark, its runes pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Good. It's working properly. I took a slow breath, steadying my excitement before asking, are there any items within the Academy that can increase magical power? For a few seconds, silence. Then, glowing letters began to rise from the page one by one until they formed a single line of text. North. Abandoned building. Basement. Just as I thought. Short and simple. The Sage S bookmark was always precise with its answers. But what intrigued me more was what it revealed. In the original webtoon, there had been no mention, none whatsoever, of any artifact within the Academy that could enhance magical power. The story never touched on anything like that, which could only mean one thing. The author must have left behind some hidden settings. I leaned back, grinning faintly. If this was true, if there were things in this world that even the original story hadn't covered, then this place was practically a treasure map waiting to be explored. If there's one hidden item, there might be others too. Just the thought of it sent a small thrill through me. Without wasting another second, I grabbed my jacket, pocketed the bookmark, and slipped out of the dormitory. Is this the place? The night air was cold as I stood before the old northern building. Even from a distance, the place radiated a sense of abandonment. The windows were broken in several spots, the doors half hanging from their hinges. Vines had begun crawling up the cracked stone walls, and the faint creaking of loose wood echoed every time the wind blew. It looked like it hadn't seen life in decades. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped closer. No lights, no movement, just silence. I could see why they stopped using it after the Academy expanded. The whole place felt wrong, like it was holding its breath. Still, none of that mattered. According to the Sage S bookmark, something valuable was hidden in the basement. And if I wanted to grow stronger to survive whatever unpredictable turns this world had in store for me, I needed that item. Taking one last look around to make sure no one was watching, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. Dust swirled in the air, catching faint streaks of moonlight through the shattered windows. My footsteps echoed softly against the cracked floor as I made my way deeper into the darkness. Every instinct told me to turn back, but curiosity and maybe a hint of greed kept my legs moving. "All right," I muttered under my breath, tightening my grip on the small flashlight ID brought. "Basement first, then we'll see what's waiting." The faint light illuminated a stairway leading down. The air grew colder with each step I took, the silence thick enough to make even my heartbeat sound loud. Whatever was hidden here, I was about to find out. Creak! The rusted door groaned painfully as I pushed it open, the sound slicing through the dead silence of the night. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. Broken furniture, shattered glass, and forgotten scraps of wood were strewn across the floor, leaving no clue as to what this place had once been. Thud, thud. My footsteps echoed faintly against the cracked tiles. Each step sounded too loud in the heavy stillness. Even the usual hum of insects outside had vanished, as if nature itself wanted nothing to do with this place. Maybe I should have brought Berno along. The thought slipped out before I could stop it. Of course, if I had told him, he'd have immediately grabbed me by the collar and lectured me for an hour before dragging me back to the dorm. He'd say things like it's dangerous, or don't go wandering off at night. He'd be right, too. But somehow, walking into this place alone had felt necessary. Now, though, standing in the middle of this eerie silence, I wasn't so sure. The air was damp and cold, the faint smell of mold clinging to every breath. The moonlight leaking through the broken windows stretched across the floor in thin, pale lines, casting long, crooked shadows that almost looked like they were moving. I swallowed, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. "All right, no turning back now," I muttered under my breath. Each step deeper into the building felt heavier than the last. And then, splash, eek dash, a cold sensation suddenly wrapped around my ankle. My heart lurched as I stumbled back, hastily lowering my magic lamp toward the floor. A shallow puddle glistened beneath the faint light, the water dark and still. "Just water," I muttered, forcing out a shaky laugh. "Get a grip, Lewis." Still, the sound of that splash echoed unnaturally long in the quiet building, as if the walls themselves were whispering it back to me. Cold sweat trickled down my temple, and I quickly wiped it away with the back of my hand. "Damn, it's nothing," I muttered, trying to convince myself more than anyone else. Feeling both tense and embarrassed at my own nerves, I stomped my foot against the dusty floor in irritation. Thump! The dull echo of the sound calmed me a little, grounding me back in reality. I exhaled slowly and began to look around with a clearer head. The place was silent, eerily so. Shadows clung to every corner, and the faint scent of mold and rust filled the air. Now that the initial rush of excitement had worn off, the situation finally hit me. I walked straight into an abandoned building in the middle of the night because a glowing piece of metal told me there was treasure hidden inside. "Yeah," I muttered under my breath. That was smart. In hindsight, maybe I'd been a little too reckless. If the Sage S bookmark said there was an artifact here, then there was definitely something valuable, but in this world, valuable things never came easy. Items with special power always had trials attached to them. Traps, guardians, curses, take your pick. Even if this world was originally a webtoon, the logic of adventure stories still applied. And right now, I had no idea what kind of danger might be lurking beneath my feet. "Right, I'll come back later," I said firmly, nodding to myself. "This isn't running away. It's a strategic retreat." Yes, exactly. Perfectly rational. I'd regroup, gather better equipment, maybe even bring someone who knew purification magic. Rumble. Huh. The floor beneath me trembled faintly. At first, I thought I imagined it. But then, rumble, rumble. The vibrations grew stronger. Dust raining down from the ceiling as the floorboards groaned underfoot. My breath caught in my throat. You got to be kidding me. The entire building began to shake, and a low, grinding noise echoed from somewhere below. It felt like the ground itself was coming alive. Whatever I had just triggered, it was too late to retreat now. Chapter 40. Hidden Dungeon 1. The entire building began to shake, and a low, grinding noise echoed from somewhere below. It felt like the ground itself was coming alive. Whatever I had just triggered, it was too late to retreat now. Was it an earthquake? Caught completely off guard, I froze where I stood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The trembling grew stronger, the floor shuddering beneath my boots. Dust drifted down from the cracked ceiling, and the old walls groaned as if the entire building were alive and in pain. My balance faltered, and I barely managed to steady myself against a nearby pillar. What the hell? I waited, expecting the shaking to stop after a few seconds. But it didn't. The vibrations only grew worse, turning into a violent quake that made it nearly impossible to stand upright. Then crack. A sharp, splintering sound cut through the noise. I looked down just in time to see jagged cracks crawling across the floor like a spider's web. They spread too fast. From the floor to the walls, the fissures expanded in every direction, breaking apart the already fragile structure. The entire room seemed to crumble before my eyes. And then boom, the ground beneath me gave way. Wait dash. The word barely left my mouth before I was swallowed whole. The floor vanished, and my body plummeted into the gaping blackness below. For a moment, there was nothing, no sound. No light, just the sensation of falling endlessly through the dark. And then the world around me disappeared completely. Thud! Ugh! The breath was knocked out of me as I hit the ground. Thankfully, the fall wasn't too high, but the impact still left my head spinning for a moment. Damn, that hurt. I sat up slowly, rubbing my back. The air down here was cold or damp, even, and carried a faint metallic scent, like rust or old blood. Where is this place? Blinking through the dimness, I spotted my magic lamp lying a few feet away. I crawled over, grabbed it, and quickly brushed off the dust before lighting it again. A pale glow spread through the space, pushing back the darkness just enough for me to see the uneven stone floor and the walls that seemed too smooth, too precise to be natural. My first instinct was to look up. The floor I'd been standing on had collapsed, so logically, the ceiling above me should have a gaping hole. But when I raised the lamp, what? There was nothing, not even a crack. The ceiling was completely intact, like I'd never fallen through it in the first place. And then I remembered that strange, fleeting sensation right before I dropped, like being pulled through liquid magic. A teleportation barrier. If my guess was right, then this wasn't just some underground room. This place is... I swallowed hard, my voice barely above a whisper. A dungeon? Dimensional dungeons, anomalies that appeared often in the comic. Twisted spaces connected to the real world, filled with monsters, traps, and forgotten relics. And now, I stumbled straight into one. I stood there for a moment, staring into the dark passageway stretching beyond the faint light of my lamp. The magical energy in the air was thick, so thick it almost hummed against my skin. It was wild, untamed, and ancient. A chill ran down my spine. Of all places, why here? I muttered under my breath. I'd come searching for a simple magical item, and now I was trapped in what could very well be a death trap hidden beneath the academy. Looks like I'm in big trouble. I muttered under my breath, staring at the faintly glowing symbols on the floor. The problem was obvious. Dungeons weren't some casual playground. They were designed to be hard. Even in the comic, they only started appearing midway through the story after the protagonist had gone through intense training and leveled up significantly. And yet, here I was, weak, unprepared, and completely out of my depth. I was even supposed to be here this early in the story. Of course, not all dungeons were the same. Their difficulty varied depending on type and origin. Some were low-grade ruins with weak monsters, while others were death traps built to kill anyone foolish enough to step inside. Still, one thing was certain. My current situation? Absolutely terrible. Great, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Just perfect. There were only 3 known methods to escape a dungeon. The first was to find a portal, a hidden gate that connected directly to the outside world. Simple in theory, but not exactly easy to locate when you didn't know the layout. The second was to use magic to teleport out. Unfortunately, that option went right out the window for me. I was a mage, and even if I were D-grade mana wouldn't get me anywhere near strong enough to force open a dimensional passage, which left the final, most dangerous method: destroy the dungeon core. I whispered, my voice echoing faintly against the stone walls. The core served as the heart of the dungeon, its power source. If destroyed, the dungeon would collapse and cease to exist. But getting to it was the hard part, because the core was always protected by a guardian. And not the kind of monster you could just wave a sword at and win. Yeah, definitely not an option, I muttered. If I go that route, I'll just be volunteering for an early funeral. That meant I had only one realistic choice left. I need to find the portal. My voice came out steadier than I felt. Brushing the dust from my uniform, I took a deep breath and forced my legs to move. The air was thick, damp, and cold, every breath echoing faintly through the dark stone corridor ahead. Each step I took stirred up clouds of dust, and the faint blue light from the walls barely illuminated my path. If I didn't find that portal soon, this dungeon could very well become my tomb. All right, I murmured, gripping the hilt of my sword tighter. Let us get this over with. And with that, I pressed forward into the darkness. Chapter 41. Hidden Dungeon 2. Damn it. My voice echoed weakly off the cold stone walls. Nothing. No matter how many times I circled this place, I couldn't find a single Cluno portal, no secret passage, not even a flicker of mana flow. I ran my hand through my hair in frustration. How is this even possible? I had searched everywhere, every corridor, every shadow, every suspicious-looking wall. Yet the result was the same. Nothing but empty air and silence. At least there weren't any monsters in this dungeon. That was one small blessing. But even so, wandering aimlessly through this hollow underground maze was starting to feel like a cruel joke. No portal, no item, no progress. Just this. And the only thing that remained was the one place I'd been deliberately avoiding. I really don't want to go in there. I muttered to myself, staring at the massive steel door looming before me. It was huge, easily twice my height, and covered in thick, rusted chains. Despite its age, it radiated a strange pressure, the kind that made my instincts scream at me to turn around. This is definitely a boss room. I sighed. It was the same setup you'd see in every comic, game, or story, like this: an enormous door, a dark aura, and something terrifying waiting behind it. The kind of door that says, "Open me," and regret it instantly. I could practically hear the ominous background music playing in my head. Still, I had no choice. If there was any chance that the item mentioned by the Sage S bookmark was inside, I couldn't just leave. I exhaled slowly, gripping the sword formed from the orb of illusion in my hand. All right, let us do this. Taking a step forward, I pressed my palm against the cold metal. It felt icy to the touch, almost unnaturally so. Come on, open up. I applied force, and with a low groan, the door began to move. Thud! The heavy sound reverberated through the chamber as the massive door swung open. Dust and stale air pouring out from within. What lay beyond made me pause. The room was enormous, its ceiling arched high above like the inside of a cathedral. The vast emptiness made my footsteps sound unnaturally loud. And right in the center of it all, something was there. Something huge. It was hunched over, motionless, its form partly hidden by the shadows. I couldn't tell if it was breathing or if it was even alive. My grip tightened on the sword. What is that? Cautiously, I began to approach, each step echoing softly in the eerie silence. Whatever it was, I could feel its presence pressing against my skin, a suffocating weight that only grew heavier the closer I got. I tightened my grip on the sword, keeping my guard up as I cautiously stepped closer. At first, it was just a dark shape in the corner of the basement, motionless, looming. But as I approached, its form slowly came into focus. And when I finally realized what I was looking at, my eyes widened in disbelief. No way. I froze. Is this a robot? Its entire frame was made of steel-thick, solid plates that looked nearly indestructible. The design was unmistakably humanoid, but sharp and angular, like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Author, you crazy bastard. I muttered, dragging a hand down my face. You've really done it this time. This was supposed to be a fantasy world. Swords, monsters, magic, the whole deal. So why in the world was there a giant robot in front of me? I pressed my fingers against my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. I mean, I've been patient up to this point. I didn't complain about the magic Bluetooth earphones or the enchanted air conditioners. I even looked the other way when refrigerators started running on frost magic circuits. But this? A massive, steel-plated robot sitting in the basement of a magic academy? This was crossing the line. I sighed heavily, taking in the absurd sight before me. Well, I guess they'll probably explain it away somehow. I mumbled. Some ancient lost civilization nonsense. Or maybe a mad wizard who tried to merge magic and machinery. Yeah, that sounds like something they'd pull. It was so predictable I could already hear the narrator's voice in my head. Long ago, before the age of mana, a forgotten people built powerful constructs. I roll my eyes. Where's the romance of fantasy now? The sense of wonder and mystery? If it's a fantasy world, commit to it, damn it. Stick to swords and dragons, not whatever this is. Though, to be fair, I did like the convenience of air conditioners, and refrigerators, and indoor plumbing. Still, would it kill them to make things look at least a little more fantasy-like? If the author had any sense of consistency, I muttered bitterly, they wouldn't have started this as a pure romance just to turn it into a harem halfway through. I exhaled and looked up again, forcing myself to accept reality. Fine, whatever. You're not a robot. I pointed my sword at it with mock solemnity. From now on, you're a steel golem. That made me feel a little better. A golem was at least believable in a fantasy setting. The so-called steel golem stood silently before me, covered in patches of rust. Even hunched over, it towered far above my head, its empty eye sockets staring into nothing. Still, I admitted quietly, it looks pretty damn cool. There was no denying it. Seeing a massive, ancient construct up close stirred something deep inside me, a mix of awe and excitement. And thankfully, if I remembered correctly, the author never actually used this thing in the comic. They must have realized it didn't fit into the story and abandoned it halfway through. A discarded setting, something meant to be forgotten. But somehow, I managed to find it. After a brief examination of the stone figure before me, I carefully stepped back from the golem. Its massive, armor-like body looked ancient, yet unervingly intact. I had no idea what kind of mechanism powered it or if it even still functioned, but I wasn't about to take chances. If this thing suddenly came to life, I'd be in serious trouble. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chapter 42. Hidden Dungeon 3. If this thing suddenly came to life, I'd be in serious trouble. Unfortunately, it was already too late. System activation. Huh? A faint metallic hum filled the air as the golem's dull, expressionless face twitched. Its eyes, once lifeless stone, began to glow with a deep crimson light. Scanning surroundings, the red light flickered as its gaze swept across the dusty room. The sound of shifting stone and grinding metal echoed around me as it turned its head slowly mechanically until its burning eyes locked onto me. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, why is it turning redder? Intruder detected. What? The golem's voice wasn't human. It was a mechanical, echoing rumble that vibrated through the air like thunder rolling underground. Only then did I realize how badly I'd messed up. Cop, proceeding to eliminate intruder. What? Before I could move, the golem's massive body came to life. Its heavy frame rose to its full height, towering over me, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Then wham! I barely managed to hurl myself sideways as the golem's colossal fist smashed into the floor where I'd been standing. The impact was deafening. A cloud of dust and stone debris exploded upward, and when it cleared, a deep crater marked the spot, proof that if I hesitated even a second longer, I'd be a bloodstain right now. Cold sweat poured down my back. My breathing came ragged, shallow. Instant death. Definitely instant death. The golem's massive arm rose again, casting a shadow over me. Not again, Dash. Without looking back, I turned and sprinted toward the exit, boots pounding against the stone floor. Thud, thud, thud. Each of the golem's steps felt like a miniature earthquake shaking the entire basement. I glanced around frantically, my mind racing. There had to be a way to stop it. Some kind of control mechanism, something the author must have designed but never used. And then I saw it glowing faintly at the center of the room. A floating crystal pulsing with a faint blue light. The dungeon core. If I could destroy that, maybe, just maybe, I could shut this thing down. Or at least, I needed to find a portal out of here. But contrary to my desperate hope, there was no sign of a portal or a core anywhere in the vast, open chamber. Just cracked stone, flickering lights from broken runes, and the heavy, metallic footsteps of the monster closing in. Wham! Whoa! A massive boulder crashed into the ground right where I'd been standing a moment ago, shattering into dust and rubble. I barely rolled out of the way, coughing as I swore under my breath. Damn it! That was too close. The golem roared, its glowing red eyes locking onto me again as it ripped another chunk of debris from the floor. What do I do now? If I got too close, those enormous fists would turn me into paste. But if I kept my distance, it would just keep throwing boulders like some kind of siege weapon. And to make matters worse, my sword couldn't even pierce that steel body. Each strike I landed earlier had just sparked uselessly off its surface. Then, I muttered through gritted teeth, gripping my sword tighter. Is that my only option? An attack that would drain every last bit of my magic power. If it failed, I'd be out of mana, helpless. But I had no other choice. I took a deep breath and focused. Blue-white sparks began crawling across my blade, the hum of electricity building to a sharp, almost painful pitch. My vision blurred from the sheer strain as I poured all my remaining magic into one strike. And then, lightning slash. The sword cut through the air with a deafening crack, releasing a storm of electricity that tore through the chamber. Crackle. The current lashed out wildly, converging on the golem in a blinding explosion of light and sound. Boom! The blast shook the entire room. Heat and static filled the air, and for a moment, I couldn't even see through the blinding arcs of lightning. I felt a one knee panting. My sword trembled in my grip, still glowing faintly from the overload. How do you like that, you overgrown tin can? Even if it was a one-shot cannon. A cannon was still a cannon. And lightning slash, despite its reckless mana consumption, was undeniably powerful. When the smoke began to clear, I dared to hope it was over. Crackle. But then, thud. The golem staggered but didn't fall. Sparks danced across its cracked metal body as it slowly straightened again, its red eyes burning even brighter than before. No way. A cold chill ran down my spine. Energy charge complete. Changing attack method. The mechanical voice echoed through the chamber like a death sentence. The golem's chest opened slightly, revealing a faint red glow inside. Oh great, I muttered, swallowing hard. Iemto uteliscrud. The red glow in the golem's chest intensified, pulsing like a heartbeat. Each pulse sent ripples of heat through the air. It's charging something. That was all I managed to think before the light reached a blinding peak. Boom! A beam of pure energy shot toward me. Shit! I threw myself sideways, the blast grazing my shoulder and exploding against the far wall. The impact sent a shock wave through the room, knocking me off balance and filling the air with dust and smoke. The moment I hit the ground, pain surged through my arm. My entire right side felt numb, tingling with leftover electricity from my own attack and the golem's counterstrike. Damn it. At this rate, I'll be done for. The golem was already preparing another shot. I could hear the whirring sound of gears and mana conduits charging again, louder and faster than before. I forced myself to move, diving behind a fallen pillar just as another beam scorched past. The stone instantly vaporized where the blast hit. Can't take that head on. One more hit like that, and I'm done. Then come the worst moment of my life. Activating Annihilation Mode. Holy motherfucking shit. Chapter 43. Hidden Dungeon 4. Activating Annihilation Mode. Holy mother of dash. My words caught halfway between panic and disbelief as the Golem's body began to move again with a heavy, mechanical click, click, click. Laser firing preparation complete. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The Golem's stance shifted, its torso locking into place, as if it had just finished charging some terrifying weapon. Fire. Every nerve in my body screamed move. I threw myself to the ground. Zing Quang. The beam tore through the air above me, so hot it felt like it was searing the back of my neck. The moment I turned my head, the wall behind me exploded, stone, dust, and molten debris scattering like fireworks. My heart pounded in my ears. That wasn't an attack I could block. That wasn't something I could survive head-on. If I hadn't ducked at that exact second, I'd be nothing more than a smoking crater right now. Instant death. That was the only way to describe it. Laser firing preparation complete. Again? Already? You've got to be kidding me. I bolted sideways, boots sliding across the dusty floor. Fire. Zing Quang. The next beam carved through where I'd just been standing, slicing a burning path straight through the air. The wave of heat that followed was unbearable. I hit the ground and rolled, coughing from smoke. My lungs burned, my ears rang, and my whole body screamed in protest. Damn it, this is insane. I could smell scorched metal and melted stone. The room looked like a war zone. Everywhere the beam touched was reduced to slag. The Golem's chest whirred again, gears grinding, the inner core pulsing brighter and brighter. Laser firing preparation complete. Already. No time to breathe. No time to think. I forced mana into my legs and dashed again, barely keeping ahead of the next blast. The beam chased me like a flash of divine punishment, vaporizing everything in its path. Each time the light flashed, I could feel my survival chances shrinking. Zing Quang. The ground split apart. Debris flew past me like shrapnel. My instinct screamed this thing wasn't just trying to kill me. It was erasing the entire room. I needed to do something. Fast. If this kept up, there wouldn't even be rubble left to hide behind. I can't win like this. I muttered under my breath, heart pounding so fast it hurt. The Golem's core began to hum again, louder, sharper, almost vibrating the air. Overclocking reactor output. I had no idea how to deal with this thing. If I knew how to wield sword energy, maybe I could close the distance and slice through that thick armor. But unfortunately, I don't. And now, after unleashing my so-called ultimate attack, the only thing I accomplished was helping that damn monster recharge. At this point, I had absolutely no means to harm it. The reality of my situation finally sank in, cold and heavy. I'd been far too reckless charging into this place without preparation, blinded by greed for a magic-boosting artifact. If I'd just waited one more day, if I'd used the bookmark to check for any dangers beforehand, I wouldn't be in this mess. Regret came too late. The only small relief was that, while its destructive power was terrifying, the Golem's attack seemed to take a while to charge, and its aim wasn't particularly precise. Still, that didn't make it any less deadly. Is there really no way out of this? I muttered under my breath, dodging another swing that cracked the stone floor where I'd just been standing. Running was all I could do. If I could just stall it long enough for it to burn through its energy supply, maybe then I'd stand a chance. But even that hope felt slim. My legs were already heavy, and my lungs burned with every breath. And then, fire. That mechanical voice echoed in the chamber again. Quang. Another beam of light tore through the air. I barely rolled out of the way, the heat brushing past my cheek. My heart pounded as I stumbled to my feet, ready to dodge again. But then something caught my eye. As the beam struck the marble floor, its path bent slightly. The light refracted off the smooth surface before fading. That essence, a spark of realization flickered in my mind. I didn't understand the exact mechanics, but a laser at its core was still light, and light could be reflected. If I could somehow bounce that beam back at it, it was a crazy idea. Dangerous. Reckless. The kind of thought I'd normally dismiss instantly. But right now, I had no other option. If I kept running, exhaustion would finish me off before the golem did. I clenched my jaw, steadying my breathing. Let us try it. This might be insane, but if it works, it could turn everything around. I took a deep breath and forced out the last remnants of my mana, channeling every drop into the dream orb. The orb, which had been floating gently in my palm, began to tremble. Its surface rippled like water, distorting and expanding until it slowly reshaped itself into something new. A mirror. No, not just a mirror. A massive one, almost as tall as I was. Please, let this work, I muttered under my breath, gripping it tightly. The golem's chest began to glow again. Laser, firing preparation, complete, damn it already. There was no time to think. I slammed the base of the mirror into the ground, angling it slightly forward and crouched behind it like a shield. My hands shook as I tightened my grip on the handle. The red light inside the golem's chest flared once more. Fire zing. Here it comes. A deafening roar filled the chamber as the laser shot out, slamming into the mirror with a thunderous impact. Thud! The sheer force of it pushed me back a step. My arms trembled violently, the mirror vibrating under the pressure. And then came the heat. Guh-dash! It felt like my skin was about to melt off. Every instinct screamed at me to drop the mirror and run, but I didn't. I couldn't. Not yet. Chapter 44. Hidden Dungeon 5 Not yet. I gritted my teeth and shouted, forcing my arms to hold steady. The edges of the mirror began to glow, warping slightly under the heat, but it was still holding just barely. Come on, just a little more. Summoning every ounce of strength left in my body, I shifted my weight and tilted the mirror ever so slightly. The reflected beam began to move slowly, steadily following the mirror's angle. Zing dash. The laser cut across the chamber like a blazing blade. I could hear metal sizzling, stone cracking. And then, bang, a massive explosion rocked the entire basement, shaking the walls and sending waves of dust through the air. The heat vanished. The vibration stopped, and all that followed was silence. My breathing came out ragged, my arms numb and scorched. Then thud. The sound of something enormous collapsing echoed through the chamber. Panting, I lowered the mirror and peeked over its edge. The golem lay motionless on the floor, its massive frame crumpled and its head completely blown off. Only after confirming it wasn't moving did I finally let out a shaky breath and tossed the still-hot mirror to the ground. The dream orb flickered, returning to its original transparent form as the mana connection between us faded. Shit! The pain hit me all at once. My whole body screamed in agony, every muscle twitching from exhaustion. My hands burned, the skin stinging as if I'd gripped a brand of fire. Still, beneath all that pain, a strange sense of satisfaction pulsed through me. The thrill of surviving. The rush of victory. For a moment, I just stood there, swaying on my feet. I wanted nothing more than to collapse right here and let the cold stone floor take me. But I couldn't not yet. Forcing my legs to move, I staggered toward the golem's remains. The sight of it up close was gruesome. Its head was gone, and its steel body was full of cracks and scorch marks. I crouched beside it, peering into the gaping hole in its chest. Inside was a maze of glowing mana circuits carved neatly into the steel, intertwined with dozens of small magic stones embedded in the structure. It looked like some strange hybrid between a machine and a magical artifact. The outside screamed robot, but the inside pure magic engineering. Why make it look like a robot if it's just a golem inside? I muttered, rubbing my temple. Whatever the author was thinking, I'm not even going to try to understand. Sighing, I started rummaging through the wreckage. Maybe it had something useful left. Anything that could make all this pain worth it. After a few minutes of searching, Damn, that S hot. I flinched back, nearly dropping the piece I'd just touched. My fingertips burned. Gritting my teeth, I leaned in to see what it was. Inside the Golem's chest, I spotted the source of the heat. The weapon, I whispered. The same device that had been firing those laser blasts at me moments ago was still embedded in the Golem's chest, glowing faintly red from the heat. Carefully, I waited until the metal's glow began to fade, then pried it free. It was surprisingly small, barely the size of my palm and lighter than I expected. Smooth, compact, and pulsing with a faint trace of mana. I turned the object over in my hand, watching the faint traces of light flicker and dance across its surface. It definitely wasn't tea made of any ordinary mineral. The strange texture and subtle hum of mana hinted at something valuable. Thinking I might be able to sell it for a decent price later, I slipped it into my pocket without hesitation. Is this all the loot? I muttered to myself as I crouched beside the fallen golem. After a bit more searching, I managed to find 2 additional items. One was a small, metallic bracelet lodged near the Golem's chest right where the laser cannon had been. Faint traces of mana seeped from it, almost pulsing like a heartbeat. This must be the item the bookmark mentioned, the one that boosts mana. My body felt heavy, my head throbbed, and my mana reserves were completely drained. Honestly, I wanted nothing more than to slap the bracelet onto my wrist immediately and feel even a fraction of my energy return. But after everything that had happened today, I wasn't about to make another reckless mistake. Let us play it safe. Play it safe, I muttered under my breath. I tucked the bracelet away carefully, deciding to test it with the bookmark later before using it. The second object was far more intriguing, a dungeon core. It was a small, cubic crystal that had been embedded in the Golem's chest, glowing faintly like a dying ember. This was both its heart and its power source. It must have been maintaining the entire dungeon, functioning like a mana reactor. Holding it up to the dim light, I admired its eerie beauty for a brief moment before sighing. Well, there is no point keeping this around. I tightened my grip. Crack! The core shattered instantly, crumbling into fine shards that scattered across the floor. The moment it broke, a wave of mana surged outward, brushing past my skin like a gust of wind. I blinked and suddenly, the dungeon was gone. The stale air of the abandoned building returned. The walls cracked and dust filled as if nothing had ever happened. Finally, my body screamed with exhaustion. Every step felt like dragging iron chains. I just want to rest. By the time I reached the dormitory, my legs were barely cooperating. The moment I opened the door, a panicked voice greeted me. Young master? What on earth, Dash? Bruno's eyes widened in pure horror at the sight of my dirt-covered clothes and soot-streaked face. Shut up, Bruno, I muttered, waving a weak hand. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up in the morning. But young master, I didn't even hear the rest. My body hit the bed before he could finish, and consciousness slipped away like sand through my fingers. The last thing I heard was Bruno's anxious voice fading into the distance. Why, young master? Then silence. Chapter 45. Shifting the blame the next morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, Bruno's voice hit me like a hammer. What on earth happened to make you this injured? Were you attacked by monsters? His sharp tone made my head throb, even more than my bruises did. I blinked a few times, trying to adjust to the morning light, and sighed. There was no escaping this interrogation. I'll explain, I muttered, rubbing my temples. And so, with a heavy heart, I told him everything about the dungeon, from the strange basement to the golem and the explosion. When I finished, Bruno's expression darkened. So you're telling me you voluntarily went into a dungeon and got yourself injured like this? Yes. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? He raised his voice, and I instinctively flinched. I didn't mean to go in, you know. I just happened to fall through the floor. But saying that would only make things worse. I could practically feel his anger radiating in the air like fire. After scolding me for a solid 10 minutes, Burno finally sighed, pressing his hand against his forehead. From now on, you'll commute to and from the academy with me. Understand? Wait, what? I'm not taking no for an answer. Come on, I'm not a kid. Of course, I tried to argue, but Burno only grew sterner. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Fine, I mumbled under my breath, earning a satisfied nod from him. Most of my wounds had healed overnight thanks to healing magic, but Burno still insisted I wrap myself in bandages to prevent infection. Now, I looked like a half-mummified patient walking to school. When I arrived at the classroom, the reactions were immediate. Huh, Lewis, are you hurt? Elena's eyes widened the moment she saw my arm wrapped in thick bandages. Her voice carried across the room, and instantly, everyone in class turned their attention toward me. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. I forced out a dry laugh. No, well, I was just sparring a bit yesterday. Haha. Her eyebrows furrowed. Sparring? With who? Burno. The knight who's always with you? Yeah, that's the one. Her mouth dropped open, no matter what kind of training it was. How did he do this to you? That's too much. I could almost see steam rising from her head as she began ranting about how reckless Burno was. I said weakly, sinking into my seat beside her. Sorry, Burno. You told me to keep the dungeon a secret, so this was the best I could do. As Elena continued to fume beside me, I quietly turned my gaze to the window, pretending to listen while wondering what kind of trouble would find me next. All right, everyone, take your seats. Professor Dominic entered the classroom just as Elena's outrage was reaching its peak. The chatter died down almost instantly, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Today, he said, placing a stack of papers on his desk, we'll be continuing our lecture on monster classification, specifically the behavioral patterns of predatory species. A low murmur spread across the room. Monsters were always an exciting topic, at least for everyone except me. I forced myself to sit up straight, ignoring the dull ache in my side. My body still felt heavy from last night's injuries, but the last thing I needed was to attract more attention. Now, Dominic continued, turning toward the board. Who can tell me the primary difference between a common beast and a monster? Elena's hand shot up immediately. Yes, Elena. Monsters possess mana cores, professor. Beasts, on the other hand, do not. The mana core allows them to channel magic, which makes them far more dangerous than ordinary animals. Correct, Dominic said with a small nod. 10 points for Elena. Of course. Perfect answer, as always. Now, Dominic continued, let us talk about behavioral classes. There are 3 main types: aggressive, territorial, and passive. He began writing the terms on the board, his voice steady and clear. Aggressive monsters will attack anything they perceive as prey or threat. Think of ogres, goblins, or red wolves. Territorial monsters, like wyverns or manticores, won't attack unless you enter their habitat. Passive monsters, such as slimes, usually avoid conflict altogether. As he explained, my thoughts began to drift. Aggressive, territorial. Passive, the golem I fought last night, it didn't fit any of those categories. It didn't attack because I was prey or because I entered its territory. It attacked after the dungeon appeared, almost like it had been activated. Was it programmed to react to intruders? Or was it something else entirely? Lewis. I blinked and looked up. Professor Dominic was staring directly at me. Yes? Good. You're awake, he said dryly, earning a few chuckles from the class. Tell me, which category would a mimic fall into? A mimic? I racked my brain, try to recall what ID read. Territorial. Since it only attacks when someone gets close to it? Dominic's eyes twinkled slightly. Half right. Mimics are considered aggressive territorial hybrids. They lure prey in by disguising themselves as objects within their territory, so, in essence, both. Right? I nodded, pretending I'd known that all along. As the lecture continued, Dominic began detailing how monster behavior could change depending on mana density in their environment. The topic was fascinating in its own right, but my mind kept circling back to the dungeon. What if the abandoned building was reacting to mana the same way monsters did? What if the dungeon wasn't just appearing randomly but awakening because of something or someone? All right, class, Dominic said, closing his textbook for next week. I want each of you to research a monster native to the eastern region and submit a short report on its hunting behavior. A chorus of groans filled the air. Great. Homework. When the bell rang, students began packing up, chatting about which monster they'd pick. Elena leaned toward me. Lewis, are you okay? You seemed lost in thought again. Yeah. Just tired, that's all. You should rest more. You've been pushing yourself lately. Her genuine concern made me pause for a moment. I smiled faintly. I'll try. But deep down, I knew rest wasn't an option. Chapter 46. The bracelet. The first weekend at the academy, though, was the weekend I couldn't leave campus. Not that I really wanted to, there was something far more important to do. As soon as the early morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, I opened my eyes and sat up immediately, my body moving on its own. No hosetaschen, no grogines. Today, I had something to confirm. Sitting at my desk, I carefully placed two items in front of me, the bracelet and the bookmark. Both had been obtained from that dungeon, and both were shrouded in mystery. First things first, the bracelet. Before doing anything reckless, I decided to test it using the bookmark. If there was even a small chance it could harm me, I needed to know before wearing it. I slid the bookmark into an open book, waited for it to hum softly, and asked, is there any possibility that the bracelet in my hand could cause harm to its wearer? For a few seconds, there was silence. Then, glowing letters began to appear above the page. None. Phew. Relief washed over me. I hadn't realized how tense I was until that moment. At least I wouldn't end up cursed, poisoned, or exploded by accident. The bookmark's glow dimmed after giving its answer, signaling that it had gone dormant again. With that assurance, I picked up the bracelet and examined it more closely. It was a thin, silver band so finely crafted it almost looked like a strip of polished metal rather than jewelry. There were faint engravings along its surface, the kind that shimmered subtly when tilted under light. Simple, elegant, and mysterious. I hesitated for a moment before slipping it onto my left wrist. The moment the cool metal touched my skin, Wong, a faint vibration pulsed through my arm, spreading warmth that quickly turned into a refreshing chill running through my body. I could feel it. My mana. It was flowing more smoothly, stronger, denser. My entire body felt lighter, as if my circuits had been unclogged. It wasn't some dramatic power-up, but the difference was clear. From being a one-shot glass cannon, I was now maybe a 2 or 3-shot glass cannon. Still fragile, but hey, progress is progress. For an average cadet, this kind of mana boost wouldn't be anything special. But for me, it was a huge step forward. I'd gone into that dungeon half-prepared and nearly died for this. But at least it wasn't for nothing. As I continued focusing on the bracelet, I suddenly noticed something unusual. Mana was just flowing through it was being absorbed. Wait a minute. I gathered a small amount of mana and pushed it into the bracelet. It accepted it smoothly, storing it within itself like water filling a cup. Then, when I willed it, the mana flowed back into me instantly. It can store mana. My eyes widened in realization. It wasn't just a mana amplifier, it was a mana battery. Something that could hold spare mana for later use. I leaned back in my chair, a grin tugging at the corner of my lips. Now that's what I call a reward. For someone like me whose mana pool was pitifully small, this bracelet was more valuable than any sword or legendary artifact I could ever hoped for. It was my trump card, a last resort I could rely on when all else failed. But then a thought hit me. Wait, could this be why the golem's energy surged after my attack? That thing had absorbed my lightning strike and charged itself, almost like it was feeding on the energy I released. But this bracelet couldn't possibly store that much mana. Its size and structure alone made that impossible. Maybe it could only store a limited reserve, a backup supply of sorts. Then that would mean the real trick wasn't in the bracelet's storage at all, but in something else. The golem's mana circuit. Could it have its special properties? I muttered under my breath. Ordinary mana circuits were simple conduit channels that allowed energy to flow and be utilized. But that Golem-esque circuit, it had been intricate, far more advanced than anything I'd seen before. Was it a variant circuit? A hybrid design that not only regulated mana, but transformed it? The thought sent a spark of excitement through me. Since it's the weekend, I murmured, glancing toward the window, I might as well check it out. The image of the circuit was still vivid in my mind, etched there by the intensity of the battle. I'd seen enough of it to replicate the pattern or at least analyze it with the right materials. So, that was the plan. Today, I'd visit the library and dig into everything I could find about mana circuit designs, especially ones related to autonomous constructs. But before that, Wong, the bracelet suddenly began to hum softly under my touch, resonating like a faint heartbeat. What the dash? Light rippled across its surface, and before I could even react, something small and translucent flickered into existence in front of me. A small distortion in the air, like a bubble of warped light. My eyes widened. No way. Is this a spatial pocket? The realization hit instantly. A mini-dimension A pocket of space separate from the physical world. I'd seen plenty of these in fantasy novels and webtoons, but to actually see one up close, it felt unreal. Usually, these were treated like storage spaces for adventurers or high-ranking mages, an invisible backpack for keeping equipment, gold, or even food. And yet, here I was holding one in my hand. In this world, spatial or temporal magic was considered the pinnacle of arcane mastery, something only the most gifted nobles or ancient magi could wield. Creating or even maintaining a spatial pocket required both immense mana and exceptional control, which meant this bracelet wasn't just rare, it was priceless. Was all that suffering yesterday actually worth it? I laughed quietly to myself, a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction bubbling in my chest. This little bracelet had already done more than I expected. It increased my mana capacity, stored small reserves, and now it gave me a personal spatial pocket. I couldn't help but grin. All right, let us see what kind of treasures you're hiding. I reached my hand toward the glowing distortion, anticipation bubbling up inside me. Maybe there was something inside, a hidden item, a relic, or even a note from whoever created this thing. Come on, don't disappoint me. But contrary to my expectations, the spatial pocket was completely empty. Author note, thanks for reading the novel. Chapter 47. Confidence shattered. Well, can't be helped. I sighed, brushing off my disappointment. The spatial pocket itself was already an incredibly valuable find. Having one at all was more than enough. Still, it would be been nice if something had been inside. All right, might as well make use of it properly. I decided to organize the important items first. From my desk, I picked up the Dream Orb, the Orb of Illusion, and the Sage's bookmark. Both were small and fragile, but their value was beyond measure. I carefully placed them inside the pocket, watching as they vanished seamlessly into the faint shimmer of magic. Even after storing both items, there was still plenty of space left inside. Let us fill the rest. Then, I grabbed a few things I'd bought from the general store: mana potions, some rations, spare parchment, and a few basic tools, and tossed them in as well. The spatial pocket barely reacted, as if mocking me for thinking I could fill it so easily. Still so much room left. I clicked my tongue softly, glancing around the room for anything else worth storing. My eyes landed on an object lying in the far corner, half hidden in shadow. It was the steel helmet I'd worn during Elena's rescue. I froze for a moment, staring at it. Back then, I'd brought it with me, so no one would recognize my face. I'd planned to dispose of it afterward, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Maybe I just didn't want anyone to trace it back to me. Now, though, it was just awkward. A silent reminder of something I shouldn't have been involved in. Guess I'll just put it in for now. I picked it up and looked it over once more. The faint dents and scratches told the story of that night far better than I could. I could sell it to a junk dealer later or something. Without giving it much more thought, I tossed the helmet into the spatial pocket. It disappeared instantly, swallowed by the faint ripple of magic. And just like that, my secret, my treasures, and my strange collection of oddities were all neatly tucked away, hidden where no one could reach them. Perfect. I leaned back in my chair, satisfied. No one would suspect a thing. The Academy library never closes. No holidays. No rest days. Unless someone causes serious damage, its doors remain open, and its lights never go out. Perhaps that's why the moment I stepped inside, the familiar warm glow of the lamps greeted me as if it were any other weekday. The air was still, filled with the faint scent of old paper and dust, an oddly comforting smell that seemed to hum with knowledge. I came here out of curiosity more than anything else. Yesterday, I'd been too focused on the immediate danger to think deeply. But now that things had calmed down, I couldn't shake one particular question from my mind. That golem, how was it charged? When I observed it up close, there hadn't been any mechanical components, no gears, no mana batteries, nothing resembling an external power source. And yet, it had absorbed my mana-based attack and converted it into its own energy. That shouldn't be possible. Magic-infused mana is fundamentally different from raw mana. Once mana has been processed, altered by a spell, it loses its original, natural form. In simple terms, mana that has already been used can't be recycled. But that golem defied that rule. It took in my mana, processed through lightning slash, and somehow turned it into power for itself. If I could understand how it did that, then maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to recharge my own mana. That possibility alone was enough to drag me here on a weekend. I walked deeper into the library, my footsteps echoing softly against the marble floor. The rows of books seemed endless, shelves stacked high with tomes that looked older than the Academy itself. Eventually, I found a section I was looking for, books related to mana and magical theory. Etheric theory, the fundamental dynamics of arcane circuits. Records of universal mana flow, theory and practice of mana conversion. Ugh, just reading the titles was enough to make my brain hurt. Still, I pulled one out, a thick volume that looked the least intimidating, and flipped it open. Within seconds, my confidence shattered. What in the world is this saying? Sure, I could read the words, but understanding them was another matter entirely. Sentences full of dense terminology and abstract diagrams sprawled across the pages, like a secret code only geniuses could decipher. I stared for another moment, feeling my mind physically recoil from the onslaught of jargon. Then I quickly snapped the book shut. Yeah, this isn't it. The sound echoed softly in the quiet hall. I leaned against the shelf, sighing. I thought maybe I could find some easy clue, some simple explanation hidden in plain sight. But of course, things were never that convenient. I had come here boldly, full of determination to study. But standing in front of these towering shelves filled with thick grimoires and complex magical theories, reality hit me like a brick. Yeah, no, this definitely isn't an area I can casually step into. What was I even thinking? Trying to study this stuff? They say a sound body makes a sound mind. So instead of torturing myself with these incomprehensible books, I should just focus on finding hidden items that can boost my mana. Yeah, let us just give up gracefully. With that comforting thought, I decided to head back to the dormitory. But just as I turned around, thud, ugh, a faint cry echoed from somewhere nearby, oddly loud in the stillness of the library. Huh? Startled, I turned toward the sound and froze when I saw who it was. Viola? Author note: thank you for reading the chapter. I hope you continue to read more in future. It's my first novel. I hope you have loved it. Once again, thanks. Chapter 48. Viola. Invitation. Long, silvery gray hair and delicate features. My fiancée, Viola, was kneeling on the floor surrounded by scattered books. Judging by the scene, it looked like she'd tried to move too many at once and lost her balance. When she noticed me, her violet eyes widened slightly in surprise. Lord Lewis, are you all right? I asked, stepping closer. She tried to rise, but winced sharply. It was clear she had twisted her ankle. Her movements were shaky and pained. Without thinking, I reached out and gently supported her arm, helping her to a nearby chair. Sit here. Don't move too much. After making sure she was seated, I went over to the counter and borrowed a first aid kit from the librarian. When I returned, Viola looked at me with a faintly flustered expression. "Thank you, but I've shown you such an embarrassing side of myself. Lord Lewis," she said softly, a slight blush tinting her cheeks. "Not at all," I replied, kneeling down to examine her ankle. "There's no need to worry about it. Everyone trips once in a while." She smiled faintly, though her voice was still tinged with embarrassment. "You're kind as always. But, Lord Lewis, are you injured? The bandage on your arm." "Oh, this?" I glanced at it casually. The bandage was still visible from the duel and dungeon incident. "It's nothing serious," I said quickly, trying to sound nonchalant. "Just a small injury from training." "I see," she murmured softly, though her gaze lingered on the bandage around my arm a little longer than necessary. "I was badly injured," I said quickly, scratching my cheek. "I received healing magic. So they said it won't even leave a scar." Viola gave a small nod at my words, and then shifted slightly, lifting her foot to start wrapping a bandage around her ankle. But that is not how you do it." Her movements were hesitant and clumsy, the bandage slipping loose each time she tried to tighten it. The wrapping was uneven and far too loose to provide proper support. Watching her fumble with it was, honestly, painful. At this rate, it wasn't going to help her ankle at all. "Let me do it," I said finally, unable to stand any longer. Before she could protest, I crouched down and gently took the bandage from her hands. My fingers moved automatically, wrapping it neatly and evenly around her slender ankle. Her skin was warm under my touch. As I worked, Viola tilted her head slightly, watching me with quiet eyes. Then she spoke. "This reminds me of when we first met. Lord Lewis." My hands froze mid-wrap. When we first met, I blinked, sweat beading in my temple. My mind immediately started racing, desperately digging through the fragments of Lewis's memories that I'd inherited. But no matter how hard I searched, nothing came up. "Did I do something wrong back then?" I asked cautiously, not daring to meet her gaze. You don't remember? Was it just me, or did her tone suddenly drop several degrees colder?" I kept my head down and focused intently on the bandage, pretending not to notice. 3 years ago," she said quietly, "when we first met, didn't you kick my ankle? I ended up spraining it, just like now." "Lewis, you absolute idiot," I muttered under my breath. Apparently, he and T just disliked his fiancée D actually gone and injured her. Kicking a noble lady's ankle during their first meeting? That was T just rude. It was social suicide. It was a miracle he and T been disowned on the spot. Was he trying to get the engagement canceled back then? I wondered silently. Given Lewis's personality from what I remembered, it wasn't impossible. "Lord Lewis." Her calm voice brought me back to the present. "Yes?" I answered carefully, looking up. Viola was studying me quietly, her expression unreadable. Then she asked, "Do you happen to have some time today?" "I do, actually." "But why?" I tilted my head, uncertain where this was going. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly, though something in her eyes felt different from before. "Then, would you accompany me for a while?" An unexpected invitation. And for some reason, I had a bad feeling that saying no wasn't an option. "Accompany you?" I repeated, blinking. "Where to?" Viola tilted her head slightly, her silver hair swaying as she fastened the edge of her skirt. "You'll see when we get there," she said, her tone light but her gaze firm. "It's not far from here." "That sounds suspicious," I muttered, standing up. "Suspicious?" She raised an eyebrow. "You make it sound like I'm about to drag you into a trap, Lord Lewis." I gave an awkward laugh. "Oh, no, of course not. I just thought Auntie usually gets surprise invitations from you, Lady Viola." She crossed her arms and smirked faintly. "Well, consider this one change of pace. You've been looking rather gloomy lately." "Gloomy? Me?" I wanted to argue, but she wasn't entirely wrong. After the dungeon incident, Bruno's scolding, and a mountain of bandages, I probably did look like I'd been through a small war. Still, I didn't think she'd notice. "All right," I said finally, rubbing the back of my neck. "I'll go with you, but only because you asked nicely." "I didn't," she replied with a faint smile tugging at her lips. I sighed in defeat. Right. Lead the way then, my lady. Honestly, I was a little worried. Part of me thought Viola might still be holding a grudge from that time 3 years ago when I mostly accidentally, kicked her ankle during sparring practice. Thankfully, her reason for wanting to meet me wasn't tea about revenge. You mean old books? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Viola nodded softly. Didn't you mention last time that you developed a new hobby, Lord Lewis? As it happens, I have a book I'd like to give you as a gift. That. When I ran into Viola a few days ago in the library, said something about being interested in old books. It was just an excuse to keep her from asking too many questions about why I was lurking around the restricted section. But apparently, she remembered it perfectly. Now here I was, walking beside her while my brain scrambled for a way out. That was just a lie I made up on the spot, I thought helplessly. In this world without phones or messaging spells, it was exactly easy to clarify things afterward. And even though we attended the same academy, she was in the magic department while I was in the combat division. Our schedules almost never overlapped. In other words, the fact that we even ran into each other again was sheer coincidence. And now she wanted to give me a gift because of a lie I told to avoid suspicion. Great. Absolutely great. What am I supposed to do? Tell her, oh, that was just something I said, so I don't actually care about old books? Yeah. No. That'd be too awkward. Author note. Thank you for reading the chapter. I hope you continue to read more in future. It's my first novel. I hope you have loved it. Once again, thanks. Chapter 49. The Women's Dormitory. It was just accepting a gift, after all. Nothing to make a big deal out of. That's what I told myself as I brushed off any lingering awkwardness. Whatever, I muttered under my breath, deciding to take it lightly. Viola's leg was still injured, so I offered her my arm for support as we made our way into the women's dormitory. She hesitated at first, maybe embarrassed, but accepted quietly. I was too busy thinking about how to act natural and not trip over my own feet to notice the curious gazes following us from afar. Lewis? Elena froze in place the moment she spotted him. From across the courtyard, she could clearly see Lewis entering the women's dormitory with another student, a girl she didn't recognize. Before she even realized it, her body reacted on instinct. She ducked behind the corner of a wall, her heart thumping faster than she liked to admit. Wait, why am I hiding? She thought, baffled at her own reaction. Cautiously, she peeked her head out again. But by then, Lewis had already disappeared inside. Elena let out a soft sigh, feeling a strange mix of relief and confusion settle in her chest. Who was that? She murmured. The girl with Lewis had been walking close beside him, too close. To anyone watching, they looked like a couple, the way his hand gently steadied her arm and how their steps moved almost in sync. Is she his girlfriend? Elena whispered to herself, her brows furrowing slightly. Of course, the truth was far from that. Lewis had only been helping Viola walk because of her injured leg. But Elena, unaware of the situation, couldn't help but imagine otherwise. Just picturing Lewis smiling at another girl made her chest tighten in a way she couldn't explain. Her cheeks warmed, and she quickly shook her head, trying to suppress the strange flutter in her heart. What am I even thinking? She muttered, forcing a laugh that sounded more like a sigh. Still, no matter how hard she tried, that faint, restless feeling refused to fade. Am I really allowed to be here? I had followed Viola without thinking, my feet just moving on their own. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt dozens of sharp, invisible daggers stabbing into my back. No, not daggers. Gazes. Piercing gazes from every direction. It only took a few seconds for me to realize where I was. The women's dormitory. My body went stiff. Completely stiff. I wasn't supposed to be here. This place was forbidden territory for male students. What's wrong? Viola turned to me, tilting her head slightly. She looked genuinely puzzled, as if she couldn't understand why I suddenly looked like I'd been caught stealing bread from the cafeteria. No, it's nothing, I said quickly, trying to act natural. I was just wondering if it's really okay for me, a guy, to be here. It's fine, she said calmly, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Other male students come through here sometimes. You're not the only one, Lord Lewis. Her tone was casual, but I wasn't too convinced. Sure, I did see a few male students wandering around in the distance, but somehow I doubted any of them were being glared at like this. Then the whispers started. Who asked that guy walking with Lady Viola? Stay away from her. Oh, that explained it. They weren't angry because I was a man in the dormitory. They were angry because I was walking next to her. I risked a sideways glance at Viola, who was walking beside me, graceful, calm, and completely unaware of the chaos her presence caused. Even with her slight limp, she carried herself like someone born of noble blood. No wonder people stared. Objectively speaking, she was beautiful, so beautiful it almost didn't make sense that she'd ever been engaged to Lewis. Between the Vermore and Amron families, there must have been some complicated political arrangement behind that engagement. Because no matter how I looked at it, Viola was out of Lewis's league. And now here I was, walking beside her, pretending I belonged here while a crowd of jealous eyes burned holes through me. Perfect, I thought grimly. Just another normal day in my completely ordinary, not at all stressful life. This is my room, Viola said as we stopped in front of an elegant wooden door. She opened it and gestured for me to come inside. I stood there for a moment, frozen at the doorway. Was it really okay for me to go in? Technically, Viola and I were engaged. So, in theory, there shouldn't be any issue with entering my fiancé's room. But still, I'm planning to run away later. That thought lingered in the back of my mind like a guilty whisper. After graduation, I planned to leave everything behind: my family, my title, and, inevitably, Viola. When that day came, our engagement would naturally be annulled. Would she be hurt because of that? No, that's unnecessary worrying, I told myself firmly. There were too many problems to deal with now to be thinking about later. So, I pushed the thought aside and stepped into Viola's room. Compared to my own room, which was painfully simple and bare, hers felt warm, lived in, comfortable. The layout was identical, same walls, same furniture, but the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. Books were stacked in neat piles on the desk and floor, their covers worn and corners bent. A faint, pleasant scent of parchment filled the air. It didn't look messy to me. If anything, it felt like the kind of space where someone actually lived and thought. Would you mind waiting a moment? She asked. Take your time, I said, trying to sound relaxed even though I was still oddly tense. Viola walked toward her bookshelf, her fingers brushing across the spines of old volumes with surprising gentleness. She really did love books, anyone could tell, just by looking at how carefully they were handled. After a short moment, she turned back to me, holding something with both hands. Here it is, she said softly. I'm not sure if you'll be satisfied with it, Lord Lewis. I blinked as she extended an old, leather-bound book toward me. Thank you, I said, accepting it carefully. The cover was faded, the title barely legible, but the weight of it felt significant somehow. Chapter 50. The New Order. The book looked ancient, its leather cover was cracked and faded, and the edges of the pages were yellowed like brittle parchment. It felt more like a relic than something meant to be read. By the way, Lord Lewis, Viola said, breaking the silence as I carefully turned the book over in my hands. Are you not interested in books other than old ones? I blinked. Other books? Like what? Well, there's philosophy, novels, even treatises on magical theory. Her voice picked up speed as she spoke, her tone brightening with genuine enthusiasm. It was the first time I'd seen her talk like that, eyes gleaming, words flowing without hesitation. She wasn't the calm, reserved, noble lady I usually saw. She actually looked alive. Watching her go on like that, a thought suddenly struck me. Right? She's a magician. If anyone might know something about the strange markings on that golem's body, it'd be someone like her. I'd completely forgotten, but the reason I went to the library earlier today was to study the magic circuits I'd seen carved into the dungeon golem. Actually, I said, cutting in when she paused to take a breath. I've been trying to learn about magic circuits. But honestly, they seem too complicated for me. Magic circuits? She repeated, tilting her head slightly. Yeah, do you know much about them? She thought for a moment before answering. It's not my area of expertise, but I do know a little. Oh, that was more than I'd expected. Feeling a bit hopeful, I quickly pulled out a folded piece of parchment from my pocket, the rough sketch ID made earlier. I laid it flat on the table between us. Then maybe you could tell me what this is? I asked. Viola leaned closer, her eyes narrowing in concentration as she studied the intricate lines and symbols. For a few moments, she was silent. Then suddenly, her expression shifted. If my memory serves me correctly, she said slowly, this looks like a magic circuit that was primarily used by alchemists. Used? I repeated. She nodded. Yes, it's an old design. Hardly anyone uses it anymore. That didn't make sense. The golem ID fought in the dungeon wasn't just functioning, it was powerful. Incredibly so. Its movements were smooth and fast, and it could even fire concentrated beams of light. Why would they stop using something like that? I asked, frowning. Viola hesitated, her gaze dropping back to the parchment. It was a well-known circuit in its time, admired for its stability and adaptability. But she paused, her tone turning more serious. It had one fatal flaw. Safety and versatility, two of the most important factors in any magical device. So, what kind of flaw could possibly outweigh all those benefits? The problem was that the materials capable of containing this magic circuit were extremely limited, she explained. That made sense. It had excellent performance, sure, but if it could only be used with a handful of rare minerals, then it was basically useless to most people. Because the circuit only reacted properly to specific ores, it couldn't be widely applied. And if one of those minerals happened to be rare or difficult to process, well, that was a death sentence for any practical use. For alchemists who were already constantly strapped for funds, if the cost of drawing even a single magic circuit skyrocketed, then no one in their right mind would continue that line of research. That's why it eventually became an abandoned technology, left to fade into obscurity. Wait, I muttered to myself. Realization dawning. Does that mean the golem's body wasn't just made of ordinary steel? Up until now, I had simply assumed it was. But now that I thought about it, that couldn't be right. If its magic circuit required a special mineral to function, then the golem's entire frame must have been forged from that same rare material. Damn it, I groaned quietly. If I'd known, I would try to salvage some pieces. A wave of regret hit me hard. But it was too late for that now. The dungeon had already vanished the moment I destroyed its core, taking everything inside with it. Thank you for today, I said, forcing a polite smile as I bid her farewell. Even as I spoke, I couldn't shake the bitter taste of missed opportunity. I left the women's dormitory and stepped outside. The sun was already sinking low, painting the sky in deep shades of orange and violet. Somehow, weekends always seem to fly by faster than normal days. Half the day was already gone before I even realized it. Well, I guess I'll just rest tomorrow, I muttered to myself, exhaling a tired breath. With lighter steps than before, I made my way back to my quarters, finally looking forward to a proper, peaceful day off. The alleyway smelled of wet stone and old smoke. No one else was around. A hooded woman paused at a plain wooden door and rapped twice soft, deliberate knocks that barely sounded over the distant city hum. Who is there? A muffled voice asked from the other side. Red Wolf, she answered. Come in. The door opened a crack, and a man with a wide-brimmed hat motioned her through. Inside, the room was lit by a single lantern. Chairs sat empty around a battered table, their occupants conspicuously absent. The hat man didn't bother with pleasantries. You're late, he said. Where is everyone? She asked, scanning the empty seats with a practiced flick of her eyes. On missions, he replied. All over. You know how it is. He slid into the chair opposite her and steepled his fingers. We couldn't risk bringing everyone together. She clicked her tongue. Then why call me alone? If it's just chatter, I don't have time. Her voice was sharp. She was not one to tolerate games. He pushed a folded map across the table, careful, businesslike. The paper creaked as she unfolded it. The Academy's wall grounds were drawn in crude ink. A single finger tapped the courtyard with quiet emphasis. "The day has come," he said, voice low and steady. "Orders from the top. All previous operations are canceled. New priority, the Academy." She frowned, brow tightening. The Academy? Were we supposed to be raiding a school now? Not raiding. He met her eyes. Kidnap the princess. Author note: Volume 1 comes to end with this chapter. I know that many of you is dissatisfied with Laozi, but that will be changed from the next volume. This volume doesn't have much, but it gives basic idea of the story. Also, pacing is going to fast from next volume. Bye. Chapter 51. Blood in the Morning. The golden weekend that it felt like it would last forever finally came to an end. And, right on schedule, Monday returned uninvited as always. Logically, after 2 days of rest, I should felt refreshed and full of energy. Instead, my body felt like a sack of sand, heavy and unwilling to move. I sighed. I just want to graduate already. But that was still a distant dream for a freshman who had enrolled barely a week ago. Accepting that grim reality, I trudged along the familiar path toward the Academy. Around me, other students wore the same dead-eyed expressions. It seemed the hatred for Monday transcended worlds. It was universal. As I fought off my sleepiness and dragged my feet forward, thud. Sorry. Lost in thought, I had accidentally bumped shoulders with someone coming from the opposite direction. Startled, I bowed my head slightly and apologized right away. The woman I bumped into gave only a brief nod, her gaze fixed on the ground, and kept walking without saying a word. How rude. Sure, it was partly my fault for not paying attention, but still some acknowledgement would been nice. She didn't even look back, just nodded once and continued down the street, her steps brisk, her long coat fluttering faintly behind her. Where's she even going so early in the morning? I wondered. Right now, every student should be heading toward the Academy, not away from it. She was the only one moving in the opposite direction. Maybe she forgot something important? Deciding not to think too much about it, I shrugged it off and quickened my pace again. But a few steps later, something felt off. There was a strange dampness on my shoulder. I muttered, glancing down. The fabric looked darker than usual. When I ran my hand over it, my fingertips came away wet and red. Blood? A thin layer of sticky, warm liquid clung to my skin. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't mine. I froze. The early morning chatter of students fading into background noise. I stared at the dark stain on my shoulder, my heart skipping a beat. Did it get on me when that woman bumped into me just now? "Excuse me," I called out, spinning around. But she was gone. The hallway was completely empty, not a shadow in sight. My voice echoed softly before fading into silence. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen. The faint metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air. What the hell just happened? I couldn't focus at all once I sat down at my desk. My mind kept replaying the scene over and over. The woman who brushed past me. She hadn't even looked me in the eye. Her long, dark hair had hidden most of her face, and her steps had been oddly unsteady, like she was barely holding herself up. And then, in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. No footsteps, no sign of where she went. Just gone. The logical part of me tried to come up with an explanation. Maybe she used a teleportation spell. Maybe I imagined it. But that blood on my shoulder was very real. I rubbed at the stain absently, a chill crawling up my spine. It almost felt like I'd just brushed past a ghost. That's impossible. I shook my head almost immediately at the absurd thought. There's no way ghosts exist. Sure, this world has undead creatures that might look or behave like ghosts, but they're not the same thing. They aren't human souls lingering around after death. They're just lumps of energy that took shape monsters, in other words. So that means she was human after all. If she was injured, then she should gone straight to the infirmary. So why was she wandering around like that in the middle of the night? The morning had only just begun, yet something about it already felt off. "Oh, Luis. Good morning, Elena." I greeted her with my usual smile. Yes? Good morning. What with the stuttering? I tilted my head, a little confused. Elena was acting strangely stiff, her expression awkward, like she was trying too hard to appear normal. Is she nervous about something? Then it hit me. All right, today is the day. Elena, the class president, and I, the vice president, were scheduled to attend our very first student council meeting together. That explained it. I didn't think she'd actually get nervous about this kind of thing. I thought a little amused. In the manga, Elena was always portrayed as confident, someone who spoke her mind clearly and never hesitated to act. But reality was different. Ever since I ended up in this world, that fact had become painfully obvious. Even Elena, who I thought I knew so well from the story, wasn't quite the same person. She felt more real awkward, uncertain, human. As I was lost in thought, her hesitant voice broke the silence. Lewis, do you have a girlfriend or anything like that? I blinked. Wait, what? That was not the kind of question I expected to hear first thing in the morning. For a full second, my brain just froze. I stared at Elena, who was fidgeting with her fingers, her face turning as red as the ribbon in her hair. Okay, where did that come from? Her gaze darted nervously between me and the floor, as if she already regretted asking. No, I said finally. I don't have anything like that. Her head shot up slightly, eyes widening in surprise. Really? Yeah, I nodded, scratching the back of my neck. I don't have a girlfriend. Though technically speaking, I do have a fiancé. A fiancé I'm supposed to marry someday at least, according to my family's arrangement. But that feels different. Completely different. There's a gap now. A chasm between being in love with someone and being engaged because of family politics. One is a choice. The other, isn't. So I decided to leave that part unsaid. Chapter 52, Secrets, Lies. And glares what Elena was asking about probably didn't match the kind of girlfriend she had in mind. Really? She said quietly. Her voice dropped, and her expression changed in an instant. Her usual warmth faded, replaced by something oddly cold. Wait, what? Why is she looking at me like that? I felt a bead of sweat roll down my temple. Her reaction made no sense. It was as if I just confessed to some terrible crime instead of answering a simple question. Elena? I asked carefully. She stared at me for a moment, then said in a firm, almost solemn tone, Lewis. I believe friends shouldn't lie to each other. Her words caught me off guard. I agree, I said slowly. It wasn't like she was wrong. Lies do damage relationships. They break trust, create distance. I knew that better than anyone. But sometimes, lying isn't about deception, it's about survival. Sometimes you have to hide certain truths, even from the people closest to you. Everyone has secrets they can't share. And mine? Mine was something no one could ever know. The fact that I'm a transmigrator. That alone was enough to shatter everything if it ever got out. So no, I was lying out of malice. I was just protecting something far too big to explain. Still, I couldn't understand why Elena suddenly brought this up now, or why she seemed so hurt. Before I could ask, the door opened and Professor Dominic walked in, his usual calm voice cutting through the tension. Let us begin the class. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room as everyone turned their attention forward. I sat there for a moment, still thinking about Elena's words. Whatever she was upset about, I'd have to ask her after class. Class began as usual, but I couldn't focus on a single thing Professor Dominic was saying. His lecture on monster classification echoed faintly in the background, something about the differences between magical beasts and corrupted creatures. But my mind kept drifting back to Elena. Every now and then I glanced to my right. She sat perfectly still, her expression calm and composed as she took notes. If I had seen her earlier, I would thought nothing was wrong. But I had seen her, that cold look in her eyes, the way her voice dropped when she said really. It wasn't like her at all. Did I actually do something wrong? Maybe she misunderstood something I said earlier. Or maybe someone told her something about me. No, that didn't make sense. Elena wasn't the type to judge people based on rumors. Lewis, Professor Dominic's voice, snapped me back to reality. Yes, sir? What did I just say about corrupted type monsters? I froze. The entire class turned their heads toward me, waiting that they, evolve when they absorb dark mana. Professor Dominic raised an eyebrow. Partially correct. But corrupted-type monsters are born from dark mana exposure. They don't evolve into it. All right. Sorry. He nodded and continued his lecture without pressing further. I let out a small sigh of relief. My classmates went back to scribbling notes, and Elena didn't even glance my way. Great. First she gets mad, and now I look like an idiot in front of everyone. I try to pull myself together, forcing my attention back to the lesson. Professor Dominic's tone became more serious as he drew a large diagram of a creature on the board. Long claws, skeletal frame, glowing eyes. This, he said, tapping the chalk against the sketch, is a ghoulhound. Unlike normal beasts, it retains fragments of intelligence. Once it locks onto a target, it doesn't stop until that target is dead. A shiver ran down my spine. I'd seen one of those before, not in real life, but in the comic. It appeared during the early dungeon arc, the same arc I was currently inside of. If things keep changing the way they have been lately, then maybe I'll have to fight one for real. That thought alone was enough to make my stomach twist. After our afternoon classes wrapped up, Elena and I headed straight to the student council room. Fortunately, she seemed back to her usual self. The gloom from this morning had vanished, replaced by her normal, calm demeanor. Though, every now and then, she'd flinch when she saw couples walking arm in arm down the hall. Still, compared to earlier, she looked much better. What do they usually do at student council meetings? She asked, glancing at me. I'm not really sure, I admitted. Probably stuff like voting on agenda items or discussing academy matters. Official things. Truth be told, I had no idea what actually happened during those meetings. My knowledge came from vague memories bits and pieces I'd seen when passing by the student council room before. I think it goes something like this. I continued trying to sound confident. The class presidents and vice presidents all gather, and the princess, the council president, sits at the front. She asks questions, people give reports or opinions, and that's about it. So we just sit quietly and then leave. Elena tilted her head. Pretty much. I gave a small shrug. We're freshmen, after all. Our job is to look polite and not cause trouble. And that was the truth. The student council's core members were intimidating. There was the heir to a massive trading company, the daughter of the Northern Grand Duke, and a few other students with noble lineages that could probably fund a small city. Compared to them, we were just newcomers still figuring out where the cafeteria's best seats were. Besides, I thought there probably wouldn't be any big agenda items today. It had only been a week since we de-enrolled, so there wasn't much for the council to actually do yet. Today's meeting was likely just an introduction session for the newly elected class representatives. As we talked, we reached the academy's main building. The student council room was on the 5th floor, near the top and elegant space with wide hallways and tall arched windows. By the time we got there, the place was already buzzing with people. Class presidents and vice presidents from every first-year class were gathered, chatting nervously or straightening their uniforms. There were at least 10 of us from the freshman year alone, and that didn't even include the senior members who ran the council. It was, frankly, a lot more crowded than I expected. Elena and I squeezed through the throng, scanning the neatly labeled desks until we found ours. 1 seat, 2 chairs, 1 small desk. We exchanged a brief look before sitting down. Let us just stay quiet, I whispered, leaning closer. Blend in and survive. She nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. Got it. Chapter 53. At dawn, although I ended up here because vice presidents were required to attend, this kind of thing was usually only for class presidents. Which meant, after today, Elena would be sitting here alone while I enjoyed my peaceful afternoons elsewhere. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. A loud voice echoed through the hall. The noise and chatter that had filled the room moments earlier faded away as everyone started to take their seats. I glanced around. The atmosphere was heavier than I expected, more formal, more polished. Soon after, a group of students entered through the large doors at the front. Their movements were smooth, confident, like people used to being in the spotlight. Jewels glimmered on their uniforms, the light from chandeliers catching on their badges, brooches, and enchanted accessories. They looked like they stepped straight out of a portrait meant to show off the Empire's elite. And among them, one person stood out above all the rest. A girl with long, flowing purple hair that seemed to shimmer under the light. She walked with quiet confidence, her every step commanding attention without even trying. Anna Blackwood, the first imperial princess of the Empire, and one of the main heroines of the manga. Even though I knew who she was, seeing her in person was different. She wasn't just beautiful. There was something sharp and magnetic about her presence. The kind of aura that made you sit up straighter without realizing it. She took her seat at the front, crossing her legs with practiced grace. The room fell completely silent. Then, with a calm and dignified tone, she said, "Well then, shall we begin the meeting?" And just like that, the student council meeting officially began. The room was practically pitch black, only the faint smudge of a single covered lantern somewhere in the corner betrayed that there was light at all. Voices moved in hushed waves. A dozen people clustered around a long table, their faces half hidden by shadows. Every sound felt too loud. The rustle of cloth, the creak of a chair, the soft click of boxed lids being opened. A woman in an academy uniform leaned forward, her voice low and sharp. "So how exactly are we planning to kidnap the princess?" A few heads nodded. Anxiety and impatience hummed through the group. "The Academy's security is far stronger than we expected," someone muttered. "We had to dodge patrols just to get in tonight. Guards change hourly," another added. "And there are knights posted near the eastern gate now. How are we supposed to break through that?" All eyes turned toward a single figure at the far end of the table. He wore a neat suit and a fedora pulled low. The brim threw his face into shadow. He didn't bother answering their questions right away. Instead, he inclined his head, as if acknowledging every worry without needing to speak. He pointed to a young boy standing beside him. "You called for me," the man said. The boyfriend moved with puppet calm. He slipped small square boxes from his satchel and passed them around. The packaging was plain, nothing writ on the lids. But each hand that took one did so with a weight that went far beyond cardboard. "What is this?" a voice asked, brittle with curiosity. "Open it and see," the suited man said. Boxes cracked open almost in unison. The little flaps ripped and went aside. Whatever lay inside made the room go quiet in a way that wasn't about surprise, it was concern. The woman in the academy, uniform, stared, her breath hitching. "This isn't. You can't be serious." Another member swallowed audibly. "If that is what I think it is, then you're right," the suited man said flatly. "It's exactly that." A tremor of disbelief swept the circle. "Have you finally lost your mind?" Someone snapped. "This isn't a weapon to be used casually. This is terrorism. If we're not careful, the Empire will trace this back to us." "I know what it is," the woman said, voice steadying as she tried to measure the consequences. She lifted her eyes and looked at the man. "And you're sure this is him's plan?" The fedored man folded his hands on the table and met her gaze, the faint lantern glow catching the edge of his jaw. "I can connect you to him if you want proof," he offered, the confidence in his voice closing down the room like a lid. "But I don't think we need a demonstration." "No," someone else said slowly. "If he is sure, then so be it. But we need to be precise, no mistakes." A silence followed, heavy, insistent, until the woman's face changed from shock to a reluctant resolve. She set her box down very carefully and rolled up her sleeves. The rest of the group watched her, then did the same, one by one. Whatever fear had fluttered at the edges had hardened into purpose. The suited man pushed back his fedora and revealed the tattoo on his wrist, a red wolf mid-howl, inked in bold strokes that seemed to drink the dim light. One by one, others showed the same mark beneath their cuffs, faint red scars and fresh ink both. The symbol tied them together the way words could not. "We're not small-time thieves," the woman said, voice low but steady now. "We're not just making noise in the dark. With this, we force the Empire's hand. We kidnap the princess," the man continued. "We deliver our demands. We broadcast them. We create an undeniable public turning point." He tapped the table for emphasis. "This isn't just theft. It's declaration. A murmur ran through the room, the kind that's part fear, part exhilaration. Somebody laughed a little too loudly. Someone else's shoulders trembled, as if from cold or adrenaline. If the Empire traces it back, a voice began. It will, the suited man interrupted, blunt. But that will also prove our existence. People are tired. They want change. If this works, this ignites everything. Sympathizers will rally. Our hidden selves will come out of the woodwork, and we make the Empire answer to the people. He spread his hands. This is what he wants. This is what we were forged for. The tattooed wrists glinted as the group raised their arms in unison, a small, almost ceremonial motion. The woman swallowed, then tightened her jaw and nodded. We're going to change this damn world, she said. Outside, the night waited like a hell breath. Inside, in the thin lantern light, a dozen ordinary people became conspirators bound by a belief fierce enough to drown out the safer voices in their heads. They tucked the boxes back into satchels, checked their blades, and rehearsed silent plans with the grim focus of those who walked past the point of no return. Frun lingered a moment longer, his young face unreadable as he watched the group prepare. Then, with the same careful calm he'd worn the whole meeting, he stepped forward and caught the eye of the suited man. All set, he said. The man inclined his head. At dawn. Author note. Thank you for reading the chapter. I hope you continue to read more in future. It's my first novel. I hope you have loved it. Once again, thanks. Chapter 54. Very familiar next on the agenda. The meeting went about as uneventfully as I expected. It was one of those formal gatherings where the student council reviewed recent incidents and updates follow UPS on the magical outburst during the entrance ceremony, reports on the attempted kidnapping of an academy student, that sort of thing. The papers handed out to us summarized everything in neat little columns of numbers and facts, an entire week's worth of chaos reduced to statistics. Excuse me, someone said from the back. The presenter, a nervous-looking student with trembling hands, glanced up. What is it? There's missing data on the right side here, the student council president said calmly. I'll correct that right away. Please make sure to double-check your materials next time. Soda. The room went silent. The presenter's voice faltered under the weight of the president's sharp tone. A heavy tension filled the air, and the once curious expressions of the first-year representatives turned stiff. Making a mistake in your first meeting, it was bad enough on its own. But something about this felt off. Was that really an accident? No way. The president, no. The princess was far too meticulous to let something like that slip by unnoticed. She must have seen it beforehand, which meant she did that on purpose. How childish. She'd probably let that mistake slide through intentionally just to create pressure, to remind everyone of who held authority in this room. A little performance to intimidate the newcomers. And the poor presenter? Just an unfortunate casualty in her power play. This concludes our meeting, the princess said, her voice perfectly calm. As soon as she stood, the tension broke like glass. Students exhaled softly, as if they'd been holding their breath the entire time. Phew, that atmosphere was intense, one of the first years whispered. I know, another replied. I didn't think student council meetings would feel like a battlefield. I leaned back in my chair, suppressing a small sigh. After the meeting ended, the heavy atmosphere that had filled the room seemed to linger in the air. Elena, who had been sitting stiffly the whole time, finally let out a long sigh and slumped back in her chair, her shoulders relaxing for the first time that day. I, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as affected. I already knew the tension in the room had been deliberate staged, even. But Elena clearly hadn't caught on. I wonder if I'll be able to do well moving forward, she murmured, worry creasing her brow. Today was tense because it was everyone's first day, I said, leaning back slightly. It'll get easier once we get used to it. Hee, I hope so. Her soft laugh broke the lingering stiffness, and the smile that followed was enough to lift the mood around us. I glanced at her for a brief moment before turning my gaze toward the window. The afternoon sunlight was spilling through, painting the sky in a calm shade of blue. Come to think of it, When was the next episode supposed to happen again? The story had already veered far off its original path. Events that should have never happened had taken place, and others had vanished entirely. Still, there was a pattern to these things. Even if the smaller details changed, the core events, the major episodes, tended to find their way back into motion. Elena's kidnapping had proved that much. Despite all the differences, it had still happened, just in another form. So maybe, just maybe, the next big event was already on the horizon. I should probably check. I didn't know the exact timing anymore. The only clue I had was that it was supposed to occur sometime after Ed joined the disciplinary committee, which meant it couldn't be that far away. Shall we go? I asked, pushing myself up from the chair. Yes, Elena replied, standing quickly, her usual energy returning. As the rest of the students filed out of the hall, chatting quietly among themselves, I followed beside her, my expression calm, but my mind already turning over possibilities of what might come next. Monster attack incident. That's what the next big event was called. It would happen not long after Edmund joined the disciplinary committee, a large-scale monster attack right inside the academy grounds. The cause? A crack in the academy's protective barrier. Once the barrier weakened, monsters began slipping through one after another until the walls completely gave way. The once peaceful academy turned into chaos. Back when I read the story, I hadn't thought too deeply about it. I just accepted it as another dramatic twist in the comic. But now that I was living it, things didn't quite add up. Even if the barrier had weakened, where had those monsters come from all of a sudden? And more importantly, why did they all head straight for the academy? It wasn't like monsters had some built-in GPS for schools full of kids. Something about it didn't make sense. Following my memory, I made my way to the spot where the incident was supposed to start. Nothing seems wrong, I muttered, scanning the surroundings. The barrier looked perfectly normal to me, an invisible wall of magic that shimmered faintly under the sunlight. No flickering, no cracks, no minusons. In the comic, a tiny fracture had appeared first, a hairline crack that spread like a spiderweb until the entire wall shattered in one explosive moment. But right now, the wall, easily 2 meters thick, was as stable as ever. Not yet, huh? I murmured under my breath. That was the only explanation. The event hadn't been triggered yet. I expected at least some kind of magical residue or a faint distortion in the air, something. But there was nothing. It looked completely normal. Maybe I come too early. I sighed and turned to head back, planning to check again later. Russell. I froze. That sound didn't belong to the wind. My hand instinctively went to my sword as I turned toward the noise. The bushes near the outer barrier trembled ever so slightly, once, twice, as if something was crouched behind them, waiting. The air suddenly felt heavier. Don't tell me. What was that? I froze mid-step, my ears catching a faint noise carried by the wind. Rustle, there it was again. This time I was sure of it. The sound came from the bushes a short distance ahead. A suspicious presence lingered there, subtle, but definitely alive. I held my breath and moved cautiously, my footsteps light against the grass. The air felt tense, heavy with quiet anticipation. Step by step, I closed the distance. The rustling stopped. For a moment, the only sound was the soft beating of my own heart. Then, through the leaves, I caught a glimpse of movement. Someone was crouched there, a girl in the academy's uniform. Her back turned to me as if she was trying to hide. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders, catching the faint light that filtered through the trees. I tilted my head slightly. Wait, that hair color, that posture. No way, I murmured under my breath. Now that I could see her more clearly, recognition struck. She looked familiar. Very familiar. Chapter 55, Monster Attack, One Excuse Me. The woman flinched, her shoulders jerking as she turned toward me, eyes wide with surprise. Got you. The moment I saw her face, I knew I was right. She was the same woman who had bumped into me earlier this morning and the same one I'd just seen hiding suspiciously in the bushes. For a second, tension drained out of my body, and I let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She was a ghost after all. Still, even though I confirmed she was human, an uneasy feeling crawled up the back of my neck. Something about her expression felt off. Pale face, trembling hands, eyes darting around like a cornered animal. "Hey, are you MMPH?" She suddenly covered her mouth with one hand, panic flooding her features. Her body trembled as if she was trying desperately to suppress something. "What's wrong?" I asked carefully, taking a step closer. But she didn't answer. She just kept shaking her head violently, eyes wide, muffled sounds escaping her throat. And then, BLEGH. She lurched forward, pulling her hand away as a torrent of blood spilled from her mouth, splattering onto the ground. The sharp, metallic smell hit my nose instantly. "Hey, Dash, are you okay?" I shouted, instinctively rushing to her side. Her knees hit the dirt, her face contorted in agony. She gripped my sleeve weakly and forced out a hoarse whisper. "Run away." "What? What did you say?" I said, "Run away." She screamed, voice cracking. Before I could even process her words, beep. That sound mechanical. Cold. Out of place. I glanced around, searching for the source. And then, damn it, the woman hissed. Before I could react, something slammed into me from the side. The world spun violently as I was thrown backward, slamming into the ground with a bone-rattling thud. And then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a surge of mana that roared through the air like a raging storm. The shockwave hit me before I could even react. Ugh! I groaned, the impact knocking the breath out of my lungs. Someone had shielded me from the brunt of the blast. The force still hurled me across the room, crashing me against a wall, but at least I was still in one piece. My ears rang, my vision blurred. For a moment, everything was just a haze of dust, heat, and the metallic taste of mana burning in the air. "What the hell?" I muttered, forcing my body to move. My head throbbed as I blinked the dizziness away, trying to make sense of what had just happened. And then I saw her, a woman lying sprawled across me. For a split second, my mind went blank. Then the realization hit. Did she shield me? That must be it. That SYWAS torn apart by the explosion. "Hey, are you okay?" I shouted, shaking her shoulder gently. No response. Her body was limp, her breathing faint. She was completely unconscious. "Damn it," I hissed under my breath. Panic kicked in as I quickly checked her pulse. It was weak, but there. Her clothes were scorched and half-burned, and a deep cut ran across her temple, blood matting her hair. Even someone with zero medical training could tell she was in serious condition. "I need to get you to the infirmary now." I carefully lifted her onto my back, wincing as pain shot up my arms. She was light, but my body still ached from the blast. I steadied myself and started toward the door. Thud. A low, heavy sound came from behind me. I froze. My stomach twisted as a terrible thought crept in. Wait a second, wasn't the next episode supposed to be about monsters attacking the academy? No way. Thud. Another impact echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath my feet. I turned around, my eyes trembling, and then I saw it. The Academy's protective barrier, once shimmering faintly in the air, shattered like fragile glass. A moment later, a massive hand broke through the outer wall, claws scraping stone and steel. Then came the rest of it. A towering face, green-skinned and twisted with rage, forced its way through the opening. Whoa! The roar shook the entire courtyard. An ogre? I muttered, disbelief freezing me in place. It wasn't just any monster. It was a high-rank creature, something that shouldn't even appear within miles of the Academy. Why is it here? But before I could make sense of it, the situation worsened. Behind the rampaging ogre, shadows poured through the breach, scores of monsters with sharp fangs and hungry eyes. Wolves, goblins, trolls, a whole horde. Damn it! I spun around and bolted, clutching the unconscious woman on my back. Whoa! The ogre's thunderous roar chased me down the corridor, shaking my bones. If I got caught, if I slowed down even for a second, I'd die. No question about it. The ground quaked with every step I took, and just as I rounded a corner, WWE, the emergency sirens blared throughout the Academy at last. But by the time they went off, most of the students were still frozen in confusion. What is going on? Is that an alarm? Did a fire break out? Their cluelessness made me want to scream. I sucked in a shaky breath and shouted with everything I had. Run! A few students turned toward me, startled. What? Who asked that? Why is he yelling dash? Just run, you idiots! I barked, pushing past them. Finally, a few sharp ones caught sight of the blood on my uniform, the fear in my eyes, and a massive silhouette in the distance. They didn't ask questions, they just started running. And a moment later, everyone understood why. Whoa! The monsters flooded through the shattered wall like a living tide, their roars echoing through the halls. Kya, why is there an ogre here? Save me! Screams filled the air as panic erupted. Desks crashed, spells misfired, and students scattered in every direction. The once peaceful academy descended into utter chaos, and I could only grit my teeth, running as fast as I could, knowing that this was no mere coincidence. The monster attack episode had just become reality. Chapter 56. Monster Attack 2. What exactly is a monster? ISNT, a term for beast-like creatures that act purely on instinct, not reason. In most fantasy worlds, even if something looks human, it's still considered a monster if it's ruled by instinct. On the other hand, if a creature can communicate and think rationally no matter how non-human it looks, it is treated as a different race. There's even a running joke that goblins have their brains between their legs. That is how much instinct governs them. So naturally, monsters like ogres should be no different. They chase whatever prey is in front of them. That's the theory, at least. Then why the hell is this bastard only following me? Whoa! The earth trembled as the ogre let out a roar that shook the air. I sprinted for my life, lungs burning, heart pounding like a drum. It didn't make sense. There were other students closer, some still standing, some already collapsed, but the ogre didn't even glance at them. Its beady eyes locked only on me, like it had decided I was the only thing in the world worth smashing. Damn it. This ISNT how this was supposed to go. I muttered between ragged breaths, weaving through the wreckage of what used to be our training ground. Cries echoed from behind me, some students shouting for help, others too terrified to move. But the heavy, thudding footsteps never changed direction. Boom! 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 Each step sounded like the end of the world was getting closer. Ugh! A faint groan reached my ears. Are you regaining consciousness? I asked, glancing over my shoulder. Someone was stirring among the fallen, a girl, blinking dazedly as she tried to sit up. Her eyes darted around, unfocused at first, then suddenly widened. Huh, an ogre? Yeah, no kidding, I yelled, dodging a chunk of debris as it flew past me. She looked utterly confused, muttering to herself, why is an ogre here? Could this be part of the plan too? But the wall breaking down wasn't supposed to happen. What the hell was she talking about? Hey, I shouted, still running. Now it's not really the time for... Excuse me, she interrupted. I nearly tripped. Huff what? Can't you see I'm kind of huff busy not dying right now? Her tone was way too calm for someone facing a rampaging ogre. Still, she didn't flinch. Her eyes, clear and sharp now, were fixed on me. Can I borrow some blood for a moment? She said, and just like that, my blood ran cold. Bee blood? What was she even talking about? My mind went blank, trying to make sense of her words, but before I could ask, the answer came in the most shocking way possible. MP. Where you dash? Hey. In one swift motion, she yanked my collar down and sank her teeth into my neck. Something warm and wet spread across my skin, and goosebumps ran down my entire body. The sudden sensation made me stumble, nearly twisting my ankle as my heart pounded in confusion. Slurp. The sound was followed by a strange, dizzying weakness spreading through me, as if something vital was being drawn out. Wait, this feeling, it was eerily similar to when I donated blood once, except this time, it was far more intense, and she was literally drinking it. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. Art, my blood, my blood. The draining sensation made my vision swim for a moment, my legs wobbling beneath me. Then she finally pulled away, licking the corner of her mouth with an expression that could only be described as disappointed. TSK, your blood doesn't taste very good, she said casually, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. It stings. What? Her quiet remark snapped me back to reality. Excuse me? I blurted out, still reeling. Did you just say my blood tastes bad? I didn't know why, but for some reason, that hit harder than it should be. Why does that hurt my pride? I thought, dumbfounded. I mean, come on, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I eat healthy. My blood should be premium quality. At least grade A, right? But before I could complain further, she suddenly hopped off my back, moving with effortless grace. Rest for a bit, she said flatly, her tone almost indifferent. Wait, what are you, hey? I reached out, but she was already stepping away, her crimson eyes glinting faintly in the dim light. Confused, I stopped running and turned around. The ground shook under my feet. The ogre was charging straight toward us, its face twisted in fury. Each thunderous step sending vibrations through the forest floor. The woman didn't flinch. She stood between me and the monster, calm and still, as if she'd been waiting for this exact moment. Then, raising one slender finger, she whispered blood cannon. Vungta Enge. A crimson light rippled at her fingertips, pulsing like a heartbeat. For a brief instant, it looked almost beautiful until that light exploded forward, creating streaks of red afterimages as it tore through the air. Boom! The blood-red projectile slammed into the ogre's chest, punching a gaping hole clean through its body. The creature didn't even have time to scream. Its massive frame swayed once, then collapsed with a deafening thud, sending a shockwave through the ground. Dust and leaves burst into the air as the echo of the impact faded. I just stood there, frozen. That magic had enough power to instantly kill a high-level monster like an ogre. And she'd done it effortlessly, one single spell, one word. My mind tried to process what I had just seen. The crimson light, the way she'd drawn blood from me before, the name of the spell. Blood cannon. There was no mistake. That was blood magic. A rare, forbidden art that draws strength from blood, both one's own and others. Incredibly powerful, but also incredibly dangerous. Few dared to use it because of its side effects and the price it demanded. But still, wasn't there a heroine in the story who used blood magic? The thought struck me suddenly. Yeah, I remembered now. Among the heroines who had that complicated, tension-filled relationship with Ed, one of them was a blood mage. And as I looked at the woman again standing silently over the ogre's corpse, her expression unreadable, a faint red glow still lingering in her eyes, something clicked. She does look similar, not identical, but the resemblance was uncanny. It wasn't just her face. It was her whole aura, the calm, dangerous air around her, the quiet strength that made the world seem to hold its breath when she moved. For a moment, I forgot about the dead ogre, the blood, everything. All I could think was, just who is she? Chapter 57. Lena, for a moment, I completely forgot about the dead ogre lying nearby, the smell of blood, the metallic tang in the air, the faint warmth of battle still clinging to my skin. All I could think was, who is she? There was something familiar about her. But as I let my gaze drop slightly and really took her in, I quietly shook my head. No, she doesn't look like her. At first glance, the resemblance was uncanny. The same crimson hair that shimmered like firelight. Those sharp, feline eyes that seemed to pierce right through you. But on closer inspection, no. There were differences. Subtle, but clear. They're not the same. How should I even put it? That heroine, the one she reminded me of, had been, let us say, noticeably more gifted in certain areas. You know what I mean? This woman, though she carried herself differently, her presence wasn't as overwhelming, but there was something grounded, almost fragile about it. Excuse me. Her soft voice snapped me out of my wandering thoughts. Igregas? I blurted, startled, almost standing at attention without meaning to. She looked up at me, her expression hesitant but determined. What's wrong? I asked, trying to sound composed despite my heart still racing from both the battle and her sudden appearance. Could you? She trailed off for a second, biting her lower lip as if debating whether to speak. Then, with a deep breath, she met my gaze squarely. Can you help me? Her eyes, those clear, vivid eyes, were filled with a mix of fear and hope. And before I could even think it through, I found myself nodding slightly, drawn in by something I couldn't quite name. Someone else trying to kidnap the Imperial Princess? I repeated, staring at the woman in front of me. Yes, she replied, her voice calm, but her expression tense. The woman who had introduced herself as Lena had just dropped a bombshell that made my stomach twist. According to her, there were people inside the academy right now planning to kidnap the Imperial Princess. You're serious? I asked slowly. She nodded once, her gaze flickering toward the window as if she was expecting someone or something to appear at any moment. I frowned, trying to make sense of what I just heard. Who are these people? At that, she fell silent. No answer, no hesitation, either just a tense, deliberate silence. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Who in their right mind would attempt something this insane? Kidnapping the Imperial Princess wasn't just reckless, it was suicide. She was the heir to the throne. Touching even a strand of her hair was the same as declaring open war against the Empire itself. Even the most deranged villains in the manga had drawn the line there. They might plotted to overthrow the nobles or cause chaos in the capital, but kidnapping the princess. No one was that stupid. So what kind of madmen were we talking about here? And more importantly, how the hell does she even know about this? I studied Lena more closely. Sure, she was wearing an academy uniform, but something about her didn't fit. She didn't look like a student. Her presence felt older, sharper, like someone who'd seen real combat before. Her eyes were too steady, her movements too controlled. When I pressed again about the kidnappers, she just broke into a cold sweat and looked away like she was scared to speak. That alone set off all kinds of alarms in my head. Yeah, this is suspicious. Really suspicious. Still, even with my doubts, I didn't have the luxury of ignoring what she said. If she was telling the truth, if the Imperial Princess really was in danger, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. No matter who these intruders were, nothing good would come from harm befalling the princess. She might be a bit tsundere and sometimes bossy, but she wasn't a bad person. The one I really worried about was her younger brother, Baltian Blackwood, the second in line to the throne, and a boy with a smile as sharp as a blade. If anything happened to his sister, the Empire would need an investigation. Baltian would burn the entire academy to the ground himself. There mustn't be even the slightest chance of him becoming emperor, because he is a psychopath with a crippling inferiority complex, a madman bearing the worst combination of traits imaginable. If he ever ascended the throne, this entire empire would plunge into chaos overnight. And that would mean the peaceful, enjoyable fantasy life I'd been carefully building would go straight to hell. That can't happen. So the moment I heard Lena's words, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed her by the wrist, and together we sprinted toward the main building, the place where the Imperial Princess was rumored to be. By the time we arrived, the distant noise had turned into a full-blown uproar. Clang! The sharp sound of steel clashing against something hard echoed through the courtyard. Quick slash! Screech! A voice cut through the chaos, one that I immediately recognized. That tone, that shout, there was no mistaking it. Tatsuya! I yelled. Lord Louis? How'd you get here? Through the smoke and dust, I saw him, Tatsuya, the sword fanatic I'd sparred with before. His blade gleamed as it sliced through a goblin lunging at him, splitting the creature clean in half. I glanced around. The ground was littered with monster corpses, their green blood soaking into the tiles. He'd taken all of them down by himself. Even if they were low-tier monsters, the sheer number was staggering. What the hell happened here? I asked, stepping closer. Tatsuya's brow furrowed. I'm not entirely sure, my lord. These creatures appeared out of nowhere and started attacking students. Some of them weren't even monsters, they looked human. His voice grew tighter with each word. and I could see the faint tremor in his sword arm. He'd been fighting nonstop. "Where's the student council president?" I asked. "Upstairs." He replied immediately. "She's holding off a group of strange attacker-strong ones. More importantly, Lord Lewis." He didn't finish his sentence. Instead, his eyes darted past me, widening. Another wave of goblins came charging down the corridor, screeching wildly. Tatsuya clenched his jaw. "This humble one will hold them off here. Please, my lord, go. The president needs help." "Got it. Don't die, Tatsuya." I turned and dashed toward the staircase, the sounds of metal clashing and monsters shrieking fading behind me. The air inside the building was thick with dust and tension. Whatever was happening upstairs, it wasn't something ordinary. Quick slash. Tatsuya's voice rang out sharply from behind me as we dashed up the stairwell. My boots pounded against the steps, the echo of our hurried ascent filling the narrow space. We didn't stop until we reached the third floor, and the moment we did, the tension in the air hit like a wall. Two groups stood facing each other at the end of the corridor, right in front of a large, reinforced door. On one side were the student council members, led by Edmund. Their usual calm expressions were gone, replaced by grim determination. On the other side stood a man in a black suit, his posture relaxed but his presence sharp enough to cut through steel. The moment he noticed us, he exhaled softly and began rolling up his sleeves like he was preparing for something serious. And that's when I saw it. Etched into the skin of his forearm was a vivid red tattoo, a wolf, its head tilted back as if howling at the moon. My breath caught. That mark, it's the same. The exact same symbol I'd seen on Lena's wrist. Chapter 58. Useless protagonist, a tattoo like the terrorist's. Could that really be just a coincidence? No, that's impossible. Tattoo culture wasn't common in the Empire. Sure, mercenaries sometimes got small markings or charms for luck, but even then, they were frowned upon, seen as something crude or rebellious. So what were the odds that an academy student and a terrorist would have the exact same tattoo? Close to zero. There has to be a connection between them. It wasn't a suspicion anymore, it was a conviction forming in my gut. But then, another thought tangled my reasoning. If Lena really had ties to them, why would she protect me during the explosion? She could easily left me to die. Instead, she shielded me, risking her own life. And she wasn't weak. Either she had taken down that ogre during the attack like it was nothing. Could someone like that really be part of a terrorist group? Someone so kind? None of this makes sense. My head was spinning, thoughts colliding with no answers in sight. Before I could think further, the tension in the air snapped like a drawn bowstring. "Step aside if you don't want to die." "I cannot do that." Edmund's voice was steady, but his stance tightened. "Then I have no choice." The man raised his arm, his tattoo glowing faintly blue, and muttered a cold incantation. I spear. A flash of mana erupted, and a massive spear of glimmering ice took form in front of him. Then whoosh, clang. Edmund's blade met the ice head-on, shards scattering like glass as he barely deflected the attack. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, bracing himself. But the man wasn't finished. Ice arrow. His voice was calm, almost casual, as dozens of translucent arrows appeared behind him, each one glinting dangerously under the light. An ice mage? Even after witnessing the sudden blast of cold air, Ed kept his composure, calmly analyzing the situation. As expected of the protagonist, he must be able to deal with this kind of magic easily. Go, Edmund. Show us the power of a protagonist. Finally, I was about to witness the power of a true overpowered, the kind of overwhelming main character I'd only ever seen in comics. My eyes sparkled with anticipation as I watched the battle unfold. But then, gawk, contrary to every expectation I had, Edmund was struck head-on by a barrage of ice arrows and went down like a sack of potatoes. No dramatic counterattack. No clever comeback. Just collapse. He hit the ground with a dull thud, completely motionless. No way. That couldn't be right. Could it? He asked the protagonist. My brain refused to accept what I was seeing. There was no way the main character could be taken down by a few low-tier spells. Even I could dodge those. How could the protagonist fall so easily? I muttered, disbelief twisting in my chest. Fuck. Oh my. Lena, who was standing beside me, blinked in surprise at my outburst. I couldn't help it. The frustration just slipped out. I must have overestimated him. Despite already experiencing how this world didn't perfectly mirror the comics I remembered, I still expected the same old, cliché, powerful, overpowered hero who could turn the tide with a single move. But apparently, reality had other plans. If he is not overpowered, then what is the point? I thought bitterly. A protagonist who wasn't overpowered was just a pretty-faced extra pretending to be important. And right now, Edmund looked less like a hero and more like a background character waiting to be rescued. In short, he is useless. Lena's voice broke through my thoughts. What are you going to do now? Her tone was calm, but her eyes were sharp. Because after Edmund's defeat, the battle had turned completely in favor of the terrorists. The air was thick with frost and tension. And for the first time, I realized something terrifying. If the protagonist couldn't save the day, then someone else would have to. And unfortunately, that someone might be me. The student council members guarding the doorway of the princess was most likely being held were starting to falter under the enemy's relentless assault. Can you use that magic from earlier? The one you used on the ogre? I asked, glancing at Lena. She shook her head without hesitation. Sorry, I don't think I can. Her tone was calm, but the answer made my stomach twist. That blood magic of hers strong enough to pierce an ogre's heart could turn this entire situation around. She should still had enough energy, especially since she already absorbed my blood. So she does have power left, but she is refusing to use it. Was she really siding with the enemy? Arg, hold the line. Don't let them through. The cries of the student council echoed through the hall as one after another began to fall. At this rate, the princess would be captured, and once that happened, there'd be no saving her. But charging straight into enemy territory, with the tide already turned against us, would be suicide. I needed another plan. Fast. My eyes darted around the chaotic corridor, searching for anything that could help shift the balance. And then I saw it. Wait, is that? Just a few meters away. Lying beside an unconscious body, Edmund's sword glinted faintly in the light. My pulse quickened. That sword was no ordinary weapon. If I could get to it, I turned back to Lena, my mind already racing. All right, forget about offensive spells then. Can you use support magic? Her crimson eyes flickered briefly before she nodded. That is possible. Then I'll need your help. Leave it to me, she said simply. So she wasn't completely against me. Despite being aligned with the group trying to kidnap the princess, her goal must been different. She couldn't or wouldn't attack them directly, but she was willing to lend me her strength indirectly. Fine, I thought. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That was good enough for me. What kind of spell do you need? She asked. Haste and strength, I replied. Understood. Haste to move faster. Strength to hit harder. Simple, but effective. Lena raised her hand, her fingers tracing unfamiliar sigils in the air as a faint red glow surrounded me. Haste. Her voice was low but steady, and the magic washed over me like a rush of fire and wind. My muscles felt lighter, my blood hotter. I shifted my stance, testing my balance, and my boots barely made a sound as I landed. Perfect. Now it was my turn to move. Chapter 59. I'll take that as a win. Haste. As Lena's voice rang out softly, a wave of energy surged through me. My body felt lighter, my breathing steadier. I stomped the ground once. Testing the spell's effect, my movements were sharp, effortless. Good, I murmured under my breath. Feels lighter already. Then came her next chant. Strength. The magic sank deeper this time, pulsing through my muscles. My fingers tingled as power filled them, and I clenched my fist, feeling the tension hum beneath my skin. All right, time to move. I lifted my gaze. The terrorists were almost at the princess's door now, the sound of their spells charging filling the hallway. The student council members were barely holding on. No more hesitation. I kicked off the ground and dashed forward, the air slicing past my ears. "Who asked that?" one of them shouted. Their formation broke momentarily as they turned to face me, panic flashing across their faces. But I didn't stop to answer. They were my target. I weaved between them, my enhanced speed letting me slip through their defenses like a shadow. There on the ground beside a fallen body S sword, I skidded to a stop, crouched, and snatched the weapon up with my gloved hand, the one made from the dreamlike orb. The blade pulsed faintly, as if recognizing the surge of magic flowing through me. Without wasting a second, I poured my mana into it. Woom! The sword responded immediately, vibrating with a deep hum that resonated in my bones. Power surged through my arm, raw and electric. An exhilarating rush flooded my chest, the kind that made your heart beat louder than the chaos around you. I drew a sharp breath. Then I swung. Lightning slash, crackle dash. Arcs of lightning burst from the blade, tracing wild, blinding lines through the air. "Get away!" The man in the suit, their leader, maybe shouted frantically when he realized what I was about to unleash. But it was already too late. Boom! The entire hallway exploded in a flash of white and thunder. Art! Beep! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, followed by a sharp ringing in my ears. For a few seconds, everything was just noise and smoke. When the dust finally began to settle, the sight before me was complete devastation. The entire area looked as if a bomb had gone off cratered ground, shattered walls, and scorch marks stretching across the floor. The gang members caught in the blast were scattered everywhere, groaning and writhing in pain. "Damn," I muttered under my breath, staring at the weapon in my hand. "That has some serious power." Edmund's sword hummed faintly, faint blue light pulsing along its blade. Early in the comic, this was his signature weapon, his favorite artifact. A sword gifted to him by his master when he first entered the academy. It had the unique ability to temporarily amplify its wielder's magic power. Later in the story, it got overshadowed by stronger artifacts and divine relics, but at this point in time, this thing was still top tier. My fingers tightened around the hilt. The surge of power I just felt, it was intoxicating. "This could be really useful," I murmured, unable to hide my grin. But then reality kicked in. I forced myself to exhale, shaking my head. No, bad idea. Taking this sword for myself would be nothing but trouble. Edmund would notice it missing sooner or later, and if she found out, yeah, death sentence. Immediate. No save point. The original owner who gave Edmund this sword, just thinking about that crazy woman sent a chill crawling down my spine. I wasn't suicidal enough to mess with her belongings. With a quiet sigh, I let go of my greed and tightened my grip on the sword, ready to return it. Cough. The sharp, what sound made me flinch? I turned quickly toward it, instincts kicking in. Through the haze of smoke and dust, the man in the black suit, the one who had been leading the assault, was still standing. His suit was torn, blood dripping from his lip, but his eyes were sharp and focused, locked directly on me. He planted his feet firmly, refusing to fall. "You gotta be kidding me," I whispered. "No way." He'd taken that blast head on. Then I noticed the shards of ice glittering faintly around him, fragments of a barrier that must have been conjured just before the explosion. He managed to block part of my attack with magic. "Who the hell are you? Why are you interfering with me?" The man in the black suit glared at me, his eyes burning with unrestrained fury. There was something unhinged about his gaze, a sharp, twisted madness that made the air feel heavy. My instincts screamed at me to be cautious, and before I knew it, I'd taken half a step back. Then he began to walk toward me. Slowly, purposefully, his every step echoed across the shattered floor, his expression twisting into one of raw hatred. "Why?" he roared, voice cracking with resentment that sent chills down my spine. It didn't sound like the fury of a soldier losing a battle. It was personal, desperate. But now was the time to think about that. I tightened my grip on the sword, readjusting my stance. The moment he came close enough, I was ready to strike again. Boom. The wall beside us erupted with a deafening crash, showering the room in smoke and debris. Ugh dash! I coughed, covering my face. Through the haze, I caught sight of armored figures rushing in. Finally, the Knights of the Academy, heavily armed and carrying the crest of the Royal Guard. They poured into the room like a steel tide. For the first time that night, my shoulders loosened. Took you long enough. With the Knights here, the battle was as good as over. The terrorists who tried to kidnap the princess were done, for they'd be captured, interrogated, and punished for their crimes. I let out a slow breath and began to lower my sword. And then blood fog. Crimson mist exploded outward, flooding the corridor in an instant. The thick metallic scent of blood filled my lungs, stinging my throat as visibility dropped to nothing. I could barely see a meter ahead. Through the dense fog, a silhouette emerged, slender, poised, and unmistakable. Lena. So she'd finally decided to move. Cough! Cough! I can't see anything. One of the knights shouted, stumbling blindly through the red haze. This fog, what is this magic? Another yelled. My heart sank. This was bad. With the knights disoriented and the terrorists backed into a corner, this crimson shroud was all they needed to vanish. Damn it, Lena, what are you planning? Just as I was bracing myself for another attack, a low, venomous voice cut through the haze. You. My head snapped toward the sound, and through the thick, blood-red fog, I saw him, his figure barely visible, his eyes burning with murderous rage. I will definitely kill you. Me? A chill ran down my spine. I could feel cold sweat trickling down my temple as I met his glare. Why me? What did I do this time? Sure, I might have had something to do with his plan falling apart, but it's not like I asked him to launch such a pathetic attempt in the first place. Honestly, if you're going to execute a grand scheme, maybe don't lose to a random academy student halfway through. I opened my mouth to retort, but before I could say anything, he turned sharply and disappeared into the fog, his voice echoing faintly behind him. TCH, dramatic much? By the time the red mist finally thinned and the battlefield came back into focus, there was no sign of him or his comrades. They were gone, completely vanished, as if the whole encounter had been nothing but a fever dream. I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Guess I'll take that as a win. Chapter 60. In the name of justice, the hideout of the rebellion was filled with the stench of blood and smoke. Groans of the wounded echoed faintly through the dim, candle-lit room. Linnea! Bang! The door slammed open as a man in a tattered black suit stormed inside, his voice trembling with rage. Kane! Lena's tone was calm, too calm. Just where the hell were you? Kane bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. What were you doing when the operation started? You were supposed to be there. Lena didn't flinch. Her crimson eyes glimmered faintly in the flickering light, her expression unreadable. I had things to take care of. Things to dash. Kane's fist slammed against the wall, cracking the wood. Don't give me that crap. Why didn't you show up when you were supposed to? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Why are you so angry, Kane? The mission failed because of your own poor planning. Poor planning, he roared. Do you even know how many people died out there? She frowned. And that is somehow my fault? Kane took a deep breath, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Why did you lie to me? At that, Lena's brow furrowed. Lie? Why did monsters suddenly attack? That wasn't part of the plan. Ogres. For God's sake, ogres. Do you know how many innocent people got hurt because of that? So that's what this was about. Her mission had been simple. Detonate the magic-powered bomb to disable the Academy's protective barrier, draw the Knights' attention elsewhere, and then rendezvous with Kane's unit. Nowhere in the plan had there been anything about summoning monsters. She folded her arms, her voice dripping with irritation. That wasn't me. I never called any monsters. They were necessary sacrifices. Kane snapped. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Sacrifices? You're calling civilians sacrifices now? Is that what your revolution has come to? The room grew tense. Several nearby rebels looked away, pretending to busy themselves with tending the wounded. Lena took a slow step forward. You talk about changing the world, Kane. About justice. But the moment you hurt innocent people, you're no better than the nobles you claim to despise. Kane's expression twisted with frustration, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. And don't think I didn't notice, she continued coldly. That insane plan to kidnap the Princess you kept that hidden from me. Didn't you? He didn't answer. His silence told her everything. I thought you just wanted to shake the system. But this? She scoffed. This is suicide. Her voice hardened as she took another step closer, her aura flaring just enough to make the candles flicker. I joined you because you promised to save my brother. Kane, that's all. Her hand twitched near her belt, fingers brushing against the hilt of her dagger. But now, you pull something like this behind my back? Kane glared at her, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. Lena's voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper. If you ever lie to me again, I don't care what your revolution stands for. I'll burn it down myself. The room went silent. Even the groaning of the wounded seemed to fade for a moment. Kane clenched his jaw and looked away, saying nothing. The atmosphere turned icy in an instant. I'm done with this, Lena said flatly, her voice dripping with frustration. Saving you is the last thing I owed you for helping me find clues about my brother. From now on, I want nothing to do with any of you. Before anyone could respond, she raised her hand. A faint red glow flickered around her wrist as she activated a spell. Sizzle. The mark that bound her to the group burned away in an instant, leaving behind a faint, raw scar. She didn't even flinch. There, she muttered, her expression hard. Now we're no longer connected. Bang! The door slammed violently as she stormed out, her steps echoing down the corridor. No one moved to stop her. No one even dared to speak for a long, suffocating moment. Finally, someone broke the silence. Damn it, Kane roared, his fists slamming into the table, sending papers and empty bottles flying. What do we do now? One of his subordinates asked cautiously, eyes darting between the others. Kane exhaled heavily, pressing a hand to his temple. The plan has been thrown off course, he muttered. All because of that damn white hair brat. His teeth ground together audibly as the image of the academy student flashed in his mind. That boy, he ruined everything. Silence fell again, broken only by the faint crackle of a dying candle flame. After a long pause, Kane's expression hardened. We have to secure the princess, no matter what. His plan cannot fail. Understood, someone whispered, but as the others bowed their heads, Kane's lips barely moved, his next words a quiet murmur, almost as if he was trying to convince himself. I was wrong. This is all just part of the process. His gaze darkened. All of this is for justice. The room I was sitting in looked like it belonged in a royal palace, marble floors, elegant drapes, and a chandelier that glittered like it was made of real starlight. And there I was, sitting awkwardly on an expensive-looking sofa, surrounded by gold-trimmed furniture, with no idea why I was even here. Seriously, what am I doing here? Everything had happened so fast. After the chaos with those so-called terrorists, I'd been taken in by the knights for questioning. They asked about a woman named Lena and the strange red wolf tattoos that the attackers had. I told them everything I knew, which was too much, and they eventually let me go. I thought I could finally drag myself back to the dorm and collapse in a bed, until a butler appeared out of nowhere, said someone wanted to see me, and whisked me away before I could even protest. Honestly, I should be asked who wanted to see me before following him. But the guy's attitude was so formal and confident that I just went along with it. Now here I am, sitting in this luxurious room, waiting. With nothing else to do, I grabbed one of the cookies from the ornate tray in front of me. The thing melted in my mouth the moment I bit into it. Oh, this is actually really good, I muttered to myself, surprised. I'd never really been into sweets before, but the flavor was rich, like something you'd only find in a royal banquet. Maybe getting dragged here wasn't entirely bad. Just as I was starting to relax, the door opened with a soft creak. Don't spare the healing potions, a composed female voice ordered. Prioritize distributing them to the students in critical condition. Yes, Your Highness, the butler replied. I turned toward the door and froze for a moment. Walking in was a young woman with long, silky purple hair and an air of authority that seemed to fill the entire room. Her elegant accessories glimmered under the light, and the knights outside instantly straightened as she passed. She moved with effortless grace, the butler following close behind her. When her amethyst eyes met mine, she smiled faintly. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked, her tone gentle but commanding. "Anna Blackwood, the student council president, and the princess of the empire." Chapter 61. Princess Offer. She smiled at me with her eyes, calm, graceful, and perfectly composed. "Not all," I replied politely. "In truth, I have been waiting for quite a while. The silence, the gilded walls, the ticking clock, all of it had started to wear on my nerves. I was tired, sore, and honestly just wanted to collapse on my bed. But I wasn't stupid enough to act rude in front of someone like her. "First, I would like to express my gratitude," Anna said, lowering her head slightly in a perfectly practiced motion. Her tone was soft, but carried that same regal authority that made everyone around her instinctively straighten their backs. "It was nothing. I didn't do much," I replied, keeping my tone humble. And that was honestly what I thought. The knights had arrived not long after I struck the gang down. Even if I hadn't intervened, Anna probably wouldn't have been kidnapped. At most, the situation would have gotten messy for a few minutes. Still, a princess was a princess. Saving her, even by accident, was bound to draw attention. "So, what business do you have with me today?" I asked, doing my best to sound casual. If she just wanted to thank me, a handwritten letter would have done the job. There was no reason to drag me into a palace-like room for this. Anna didn't seem to mind my subtle hint. She took a delicate sip of her coffee, her long lashes lowering for a moment before she met my gaze again. "Then, I'll get straight to the point," she said. Her tone shifted, still soft, but firmer, heavier. "As you know, many were injured during the recent incident." I nodded silently. Monsters appearing in the middle of the academy. Bombs going off in random corners of the campus. It had been chaos. Thankfully, there had been no confirmed fatalities yet, but that didn't change how shocking it all was. Incidents like this simply didn't happen here. After discussing the situation with the Academy S board, Anna continued. "The Student Council has proposed a new measure, the creation of a self-governing body dedicated to the protection of the Academy." My fingers twitched slightly. A self-governing defense group? That sounded familiar. A group formed by students, meant to guard the Academy from threats both internal and external. Wait a second. My mind clicked. The Guardian Knights. A group that didn't exist yet, at least not at this point in the story. In the comic, it was something that would only be established later, after several major incidents. But now, because of this terrorist attack, it seemed that event had been pushed forward. "The Student Council would like to recruit you as one of the founding members of this new body," Anna said, setting her cup down with a soft clink. Her gaze was calm, but piercing, as if she could see straight through me. I froze for a moment, trying to keep my expression neutral. That wasn't what I expected, because that was what I couldn't wrap my head around. Out of all the elite students in the academy, knights, mages, prodigies born from noble bloodlines, why me? Sure, I had been there during the chaos, and maybe I had looked competent enough while helping the knights fend off a few attackers. But compared to the others, I was still just a face in the crowd. So why me? The Guardian Knights, a special unit formed by carefully selecting students from the academy. Their purpose was to handle things the Student Council couldn't, resolving disputes, protecting students, and keeping order when trouble inevitably arose. On paper, they sounded like a glorified disciplinary committee, but in reality, they held far more authority. Unlike the regular committee, the Guardian Knights were legally granted the power to arrest, interrogate, and even conduct investigations within academy grounds. Essentially, they were a self-governing security force and elite group that stood just below the Student Council in rank. But there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why me specifically? In the webtoon, the Guardian Knights later became something far more than just a student group. They turned into the personal royal guard of the princess herself. At first, Anna Blackwood's influence had been limited to her role as student council president prestigious. Yes, but still bound by academy rules. However, with the formation of the Guardian Knights, that began to change. Through them, she started to project the Empire's power inside the academy. And because of that, the Guardian Knights were an incredibly exclusive organization. Only those closest to her trusted allies, future nobles, and geniuses were chosen. But me? I wasn't close to her. I wasn't some prodigy blessed by the gods either. So, why? Will you accept the offer? Anna's calm voice pulled me out of my thoughts. She looked directly at me, her violet eyes glimmering softly, but behind that gentleness was unmistakable pressure. For a second, I hesitated. Anyone else would have jumped at the chance. Becoming a Guardian Knight meant stepping into the inner circle of the Imperial family's successor herself. Power, prestige, influence. It was everything an ambitious academy student could ever dream of. But I wasn't like that. I must decline, I said, meeting her gaze firmly. What? Her expression froze. It was as if she couldn't quite believe what she'd heard. When I didn't say anything else, she blinked, looking a little lost. Why? She asked quietly, a hint of confusion in her voice. I'm not really interested in such troublesome things, I replied with a small shrug. It wasn't a lie. Joining some royal organization just sounded like more work and more ways to get dragged into dangerous situations. I could tell she was taken aback. After all, no one in their right mind turned down an offer like that from her. If it had been someone else, they'd probably be groveling in gratitude, already dreaming of the connections and titles that would follow. But I wasn't aiming for power. I wasn't aiming for wealth. Why would I bother getting myself involved in something that complicated? It was better to live quietly, far away from political drama or from the story's main plot, for that matter. So I stood by my decision. I just wanted to live a more fantasy-like life. I'm not interested in being a civil servant. The thought ran through my mind again as I faced Anna. I had no desire to live a stable, predictable life with guaranteed pay and a comfortable retirement. That might sound nice to some people, but for me, it just sounded painfully dull. Anna studied me for a moment, then quietly nodded as if realizing there was no point in trying to persuade me further. That's a shame, she said, her tone composed but tinged with mild regret. But I understand. It can't be helped. Then, may I take my leave now? I asked, standing politely. Of course, she replied with her usual grace. Still, if you ever change your mind, please let me know. The offer will always stand. Even as she said that, I could tell she already knew what my answer would be. My mind wasn't going to change anytime soon. I gave her a small nod in thanks, then turned toward the door. But before leaving, my eyes drifted to the cookies neatly arranged on the silver tray beside the teapot. May I take a few of these? I asked almost sheepishly. Anna blinked, then smiled faintly. Of course. Do you like them? A little, I admitted with a shrug. Truthfully, I wasn't even sure why I wanted them. Maybe it was just because they tasted good, or maybe because I thought of someone else. I picked up a few cookies and wrapped them carefully in a napkin. As I left the grand room, I couldn't help but think of Elena. She'd probably like these. Chapter 62. Tempting Anna leaned back in her chair, her eyes lingering on the door Lewis had just walked through. Lewis Vermore. The name echoed softly in her thoughts. The young man who had played a decisive role in repelling the terrorists who attacked the academy earlier that day. Though she hadn't witnessed his strength firsthand, the reports she'd received were impressive, almost unbelievable. According to several witnesses, his swordsmanship had been so sharp, so fluid, that it could rival high-tier magic. And he was only a first-year student. Anna rested her chin on her hand, her amethyst eyes narrowing slightly as a faint smile curved her lips. Such talent, so raw, so unrefined, and yet already brilliant enough to dazzle. Tempting. That unhidden brilliance stirred something possessive deep within her, the kind of talent that every ruler wanted under their banner. What a shame, she murmured under her breath. Her attempt to recruit him had fallen flat. Completely. She thought offering him a position among the Guardian Knights, the elite group that worked directly under her, would be more than enough to pique his interest. After all, for most young men, especially those with ambition, such an opportunity was a dream. A chance to serve directly under the Imperial Princess, to wield influence and honor beyond their years. And yet, he didn't waver at all. She said quietly, her expression unreadable. Lewis had rejected her offer with a single word. Bothersome. Even now, she could recall the tone of his voice, calm but firm like a blade that would not bend. His eyes had held no greed, no hesitation, no trace of temptation. A resolute gaze she had rarely seen, even in the imperial court. It made her wonder, was he truly someone with no ambition? A man uninterested in power, status, or recognition? Or had he seen through her? Anna's smile deepened slightly, a glint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Perhaps Lewis had realized her true intention to gather the Academy's most exceptional talents under her wing, binding them to her through loyalty and influence. The Guardian Knights might have been presented as a noble organization to protect the Academy, but in truth, they were also a foundation, a seedbed for the Empire's future power. If Lewis had understood that and still refused, it only made him more interesting. Restraint and insight, she murmured, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. A rare combination. Raw strength could be cultivated. Ambition could be shaped. But to possess both power and the clarity to see through deception, that was the mark of someone truly dangerous. And it only made her want him on her side even more. If Lewis had truly seen through her intentions in that brief moment and tried to escape, just as she suspected, then he was precisely the kind of person Anna had been searching for all along. A sharp mind, keen instincts, the ability to see through layers of pretense with nothing but a glance. The thought sent a faint thrill through her chest. How intriguing. The desire to possess him, no, to have him under her influence began to bloom quietly within her. As the Imperial Princess, Anna was someone who had always gotten what she wanted. Power, loyalty, admiration, none of it had ever been out of reach. There had never been anything she couldn't claim as her own. And this time, she saw no reason why that should be any different. A faint smile played at her lips as she imagined Lewis's cautious tone, his measured words, the way his eyes subtly shifted whenever he was deep in thought. Interesting. Very interesting. She lifted her teacup, taking a slow sip, only to realize the tea had already gone cold. Unbothered, she set it back down gently, the porcelain clinking softly against the saucer. Her amethyst eyes glimmered with quiet amusement. "Lewis," she murmured under her breath, her smile deepening. "We'll meet again soon." The sound of the teacup settling against the saucer faded into silence. Then, a soft knock echoed from the door. "Your Highness," came a calm voice from beyond it. "Vice Captain Claude requests an audience." Anna's eyes flicked toward the door, her faint smile never leaving her face. "Let him in." The door opened with a muted creak, and a tall man clad in silver armor stepped inside. His movements were disciplined, every gesture deliberate. Claude bowed deeply before meeting her gaze. "You wish to see me, Your Highness?" Anna gestured gracefully toward the seat opposite her. "Seat." Claude obeyed without a word, his steel-gray eyes sharp and alert. He had served Anna for years, loyal, pragmatic, and capable. A soldier through and through. Once he sat, Anna leaned back slightly, fingers interlacing as she regarded him with quiet curiosity. "You've read the report on the Academy incident, haven't you?" "Yes," Claude replied. "I've reviewed all witness statements and preliminary analyses. The investigation team is still searching for traces of the attackers' movements after their escape." Anna's gaze drifted toward the window, where the light of the setting sun painted the glass in hues of amber. "And about Lewis Vermore?" Claude's brow furrowed slightly. "The first-year student, yes. I confirmed the details. He's the one who neutralized the Blood Mage and helped protect the princess during the attack." Anna's lips curved. "Helped?" according to what I've heard. He was the one leading the charge when the guards faltered. Claude hésitated. That is correct, Your Highness. But Claude paused for a moment, his jaw tightening before continuing. But there's something strange about the entire incident. Anna tilted her head slightly, intrigued. Strange, you say? Yes. Claude's tone was grave. The attack was too organized for a mere act of terrorism. The way they moved, their coordination, the precision of their timing, it all suggests prior knowledge of the Academy's defense layout. Anna's expression cooled, the faint smile fading from her lips. Are you suggesting someone from within leaked that information? Claude nodded once. That is the most plausible explanation. The attackers avoided the heavily guarded sectors and went directly for the building where the princess was attending her class. It's almost as if they knew the guard rotation schedule in advance. Anna's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. The sound echoed softly in the still room. How bold, she murmured, her tone low and unreadable. To target an imperial princess within academy walls. Either arrogance or desperation. Claude said nothing, but his silence was heavy with unspoken concern. Chapter 63. Treasure Hunting 1. Although this world doesn't have the internet or radio waves, it's not completely barren when it comes to entertainment. There are plenty of things to watch: movies, plays, and even something close to musicals, all distributed through recording magic. The technology is surprisingly advanced, and the quality isn't bad at all. Some works even show real artistic depth. But there's just one problem. It's boring. No matter how polished the production, they all lack one crucial thing: dopamine. The kind of thrill or punch that keeps you hooked. Most of these so-called films are just retellings of legendary heroes' journeys or songs praising their achievements. It's not that they're bad. It's just predictable. If I had to sum it up, I'd say they lack originality. From a modern perspective, they feel like the kind of history documentaries you'd put on just to fall asleep faster. After the Academy announced its temporary suspension for reorganization, I've basically been holed up in the dorms, doing absolutely nothing productive. Rolling around in bed, munching on snacks, and staring blankly at the ceiling. I was enjoying my rest to the fullest, maybe a little too much. Movies, plays, and all sorts of visual media. Even the so-called famous literary works that people swore would change your life. But after a while, all of it started to blur together: predictable plots, recycled tropes, the same emotional beats. I'm bored. The words slipped out of my mouth as I lay sprawled across the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Berno, who had been quietly reading beside the window, lifted his head slightly at my voice. His calm, even tone filled the silence. Would you like to train, young master? I groaned. The gym's closed. All right. For the inspection. Yeah. All the academy facilities were temporarily off limits for safety checks. Normally, I'd be fine with a day or two of rest, but today, the stillness was suffocating. I wanted to move, to do something. After a moment of silence, I turned my head toward Berno, who was still absorbed in the thick, worn-out book in his hands. By the way, what have you been reading so intently since yesterday? He looked up with a faint smile. I stumbled upon it in the library not too long ago. It appears to be someone's diary. A diary? I raised a brow. And you were just casually reading it? It was shelved with the old collection. I doubt anyone has claimed it for decades, he said, closing the book halfway and tapping its faded leather cover. Curiosity got the better of me. Mind if I take a look? Of course, young master. He handed me the book, and I carefully flipped it open. The pages were yellowed and brittle at the edges, the ink slightly smudged with age. As I skimmed a few entries, I felt a strange sense of intimacy, like I was peeking into someone's forgotten life. The handwriting was neat, flowing, almost too deliberate. It really does feel like someone's daily journal, I murmured. Is it okay for us to read something like this? Berno shrugged. Since it's sitting on a library shelf, I don't think anyone minds. The author has probably long gone by now. I guess that makes sense. Still, a small pang of guilt tugged at me as I turned the page. There was something oddly captivating about it. The words carried a weight of vividness that pulled me in. But then I paused. Wait a second, this setting? Bruno glanced over. This place, it sounds a lot like the academy. He frowned thoughtfully. Does it? Yeah, I said, running my fingers along a line of text. Look, this mountain, the old hill near the gym, even the name of the nearby river. They're all the same. That S, peculiar. I kept reading, intrigued. The diary didn't just record mundane daily life. It chronicled journeys, discoveries, and even encounters across the continent. So what is it actually about? I asked, my eyes still on the page. Bruno leaned back in his chair. For what I gathered, the writer traveled around the continent, chasing after some kind of treasure. Most of the entries detail their adventures, places they visited, people they met, the dangers they faced. I closed the book for a moment, feeling the faint texture of its cover beneath my thumb. A forgotten diary about a treasure hunt, hidden in plain sight in the Academy library. Treasure hunting. The words rolled off my tongue as I stared at the old book in my hands. It sounded exciting, no, it sounded perfect. Wasn't this exactly the kind of life I'd always dreamed of? Traveling from place to place, uncovering hidden stories, collecting artifacts that whispered of forgotten times. A life filled with adventure, mystery, and discovery. I glanced down at the book again. The pages yellowed and fragile, yet the handwriting was neat, almost meticulous. Whether this was a genuine diary or just a novel written in a diary format, I couldn't tell. But one thing was certain. I was jealous of whoever had written it. The entries told stories of distant lands and unknown people. None of the names mentioned matched anything I knew, even with my knowledge of the original work. That alone made it fascinating. Then, as I flipped to the next page, a word caught my eye. Eldrite. My brow furrowed. The author had written about coming across a tall, strange building called Eldrite while traveling through this region right where the academy now stood. They'd been curious about it, but unable to enter because the place had been sealed tight. But isn't it open now? I muttered under my breath. A vivid image surfaced in my mind, the structure standing quietly to the right of the academy's main building. I passed it several times, its massive doors standing open as if inviting anyone brave enough to enter. The diary described Eldrite as a place of sleeping light, whatever that meant. My curiosity spiked. Maybe, I murmured, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Maybe there's still something left inside. The thought alone was enough to make my pulse quicken. I closed the book, tucked it under my arm, and stood up in one smooth motion. Let us go right now. Chapter 64. Eldrite without another moment of hesitation. I grabbed my cloak and stepped out of the dormitory. The night air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and rain-soaked stone. The academy grounds were quiet, lit by the soft glow of mana lamps scattered along the path. Bruno, I called softly. A small, sleek creature perched on the railing lifted its head. Bruno, my ever-reliable companion, fluttered over, landing neatly on my shoulder. His crystal blue eyes glinted with mild curiosity. Adventure time, I whispered with a grin. Bruno let out a low chirp, the kind that usually meant, "You're getting us into trouble again, aren't you?" I chuckled. Maybe, but it's worth it this time. Together, we started down the dimly lit path, the faint echo of our footsteps blending with the whisper of the wind, toward Eldrite, toward whatever secret that ancient building still guarded. Before the academy was built, this land used to belong to a noble family. Their private estate stood right where Eldrite Tower now rose, old, weathered, and wrapped in layers of history that most students never care to notice. "Isn't this dangerous, young master?" Bruno asked, his tone caught somewhere between concern and resignation. I smirked, brushing the dust from my coat. "It's fine. What could possibly be dangerous about a place inside the academy?" Still, I wasn't careless. Just before we set out, I had asked the Sage-S bookmark a simple question, one that decided whether this little adventure would be an amusing diversion or a terrible mistake. Was there any danger in Eldrite that we wouldn't be able to handle? The bookmark's response had been short and absolute. No, 100% reliability. That meant no life-threatening danger awaited us inside. That was all I needed to hear. After all, with how monotonous things have been lately, I needed anything to break the dull routine. We moved through the academy grounds, past streets lined with patrolling knights and the distant murmur of cadets finishing their evening drills. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone path as we approached the main building. And there it was, Eldrite. It's an old building, Berno said quietly, looking up at the tower that loomed before us. I nodded slowly. Yeah, ID walked past this place dozens of times, maybe hundreds, but ID never really looked at it. Up close. It was taller than ID imagined, its gray stone walls worn and cracked with age, ivy creeping up the sides like veins. The air carried a faint chill, as though time itself lingered here, reluctant to move on. Yet, somehow that ancient, slightly eerie atmosphere felt inviting. Almost cool. Let us go in, I said after a moment, lowering my voice. We circled the building once, checking that no one was nearby. The knights rarely patrolled this far in the evening, and the students had no reason to come here. Perfect. When I was sure the coast was clear, I glanced at Berno. Ready? He sighed, as if regretting every life choice that had led him here. If you say so, young master. I grinned and stepped toward the entrance. The massive wooden doors were already slightly ajar, their hinges creaking faintly as we pushed them open. A gust of cool air greeted us from within, musty, heavy with the scent of old parchment and forgotten memories. Magical orbs embedded in the ceiling flickered softly to life, illuminating the interior with a gentle, ethereal glow. The sudden brightness revealed the sheer scale of the place. A high, vaulted ceiling stretched overhead, and winding staircases coiled along the stone walls like the ribs of an ancient cathedral. The air was thick with dust and age, carrying the faint scent of moss and something metallic. It looked like the inside of an old European church, except it wasn't tea. What was this place used for? I wondered, my eyes tracing the intricate carvings along the pillars. It definitely wasn't a church. Most temples or sanctuaries in this world were far humbler in size and design. It's been quite some time since I woke up in Louis's body, and in all that time, I'd never seen a structure like this before. Not once. What do you think this place was for? I asked, turning to Berno. If anyone might know, it would be him, someone born and raised in the Empire. Berno tilted his head, studying the walls in silence for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a building like this. That answer made me pause. A building even Berno had never seen before? Strange, I thought. How has no one ever taken an interest in something like this? Hundreds of students must walk past this area day after day, and yet, no one seemed to have noticed. Or maybe they had and chose to ignore it. The thought left a faint chill running down my spine. Are we going up? Berno asked, pointing toward the staircase that spiraled upward into the dim glow above. No, abruptly affirmedly. He raised a brow, clearly surprised. For most people, heading upstairs would be the obvious choice. Higher floors meant vantage points, secrets, maybe even treasure. But that was precisely why I knew better. I glanced down at the center of the floor, where the stone tiles looked just a little too even, too deliberate. We're going down, I said, my voice low. Berno frowned. Down? You think something is beneath us? I gave him a faint smile. If stories, games, and every dungeon I've ever read about have taught me anything, it is that the real secrets are never up there. I pointed toward the ceiling. They're always hidden below. Berno stared at me for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. You and your strange instincts again. Call it intuition, I said, stepping toward the center of the hall. Now, let us find a way down before something else finds us first. The faint hum of the magical orbs filled the silence as we began to search, the echoes of our footsteps blending with the low whisper of the ancient building, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for us to uncover what lay buried beneath. Chapter 65. Treasure Hunting 2. Once upon a time, I used to be obsessed with adventure games. Those classic adventure games where you'd wander through vast worlds, solve puzzles, and uncover hidden treasures. For me, The real fun wasn't just in fighting monsters or collecting loot, it was in figuring things out. You know, the kind of puzzles where you tilt a painting and a secret passage opens behind it. Or when pressing the right stone on the wall reveals a hidden room. But looking around this place, there was none of that. No intricate carvings hinting at a mechanism. No suspicious symbols or glowing runes. Just cold, empty stone walls and silence. And that grand staircase in front of us. Yeah, way too obvious. Definitely a trap or a dead end. Which meant there was only one place left to check. The floor. I stomped my foot lightly against it. Thud. A dull, solid sound echoed through the hall. The floor was firm, almost unnaturally so. Even after what seemed like centuries, it still held strong. Figures, I muttered. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Still, I was giving up yet. Maybe there is a hollow spot somewhere, I thought. Trying to imitate those confident treasure hunters from old movies, I stomped again, this time a little harder. Thud. Ah, my knee hurts, I groaned quietly, rubbing my leg. So much for looking cool. Bruno gave me a puzzled look. What are you doing? Science, I said flatly. He blinked. What? Ignoring him, I summoned the dream orb and shaped it into a long stick, something sturdy enough to use as a probe. Then, I started tapping along the ground as I walked. Thud, thud, thud. Bruno sighed, muttering something about how I'd finally lost it, but I kept going. Then talk. I froze. That sound. It was subtle, but distinctly different. Hollow. I crouched down, tapping the same spot again. Kook, kook. A grin spread across my face. Found it. Bruno leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. What is it? There's space underneath, I said, excitement creeping into my voice. Something hidden here. For a moment, I just stared at the floor, my heart thudding in sync with the faint echoes of the chamber. Should I just go for it? I hesitated, my hand tightening around the dream orb. The rational part of my brain told me to be careful, to test it, to think. Breaking the floor would definitely count as property damage. And yeah, that could cause some problems later. Maybe even an official complaint or a fine from the academy. But honestly, that wasn't what mattered right now. What mattered was the possibility, however slim, that something was hidden beneath this place. Something unknown. Whether it turned out to be a precious treasure or just a pile of rocks and dust didn't matter to me. Isn't it better to try and regret it later than to regret not trying at all? After a brief moment of weighing the risks, I came to the conclusion that there was nothing to lose. Bruno. Yes, young master, he replied, glancing at me curiously. Right here, where I'm standing, break the floor. Pardon? Bruno blinked at me, his expression caught somewhere between disbelief and confusion. You're joking, right? Nope. I looked him straight in the eye. I'm completely serious. He stared at me for a few seconds, waiting for a hint of a smile or a laugh. But when none came, his shoulders tensed. Why would you want to break a perfectly fine floor? He asked, his voice careful, like someone trying to confirm they'd heard correctly. I have a feeling, I said simply. A feeling, he repeated, his tone flat. And what kind of feeling would that be exactly? The kind that smells like treasure. What? I could tell how ridiculous it sounded, but I didn't care. I was backing down now. The more I looked at that spot, the more certain I became. There was something down there. Bruno sighed heavily, running a hand down his face. You, and your instincts again? Fine. He drew his sword, the steel gleaming faintly under the light of the magical orbs. Are you really sure about this? He asked, giving me one last chance to change my mind. Just do it, I said, unable to keep the excitement out of my voice. My heart was pounding in my chest, part nerves, part thrill. So this is what adventure feels like. I could already imagine the hidden room below, the glow of ancient relics, the rush of discovery. Bruno took his stance, magic gathering around his sword like a faint blue flame. Then crash. The blade came down with a roar, and the floor exploded in a cloud of dust and debris. The ground trembled beneath our feet, sending vibrations up my legs. For a moment, I couldn't see anything through the thick haze. When the dust finally settled, Bruno was standing with his back to me, sword still in hand. and in front of him, a massive hole gaped in the floor, dark and deep, as if the earth itself had been split open. "Looks like you were right," Burno muttered, lowering his sword. I took a step forward, peering into the darkness below. A slow grin spread across my face. "I told you," I said quietly, eyes glinting. I could smell it, just as I expected. There was a massive hole in the center of the chamber so wide it looked like the earth itself had been swallowed from within. A faint draft blew out from it, cold and damp, carrying with it the smell of soil and something ancient. When I leaned closer, all I could see was pure darkness. No flicker of light reached the bottom. It wasn't just dark. It was the kind of darkness that seemed alive, thick enough to swallow sound. I crouched and picked up a fragment of broken stone from the shattered floor. The edges were jagged, as if something had torn through the ground rather than carved it. "Let us see how deep this goes," I muttered. With a flick of my wrist, I dropped the stone into the hole. Clack! The sound came after a short delay, barely half a second, maybe less, but it was enough to confirm there was solid ground somewhere far below. As I straightened up, my gaze met Burno-S. His expression instantly tensed, eyes wide with alarm. "No," he said sharply, voice edged with panic. "Don't even think about it. It's too dangerous." He must have realized what was going through my mind. "We don't know what's down there," he pressed, his tone firm now. "It could be a trap, or worse. We should report this first." He was wrong. Every word made sense. But my curiosity, no, my dopamine-starved brain was already buzzing. The thrill of the unknown tugged at me, like gravity itself. I gave him a crooked grin. "What do you mean, no?" Burno blinked. "Young master?" Before he could stop me, I stepped forward, my boot brushing the edge of the hole. The air below felt colder, heavier, like it was waiting for me. And then, without another word, I let myself fall. The world tilted. Wind rushed past my ears in a roaring whisper. And Burno-S' startled shout faded quickly behind me as I was swallowed whole by the abyss. Chapter 66. Treasure Hunting 3 Young Master. Thud! Burno-S' voice echoed faintly from above, but by the time it reached me, I was already at the bottom. For a brief moment, I felt weightless, like the world had stopped moving. Then my boots hit solid ground, sending a dull vibration up my legs. It was dark, completely, suffocatingly dark. Not the kind of darkness you get at night, but something heavier, thicker, like a living shadow pressing down on everything. I couldn't see a thing, not even my own hand in front of my face. Reaching for my magic bracelet, I pulled out a small lamp from the subspace storage. The faint hum of mana resonated as I activated it, and a soft white glow bloomed from the crystal inside. But the light didn't spread. Instead, it was as if the darkness absorbed it, swallowing it whole. The glow barely illuminated a few feet around me before fading into the black haze. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. Even with the lamp, the air felt heavy and damp, like the walls themselves were breathing. If I had come here alone, I probably wouldn't have dared to move a single step. But I wasn't alone, because I knew no matter what, I wouldn't stay down here by myself for long. Thud! Right on cue, another impact echoed behind me. I turned just as Burno landed, dust scattering around his boots. He straightened up immediately, his expression twisted between irritation and concern. "Young master, what were you thinking?" I gave him a sheepish grin. "I knew you'd follow." He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples as if trying to calm himself. "You're going to give me gray hair before my time." I chuckled softly, though the sound felt strangely hollow in this oppressive silence. "Sigh, why am I even in a place like this?" Burno-S' voice echoed faintly behind me, heavy with resignation. "When the employer says jump, you ask how high," I replied without looking back. "You got a lot of complaints?" I added casually. He muttered something under his breath that I decided not to catch. I could practically feel his glare burning into the back of my head. "Don't tell me you entered the dungeon last time in this same reckless manner?" he asked finally, his tone laced with disbelief. "Well," I said, scratching my cheek awkwardly, "that was kind of an accident." "An accident? he repeated flatly, his voice dripping with skepticism. Yeah, a sudden accident, I said defensively. How was I supposed to know there was a dungeon there? If I had known, I would have gone anywhere near it. Berno sighed again. The sound of a man who had long since accepted that logic was useless against me. Still, I added with a faint grin, that little detour helped me fix my magic problem. So I'd say it wasn't all bad. Berno didn't respond immediately. I could hear his boots scuff against the ground as he walked, keeping a cautious distance behind me. You really don't learn, do you? He muttered under his breath. I pretended not to hear. As we continued deeper, I found myself scratching my head, trying to recall how long it had been since that incident. I murmured. Come to think of it, it hasn't even been a week yet, huh? So much had happened in such a short time. Terrorist attacks, blood mages, royal audiences. It honestly felt like a month had passed. I exhaled softly, shaking off the thought. Let us just get this over with, I said, stepping further into the dim corridor. Behind me, Berno grumbled something incoherent, but eventually followed. But then, thud. Ugh. The sudden noise made me tense up. I turned my head quickly, scanning the shadows for the source of the sound. That's when I spotted Berno. He was crouched down, shoulders slightly hunched, his eyes darting around the dimly lit space like a cornered animal. Seriously? I muttered. You don't like this kind of thing? No, he said immediately, his voice firm but laced with unease. I absolutely hate it. I blinked at him. This was Berno, the same guy who could swing a greatsword like it weighed nothing, who'd once taken down a beast twice his size without breaking a sweat. And now he looked ready to bolt at the sound of a pebble. He must have noticed the look I gave him, because he quickly straightened up and added, You can't exactly cut ghosts with a sword, can you? Fair point, I admitted with a shrug. Ghosts, or at least the idea of them, were impossible to fight with steel. Still, I couldn't help the smirk tugging at my lips. Relax, I said, brushing some dust off my sleeve. There's no such thing as ghosts. Probably. The last word echoed in my mind like a whisper I didn't want to acknowledge. As we walked deeper into the corridor, the silence grew heavier. Even our footsteps sounded damp, swallowed by the strange, cold air. Berno kept glancing around, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, as if that would somehow help against a spirit. Then, What that? I stopped mid-step, squinting ahead. Unlike the empty darkness from before, faint shapes began to emerge in the dim light. Scattered objects, small, uneven silhouettes, were strewn across the floor ahead. My pulse quickened. Finally, something, sensing that this might be what I'd been hoping for, I quickened my pace, my boots echoing faintly against the cold stone floor. Berno, who was examining a strange wall covered in a thin white film, suddenly spoke. It's a barrier, he muttered, running his hand along the surface. I clicked my tongue. A barrier, huh? It made sense. A protective wall, created through magic to block intruders. My eyes wandered across the room. There was a faded mural etched into the opposite wall, strange symbols woven together into a pattern I couldn't quite decipher. On the floor, scattered among the debris, were what looked like miniature models' gears, fragments, maybe even parts of some mechanism. It didn't take long to figure it out. Chapter 67. The puzzle. So it's a puzzle, I thought, crouching down to inspect one of the fragments. The kind of setup you'd see in adventure games or those mystery novels where the protagonist has to solve a riddle to move forward. If I solved it, there was probably something hidden behind that barrier. Maybe a secret chamber, maybe treasure, or maybe something worse. Well, I murmured, rolling my shoulders. Let us try to solve it. I crouched lower, studying the pieces more closely, but before I could make sense of anything, my hand, which had been reaching toward the wall, slipped through it. What? I froze. The white membrane that Berno had called a barrier, my fingers had just passed through it like it was even there. For a second, I just stared, blinking dumbly. Then I pulled my hand back out. Solid. Normal. Tentatively, I reached forward again. It went through. No resistance, no reaction. Like dipping my hand into water that wasn't wet. I turned to Berno, who was staring at me like I'd just broken a law of nature. Did you do something? he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. I didn't touch anything, I said, waving my arm through the barrier again, just to prove it. It's just letting me through. A barrier designed to stop anyone, and yet, for some reason, it didn't stop me. The puzzle someone had probably spent hours, maybe days designing, was now completely useless. Well, I sighed, stepping all the way through. That's convenient. A faint shimmer rippled across the barrier's surface as I passed. Inside, the air felt heavier, older somehow. Dust hung in the air like mist, and in the distance something caught my eye. There's a box over there, I said quietly. It sat on a stone pedestal, a beautifully carved chest, old but intact. Its golden trim dulled by time. Whatever was inside it was definitely meant to stay hidden. I walked toward the box without a second thought. It sat there in the middle of the dusty chamber, old, worn, and covered in a thin layer of grime. Despite its age, it didn't seem damaged, which only made it stand out more among the ruins. I crouched down, brushed some dust off the lid, and slowly lifted it open. Pop! A faint burst of mana escaped from inside, like the snap of a bubble breaking. My instincts kicked, and immediately I stepped back and raised my guard, ready for something to jump out. But nothing happened. No explosión. No mist. No monster emerging from the shadows. Just silence. I frowned. What was that just now? The mana that had been released was barely detectable, so faint it could be, he'd been mistaken for a spark. Was it just an effect? It reminded me of those overly dramatic flashes you'd see when opening a treasure chest in a game. Maybe this was the same kind of thing, some kind of ancient magical lock that triggered a harmless reaction when opened. Letting out a small sigh, I lowered my hand and looked inside. What I saw made me blink. Shoes? Sitting neatly inside the ancient box was a pair of sneakers. Not boots. Not enchanted greaves. Sneakers. They looked ridiculously out of place here, clean, sleek, and strangely modern, like something you'd find in a sports store rather than a centuries-old ruin. The sight was so absurd that, for a moment, all I could do was stare. Am I hallucinating? Because no matter how many fantasy worlds I read about, none of them ever included cursed relics shaped like running shoes. Deep within a cavern, hidden far beneath the surface, something vast slept in silence. The air was heavy with heat waves of it rolling out from the creature's body with every deep, rumbling breath. The ground trembled faintly beneath its weight, and the faint glow of molten veins along the cave walls flickered in rhythm with its breathing. A massive shadow lay curled upon a bed of stone and gold, scales glinting faintly beneath the dim light. Mountains of treasure surrounded, ancient crowns dulled by time, blades once swung by heroes now rusting beneath layers of dust, and gemstones that shimmered like fragments of the sun. The creature's chest rose and fell slowly, exhaling clouds of warm vapor that shimmered in the air. The faint sound of dripping magma echoed somewhere deeper in the cavern, blending with the steady pulse of the dragon's slumbering heartbeat. Then pop dash! A subtle ripple of magic washed through the cave. It was faint, but sharp like a thread being plucked somewhere far away. The dragon's golden eyes snapped open, their glow cutting through the darkness like twin suns. It's been a while, a deep, ancient voice rumbled, echoing softly against the cavern walls. The dragon remained still for a long while, as if savoring the lingering taste of the disturbance in the air. Its pupils narrowed, focusing on the faint ripple of energy still dancing at the edge of its senses. That signature, unmistakable. It had forged that seal itself so long ago that even the memory had begun to fade into myth. The dragon slowly uncurled, each movement sending tremors through the cavern. Gold coins slid down the slopes of its massive body, clinking and scattering across the stone floor. Its wings unfurled slightly, revealing webbing that shimmered faintly like molten steel. One of mine, it murmured, a note of amusement in its thunderous voice. Someone has awakened one of my relics. Its gaze lifted, staring through the rock and earth above, as if it could see beyond the surface, beyond the mountains, past the city, straight toward the source. The Academy. The word rolled off its tongue, heavy with centuries of memory. So that place still stood. The last time it had looked upon it, the Academy had been nothing more than a fortress built by frightened magi, seeking power they could barely comprehend. And now, someone there had dared to touch what was not theirs. The dragon's lips curled into what could almost be called a smile, though it was more predatory than amused. Human curiosity never dies, it said softly. Even after all this time, the molten veins along the walls pulsed brighter for a moment as the dragon's magic flared faintly, resonating with the faint trace left behind by the broken seal. A vision flickered briefly in its mind, a glimpse of the surface. A flash of an unfamiliar face, a spark of power, and the faint echo of a sword cutting through magic. The dragon's eyes gleamed. So, that's the one. A deep chuckle rumbled in its chest, shaking the entire cavern. A cascade of gold coins tumbled down like falling rain. Not bad, it murmured. It's been centuries since anyone's managed to solve one of my puzzles. Its tail lazily swept across the ground, leaving deep grooves in the stone. Perhaps this era will not be as dull as I thought. The dragon stretched, claws scraping against the bedrock, and turned its gaze toward a narrow tunnel leading deeper into the abyss. From within, a faint hum echoed, a resonance of ancient power slumbering in the darkness. "Awaken, my kin," it whispered, its voice laced with command. The world stirs again. A faint ripple of heat spread through the air as if the entire mountain itself was breathing. Then, slowly, the dragon settled once more atop its hoard. Its eyes half-lidded, golden light dimming as it sank back into the comfort of its long rest. But not yet, it murmured to itself, amusement dancing in its tone. Let us see how far this human can go first. The cavern quieted again. Only the steady rhythm of the dragon's breathing remained deep, resonant, and patient. And somewhere far above, in a place filled with light and laughter and the scent of fresh wind, a faint echo of that ancient power continued to stir. Unseen, unnoticed, waiting. Chapter 68. Corpse Sewer 1. This is quite the find. After slipping the sneakers on and walking a few steps, I immediately realized how special they were. Invisibility magic, huh? I couldn't help but grin a little. The moment I channeled mana into the shoes, my entire body faded from sight completely transparent, not even a shadow left behind. The sensation was strange at first, like being wrapped in air, but it worked perfectly. Invisibility magic, one of the higher-level spells in existence. Not many could use it, and even fewer could maintain it without draining their mana dry. Yet here I was, doing it effortlessly just by wearing a pair of enchanted sneakers. Invisibility, the essence of a thief. The possibilities with this were endless. Stealth missions, sneaking out after curfew, or maybe just messing with Burno for fun. The thought alone made me chuckle. And honestly, the fact that they were sneakers made me like them even more. The shoes in this world weren't terrible, but compared to what I used to wear on Earth, they were primitive, heavy, stiff, and loud. These, on the other hand, light, soft, perfectly balanced. Every step felt natural, effortless, comfort and magic. A combination I didn't know I needed. I was already imagining spending some money later to add an auto-repair enchantment to them, when, was there anything inside? I turned at the sound of Burno's voice. "Oh, you're here already?" He stepped in through the now-open barrier, brushing off some dust. Apparently, he managed to solve the puzzle outside. I raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Didn't he think you'd crack that one so easily? Even from a glance. The mechanism had been complex, something that would stump most people for a good while. Burno just shrugged, his usual calm expression unmoved. "I had some help from the clues you left behind." I wasn't sure if he was complimenting me or subtly mocking me, but I let it slide. "Are we heading back now?" he asked, his eyes briefly flicking down to my feet. He must have noticed the sneakers immediately. It was a fair question. We'd already achieved what we came for. A hidden relic had been found, the puzzle solved. Returning would make sense, but something about this place still nagged at me. I glanced toward the far end of the chamber. where another door stood quietly shrouded in shadow. No, I said finally. Bruno raised a brow. No, we're not done yet. I pointed toward the door on the opposite side from where we entered. Let's south-check that place next. Bruno followed my gaze, his expression tightening slightly. This ISN to the end? Bruno's voice trembled slightly, his eyes widening as he pointed toward the far corner of the room. There, half hidden in the shadows behind the now-open treasure chest, stood an old iron door, its surface covered in strange, rusted patterns that almost looked like veins. Unlike the rest of the room, which was coated in centuries of dust, the door looked untouched. It gave off a heavy, foreboding presence, as if daring anyone to open it. Wouldn't it be better to turn back now? Bruno said cautiously, his voice low. We already found what was hidden here. There's no reason to go any deeper. His logic was sound. We had uncovered a sealed treasure room that had probably remained hidden for decades. That alone was enough for any sane person to call it a day. But I wasn't exactly the type to stop halfway. I glanced at the door again, curiosity stirring in my chest like an itch I couldn't ignore. Turn back now, huh? I muttered, stepping closer. And miss out on finding out what's behind that? Bruno sighed, rubbing his temple. Young master, that's exactly the kind of thinking that gets people killed in old stories. I flashed him a faint grin. Then I'll make sure ours has a better ending. Without waiting for his reply, I strode toward the door, my boots echoing softly against the cold floor. The air around it felt heavier with each step, thick with the scent of old iron and something ancient. My hand brushed against the metal handle. It was cold, unnaturally so, even in this underground heat. Bruno muttered a quiet curse under his breath behind me. You really can't resist, can you? Of course not, I said, smirking. When a man starts an exploration, he sees it through to the end. With that, I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Huh, Kayang. The monster's scream echoed through the stone chamber as Bruno's sword flashed like lightning. A split second later, the Gnoll's head hit the ground, its body collapsing with a dull thud as blood splattered across the floor. What greeted us when we opened that ancient door wasn't another puzzle or a hidden treasure chest. It was monsters, dozens of them. Gnolls, beast-like creatures with dog heads and hunched bodies, their yellow eyes gleaming with feral hunger. They howled the moment they saw us and lunged forward in a frenzied rush. But they didn't stand a chance. Bruno moved like a storm given form. His sword glowed faintly with aura, each swing clean, precise, and merciless. The air cracked with every strike, and gnolls fell one after another, sliced apart before they even realized what had happened. So this was the power of a sword expert. The level just before reaching the realm of a sword master, someone who could infuse their very will into their blade. It didn't take long for the fight to end. The last gnoll gave a pitiful growl before Bruno's blade pierced its chest, silencing it for good. The room fell quiet again except for the faint dripping of blood pooling across the floor. Bruno exhaled slowly and flicked his sword, scattering crimson droplets onto the stone. His expression didn't change. Calm, unreadable, as if slaughtering monsters was no more troublesome than breathing. I glanced around the room, feeling the heavy stench of blood sting my nose. The floor was slick with red, littered with broken weapons and twisted corpses. The walls were smeared with handprints of dried brownish blood, and the metallic tang in the air was so strong it made my stomach turn. Tisich, I muttered under my breath, frowning as I stepped over a body. Where we were standing now was the sewer beneath the Empire's capital. Chapter 69. Vampire One. Once, long ago, it had been an important part of the city's infrastructure, an intricate maze of tunnels that carried water and waste throughout the capital. But with the rise of magic, new purification systems and enchanted pipelines had replaced it. Now, it was nothing more than a forgotten relic of the past. The stone walls were damp and cracked, the air thick with moisture and decay. The faint glow of our torches reflected off the murky water flowing beside the walkway, where the stench was strong enough to make breathing feel like a punishment. And we weren't alone. The place had long since become a haven for creatures that preferred the dark gnolls, slimes, and other monsters that thrived in the filth and silence. I wrinkled my nose, fighting the urge to cover it. Ugh, I can't believe people actually worked down here once. Berno glanced around cautiously, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword. They didn't have much of a choice back then. He was right, but that didn't make it any easier to stand here. Shall we head back? I muttered after a moment, scanning the empty, dripping tunnel ahead. There's nothing special here anyway. The door we came through was probably just some kind of old maintenance exit. I was more than ready to leave. The smell was getting worse by the minute, and the distant scurrying of something unseen wasn't helping my nerves. Just as I turned to say something else, an overwhelming stench hit me sharp and rotten, like something dead had been left to stew in the dark. Gods! I grimaced, stepping back instinctively. And then, Kaya! A scream cut through the silence. High-pitched, panicked, unmistakably human. Berno and I froze for a split second before instinct kicked in. Steel hissed softly as we both drew our swords. The echo of the scream bounced off the walls, fading quickly into the distance. Did you hear that? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Yes, Berno said, his eyes narrowing. It came from that direction. The air seemed to grow heavier, the sound of dripping water suddenly deafening. What are we going to do? He asked quietly. We go check it out. Despite the suffocating stench that made my head pound, I ran without hesitation toward the direction of the scream. My boots splashed through the shallow water, echoing off the stone walls as I rounded the corner and froze. What I saw made my stomach tighten. A young woman stood in the middle of the tunnel, surrounded by a swarm of goblins. Dozens of them hissed and snarled, clawing at the faint blue barrier flickering weakly around her. The thin layer of magic was cracking, barely holding against the onslaught. And the woman trapped inside, it was someone I knew. Help me! Lena? The name left my lips before I even realized it. Lena, the same woman who had stood with the terrorists not long ago. The same woman who had helped them nearly kidnap the princess. She was trembling, her hands pressed together as she tried to maintain her barrier. Her once calm red eyes were now wide with fear, the confident expression she always wore completely gone. What in the world was she doing here? This place was a nest of monsters, an area so dangerous that even the Empire had chosen to ignore it rather than try to clear it out. No sane person would come here willingly. I stood there, sword in hand, but didn't move. Behind me, Berno shifted uneasily. Aren't you going to help her? No need, I said flatly. That person is a criminal. It was true that Lena had saved me once, but it was also true that she had played a major role in the terrorist's escape. Whatever happened to her now was her problem, not mine. And above all, from what I remember, Lena is supposed to be much stronger than me. There is no way someone like her would be struggling against a bunch of goblins. Criminals couldn't be trusted. I turned my head away, forcing myself to ignore her desperate cries. But then wait. Her voice rang out, sharp and desperate enough to make me stop mid-step. If you help me, I'll give you this. I glanced back just in time to see her fumbling through her pouch, pulling out something small and shimmering in her trembling hand. I squinted. What is that? This, she shouted, holding it up like a holy relic. It's an elixir that increases mana. This is extremely rare. You know, what? For a moment, my brain stopped working. Did she just say mana-increasing elixir? My head turned back toward her before I could stop myself. So please, she pleaded, her voice trembling as the goblins crept closer. Help me. And just like that, my resolve shattered. Let's help her, I said immediately. Berno blinked, completely dumbfounded. What? Young master, you just said she was a criminal. Is that really important right now? I shot back, eyes gleaming with determination. She is offering an elixir that increases mana. This wasn't about morality anymore. This was about priorities. And my priorities just shifted dramatically. Berno's expression twisted between disbelief and exasperation. Young master, are you serious right now? He hissed, lowering his voice as if the goblins might somehow be offended. You can't just trust someone who was literally our enemy a few days ago. I'm not trusting her, I said quickly, waving a hand. I'm trusting the elixir. That's the same thing. No, it's not. One is a person, and the other is liquid magic in a bottle. Berno groaned and rubbed the bridge of his nose, muttering something about terrible priorities and reckless nobles. But he still raised his sword all the same. Meanwhile, Lena stumbled backward, barely dodging a goblin's jagged blade. Her crimson eyes flickered with panic as her heel hit the wall behind her. The creatures surrounding her snickered with sharp, guttural laughs, their green skin glistening in the dim sewer light. TSK. I couldn't just watch anymore. Let us get my elixir. Let us help a person in need. Chapter 70. Vampire 2. I charged straight at the goblins without hesitation. The moment I moved, Berno followed right behind me, his sword flashing through the dim sewer light. The goblins shrieked in panic, keek, but they didn't stand a chance. Our blades cut through them cleanly, one after another, until the only sounds left were the faint splashes of water and the dripping of blood from our swords. When the last goblin fell, I finally caught my breath. That's when I noticed her. Blood. Please, give me some blood. Lena. She was crouched against the wall, trembling like someone who hadn't eaten in days. Her face was pale, her lips dry, and her voice weak, barely even a whisper. Lena? I called softly, but she didn't respond. Her eyes were unfocused, her body twitching as though she were fighting to stay conscious. I sighed quietly and stepped closer. You're really helpless like this, aren't you? Then I extended my arm toward her. Hapdash! Chomp! The sharp sting of her fangs sinking into my skin made me flinch. Warmth spread from my wrist as she began to drink, and I could feel the strength slowly returning to her body. Her breathing steadied. The color started coming back to her face. And when she finally lifted her head again, her crimson eyes glimmered faintly in the dark. Your blood tastes pretty good after all, she said, her voice steadier now, though still slightly teasing. I frowned. Didn't you say it tasted bad before? She gave a small smirk. You're still hung up on that? How petty. Before she could take another sip, I gently pushed her face away. Lena pouted, her expression full of disappointment as she licked her lips. You didn't have to stop me so soon. I ignored her comment, glancing down at the faint bite marks on my wrist. They were already starting to heal thanks to the potions I'd used earlier. Berno, who had been watching the whole thing with a look of disbelief, leaned closer and whispered, but why is she drinking human blood if she's not a vampire? I sighed. She's a blood mage. I figured she just needs blood for her spells, not... I'm a vampire, though, Lena interrupted casually. Histoire de hair. Berno stared at me. And then, damn it, don't say that so suddenly. I hissed, clutching my chest. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lena just laughed softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. You asked, didn't you? I groaned, wiping the sweat from my brow. Of course. Out of all the people I could teamed up with, it had to be her. Wait a minute, you really a vampire? The words slipped out before I could stop them. I'd known one of the heroines in the original story was a vampire, sure, but actually meeting one in person was different, especially now. In the Empire, vampires were among the most persecuted races. Most people saw them as monsters, parasites who prolonged their lives by drinking human blood. Centuries of fear and propaganda had nearly wiped them out completely. Seeing one standing in front of me now, alive and unashamed, felt surreal. Still, I shook the thought away. So what if she is a vampire? That didn't really matter to me right now. What did matter was something far more pressing. All right, I said, extending my hand. Hand over the elixir. Lena's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. You're so impatient. Impatient? I raised an eyebrow. I risked my neck for this, you know. She stared at my outstretched hand for a moment, her expression unreadable, before finally sighing and placing a small crystal vial in my palm. The liquid inside shimmered faintly, glowing with a soft golden hue. Even without unsealing it, I could feel a strange, potent energy radiating from within. So this was the elixir. I didn't know exactly how powerful it was, but judging from the magic it emitted, It was definitely worth risking 1's life over. Not bad, I muttered, holding it up to the light. But before Lena could say anything else, I pocketed the vial and stepped closer. Huh, what are you doing? She asked, her voice wavering slightly. I met her gaze calmly. What else? Arresting a criminal. Her expression froze, disbelief flashing across her face as she instinctively took a step back. I pulled the binding ropes from my spatial pocket and tightened them around Lena's wrists and torso until she couldn't move her arms. This should be enough to haul her to the guards. She muttered, making that stupid surprised noise people make when they're trying to act clueless. Lena, an elixir is an elixir, and criminals should be arrested. I hadn't broken my promise the potion had been payment for saving her life, but that didn't mean she got to walk free after whatever she'd done. Justice still had to be served. She squirmed once against the ropes, then looked up at me, all urgency and pleading. I know something important. Aren't you curious? Not really, I said flatly, tightening another knot. This ISNT going as planned? She blurted, eyes darting around as if searching for an escape route. I kept binding her, deliberately unmoved. Let her panic act the part of the guilty one. It would make the guard's job easier. For a beat, she froze, then, in a rush, she spilled out the princess. I paused mid-knot. What? The princess might be in danger, Lena said, the words tumbling out faster now. That was the kind of sentence you couldn't ignore. My hands stilled on the rope as I tilted my head, listening. The ropes bit into her wrists, but didn't stop her from talking. Urgency sharpened her voice. If Lena was telling the truth, this changed everything. I didn't loosen the bindings right away, but I did look at her properly, now no longer indifferent, but calculating. The guard would want proof, not rumors. If the princess was at risk, there wasn't time for half measures or formalities. Start talking, I said, voice low. Now, Chapter 71. The ambush one the imperial princess might be in danger? Those words from Lena hit me like a slap. That wasn't something I could just brush off. It hadn't been long since the terrorist attack the one meant to kidnap the princess had been thwarted. The academy was still recovering, the city still tense. And now Lena was saying there might be another threat. If she was telling the truth, this was serious. But the problem was she wasn't exactly the most trustworthy person to begin with. I narrowed my eyes at her, studying her expression. Explain. In detail. The moment I said that, a spark of relief flashed in her eyes as if she'd been waiting for that chance. You know those terrorists from before? She began quickly. It looks like they're planning something again. I frowned. Again? They just failed miserably not long ago. She nodded frantically. They're desperate now. They want to give up that easily. Persistent, huh? Either they were completely insane or frighteningly determined. Maybe both. Still, something didn't sit right. I folded my arms, keeping my tone sharp. Wait a second. Weren't you one of them? Huh? Lena blinked, visibly flustered. And no, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I pointed toward her wrist. That tattoo. The red wolf. The same mark they all had. I saw it. Her eyes widened, and she immediately tried to hide her wrist behind her back. But it was too late. I'd already seen it. The tattoo was gone now, replaced by faint, burn scars. So she got rid of it. I thought back to the attack, how her actions hadn't matched theirs. She'd gone out of her way to kill that rampaging ogre. And when I was trying to save the princess, she'd even cast a buff spell to help me. No matter how I looked at it, Lena had gone against them. Maybe she really had cut ties with that group. Maybe that was why she was standing here, desperate, bound, and trying to warn me. I still couldn't tell how much of what she said was true, but I didn't have the luxury of ignoring it. If there was even a chance the princess was in danger again, then I had to move. I exhaled slowly, lowering my sword just a little. Fine, I said, watching her closely. If you want me to believe you, start from the beginning. Tell me everything you know. Lena swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. All right, but you might not like what you hear. I needed to warn anyone before it was too late. So when exactly is this supposed to happen? I asked, my tone sharper than I intended. Lena hesitated, her lips pressing together before she finally muttered, tonight? What? For a split second, my mind went blank. Then everything snapped into focus. Tonight. That meant there was no time to lose. The moment we escaped the sewers, we broke into a sprint through the dimly lit streets. The air was cold, the kind that bit into your lungs with every breath, but there was no room for hesitation now. There will be nights surrounding the Imperial Princess, I said between breaths. How did they even plan to kidnap her? The recent attack had already put everyone on edge. Security would be tighter than ever, especially around the princess. The Golden Knights were elite, handpicked from the best soldiers in the Empire. Getting anywhere near her should have been impossible. I don't know all the details, Lena admitted, struggling to keep up. But they're planning to move tonight when she leaves the academy to return to the Imperial Palace. I frowned. That's the only window, then? The academy was a fortress protected by both magic and the Golden Knights themselves. But once she stepped outside those walls, just once the balance shifted, they won't dare to attack her inside. Lena continued, her voice trembling slightly. So they strike while she's in transit. When her escort is focused on the roads, not the shadows. I clenched my jaw. That explained it, the timing, the secrecy, everything. If what she said was true, then somewhere out there, even now, people were setting up a trap. And I only had one night to stop it. But how'd they find out? The princess's schedule was supposed to be top secret, known only to her closest aides and the imperial family. So how did those terrorists know exactly where and when to strike? The thought gnawed at me as we sprinted through the darkening streets, our footsteps echoing against the cobblestone. There was only one explanation: an informant, someone on the inside. That was the only way they could gotten such precise information. This is bad, really bad. I could guess their goal had something to do with the princess, but what I couldn't understand was their method. Why act so recklessly, so openly? Nothing about it made sense. A terrorist organization that wasn't in the original story. That was what made it worse. In this world, everything was supposed to follow a certain path, one I already knew. But these people didn't exist in that script, and that meant I had no idea what they were planning next. The night air grew colder as we ran, the moon climbing above the rooftops. It was too late to return to the academy now. So, instead, we headed straight for the Imperial Palace. As the wind whipped past us, I glanced sideways at Lena. She was running silently beside me, her face pale from exhaustion, but her eyes still sharp. By the way, I said, breaking the silence, why were you even there? In that condition, surrounded by goblins? She didn't answer right away. Her lips pressed into a thin line. I was looking for something, she finally said. Something? Something I lost, she replied quietly. Something more precious than my life. I frowned. More precious than her life? I couldn't even begin to imagine what could possibly mean that much to her. What would be that important? I asked, but she only shook her head. Did you find it at least? No, she murmured, a trace of bitterness in her voice. It wasn't there. I thought it would be, but I guess I was wrong. Her words trailed off into the night, carried away by the sound of our footsteps. I didn't press further. There was a certain weight in her tone that told me it wasn't something she wanted to talk about. Still, I couldn't help but glance at her again, at the faint glow of determination in her crimson eyes. Whatever she lost, it wasn't just an object. It was something that had carved itself deep into her soul. As I watched Lena's distant, almost wistful expression, Bruno's voice broke through my thoughts from behind. Young master, look over there. I turned in the direction he pointed. Across the bridge, a carriage with a rough, armored exterior was rolling past. The horses were strong and well-bred, their breath misting in the cool air. Around it, several knights rode in formation, their faces hidden beneath heavy cloaks. Movements sharp and disciplined. They were trying to be discreet, too discreet. But the faint imperial crest carved into the wheel told me everything I needed to know. The Imperial Princess was inside that carriage. Chapter 72. The ambush. Lena, standing beside me, followed my gaze. Her eyes flickered with unease. So what's the plan? Are we just going to wait until they show up? Her tone was casual, but I could hear the tension behind it. Waiting sounded simple enough, just let the attack happen, then step in. But that wasn't an option. Even if the princess had elite knights guarding her, a sudden ambush could still leave casualties. The logical move would be to warn them. But the moment we did, the question would arise, how did we know about the attack? And that was the problem. I couldn't expose Lena as the source. ID already made her a promise. In exchange for her information, I wouldn't hand her over to the guards. And breaking a promise, especially one made in that kind of situation, wasn't something I could live with. My jaw tightened as I weighed the options. Of course, if she were some heartless villain who had committed unforgivable crimes, that would be different. But everything Lena had done so far had only helped me. To me, Lena wasn't an enemy. No matter how I looked at it, she de-risked herself more than once to give me critical information. Hee. So, can I go now? She said, tilting her head with that mischievous smile of hers. You confirmed that what I said wasn't a lie. Her intel about the Imperial Princess moving to the palace tonight had been dead on, which meant everything else she said probably wasn't far from the truth either. Besides, Lena was completely drained. She didn't have a drop of magic or blood left in her. Keeping her around now would only slow me down. Do as you please, I said finally. What mattered was that she wasn't an enemy. At least, not to me. As soon as I undid the rope around her arms, she bolted. Her figure vanished into the night in seconds. Verno watch her go, his brow furrowing. Is it really all right to just let her leave like that? It'll be fine, I said, eyes still on the road ahead. We have bigger things to worry about. Right now, Lena wasn't my concern. The princess was. I crouched slightly, scanning the street beyond the carriages and froze. There, a group of men lurked in the shadows just ahead, waiting along the route. Their movements were too precise, too intentional to be coincidence. And then I saw the mark on one of their arms. A red wolf tattoo. So it really was them. I exhaled quietly, my grip tightening around my sword's hilt. A confrontation was unavoidable now. But just as I prepared to move forward, a thought crossed my mind. If I get involved again, my identity might get exposed. That would be trouble. Getting tangled in something like this could easily draw attention from people I didn't want noticing me, especially those at the top. A student saving the Imperial Princess twice? That would spread like wildfire through the academy and the palace. And if the rumors reached her ears again? I grimaced, imagining Anna's smile. The kind of smile that said, "You're interesting. I want you on my side as my knight." Yeah, that would definitely be annoying. Me a knight? Yeah, no, absolutely not happening. That idea alone was ridiculous enough to make me grimace. But if I couldn't show my face and still needed help, then, I've still got that. Reaching into my spatial storage, I rummaged around for a moment before pulling out a familiar object. A dull gleam caught the light, a steel helmet. The same one I'd worn when rescuing Elena. I tossed it into storage afterward, thinking it was just a piece of junk. But right now, it was exactly what I needed. This'll do, I muttered. Without a second thought, I slipped the helmet over my head. The metal felt cold against my skin, a little uncomfortable, but it did the job of covering my face. Next, I drew in a slow breath and focused. Mana flowed down into my shoes, gathering at the soles before spreading upward like rippling water. The world around me shimmered faintly, and then my body began to fade from sight, dissolving into the air until there was nothing left to see. Stealth mode complete. I glanced down at my now invisible hands and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. At least now, I wouldn't be recognized or dragged into something messy. Keeping my mana steady, I sprinted toward the carriage, my footsteps light and silent. The air shimmered slightly as I passed, but to anyone else, it would look as if nothing was there. A shadow moving unseen through the streets. All right, I whispered under my breath. Let us get this done. Anna leaned back against the cushioned seat, the carriage jolting rhythmically as it rolled through the dimly lit streets of the capital. Outside the window, the night was painted in silver and shadow. Street lamps flickered faintly against the cobblestones, and the faint hum of magic-powered lamps floated through the air. The city was quiet, almost eerily so. Most citizens were asleep by now. Yet here she was, traveling through the night toward the imperial palace. The monthly council meeting waited for no one. Even after the chaos of the academy attack and the attempted kidnapping, protocol demanded her attendance. The emperor, ever protective, had urged her to rest, to recover, but Anna knew better. Those greedy old foxes would love nothing more than to twist my absence into weakness, she thought bitterly. If she didn't show up, the nobles would take it as a sign that she'd lost her composure, that the princess, symbol of the empire's pride, was shaken. She couldn't allow that. Her reflection in the window stared back at her poised, composed, but with a flicker of exhaustion behind her eyes. How'd it come to this? The once mighty imperial family, whose authority had once stood unquestioned across the continent, was now shackled by the very nobles who had sworn fealty to it. The court had turned into a viper's nest, filled with flattering smiles hiding venomous tongues. Every meeting was a battlefield of words and hidden agendas. Their eyes were always on her, not with respect but with greed. Disgusting. Just remembering those conniving smiles made her temples throb. The old men with their flowery speeches, pretending to serve the empire while carving pieces of it for themselves. I need power, not the hollow kind that came with her title, but real, unshakable power, both political and magical. Enough to silence every whisper, crush every schemer, and restore order to the throne her ancestors had built. To do that, she needed allies. Loyal ones, strong ones, talented enough to stand beside her when the storm came. The nobles were too far gone, their loyalty bought and sold like coin. Justice, true justice, had long vanished from the empire. So if no one else would rebuild it, she would. Anna's eyes hardened, glowing faintly under the lamplight. I'll tear down the rot and rebuild the empire from the ground up, even if I have to stain my hands to do it. The carriage rattled as it turned a corner, the faint hum of the mana-powered wheels echoing against the cobblestone road. And then, bang, the entire carriage lurched violently, nearly throwing her from her seat. Horses screamed, metal clanged, and the sound of shattering glass filled the air. Anna's heart clenched as the world tilted sideways. Her guards shouted from outside, then the unmistakable clash of steel rang out. Her composure snapped into focus in an instant. An ambush? Chapter 73. Saving the Imperial Princess. 1. We're under attack. The carriage jolted to a sudden stop, throwing Anna slightly forward in her seat. Outside, the sharp clash of steel and the panic cries of horses filled the air. An ambush? Her pulse quickened. She pushed herself upright, trying to steady her breathing as she reached for the door handle. But before she could move, the door burst open with a heavy clang. A shadow slipped inside, moving fast. Who MMPH? A calloused hand clamped tightly over her mouth, cutting off her voice. Shoo, came a low whisper. The tone was calm but urgent. Anna's eyes went wide in shock, her body tensing as she instinctively reached for the dagger hidden beneath her sleeve. But then, white hair. Even beneath the dull glow of the carriage's lamp, she could see it clearly, strands of snow-white hair peeking out from under a steel helmet. Her eyes widened even further. That hair can't be. The helmet turned slightly, revealing just enough of his face for her to recognize the sharp line of his jaw and the familiar presence that lingered around him. It was him, Louis Vermore, the figure who had appeared out of nowhere during the last attack. Her panic wavered, replaced by a mix of confusion and disbelief. Why was he here? How did he know she was in danger again? I should been able to hide my identity. After all, I was in stealth mode. That is what I thought. But then a sharp siren suddenly blared through the night, echoing off the cobblestone walls. I froze mid-step, my mind blank for half a second. What the hell? The sound wasn't just loud, it was piercing, magically amplified, and clearly coming from the carriage itself. And then it hit me. The thing I hadn't considered. The carriage carrying the Imperial Princess might be a little more special than your average noblesse ride. Sure, it looked plain enough on the outside, almost deliberately so, but that was just camouflage. Inside, it was probably packed with every defensive enchantment known to man. Anti-ballistic barriers, shock absorption wards, and apparently detection magic. Fantastic. I let out a silent groan, pressing a hand against my face as the siren continued to wail. The only silver lining was that my stealth hadn't been broken yet, at least not completely. But still, we re-enter attack. The knights riding alongside the carriage reacted instantly. Steel rang out as they drew their blades in unison, forming a tight perimeter. Their cloaks whipped in the night air as they scanned the area, eyes sharp and auras flaring. They couldn't see me, but that didn't matter. Their instincts were deadly. The air itself seemed to thicken with killing intent. This isn't what I intended. I wanted to help, not trigger a royal alarm system. But now, with the carriage blazing like a beacon and half the guard ready to slice anything that moved, even breathing felt dangerous. Watching them snap instantly into combat mode, I felt a bead of cold sweat slide down my temple. This was part of the plan. Everything was moving too fast, too clean, too coordinated. The sudden shift in tension hit me harder than I expected, freezing me for just a heartbeat. Damn it! How did they know? The shout came from the alley, and then one by one the Red Wolf members stepped out from the shadows, abandoning their cover. Their crimson insignias glimmered faintly under the moonlight, and the air around them grew heavier, sharper. Steel rasped as the knights surrounding the carriage raised their blades, forming a tight defensive line. "Who are you people?" one of the knights demanded, voice steady but eyes alert. The man at the front of the Red Wolf group, a tall, scar-faced fighter I recognized all too well, let out a dry chuckle. "We have no names to give the likes of you." "Then you'd better start praying," the knight shot back. "You'll regret it when you find out who's riding in this carriage." "Ha ha!" The Scar Man's laugh was low and confident, rolling through the tense silence like thunder. "Oh, we already know exactly who's in that carriage." The knight's expression hardened. "So you targeted it on purpose." "That's right," the man said, his smile widening into something cruel. "Hand over the princess. Do that, and maybe, just maybe, you'll live long enough to regret it." The lead knight shifted his stance, sword gleaming. "That's impossible." The Red Wolf leader's grin didn't waver. "Then you'll all bleed for her." I recognized him, now the same man who had overwhelmed Ed during the Academy assault. The memory sent a chill crawling up my spine. His aura hadn't faded since then. If anything, it had grown darker. He wasn't bluffing, but something about their behavior didn't sit right with me. Even surrounded by armed knights, the Red Wolf members looked completely at ease, calm, focused, almost relaxed. Why are they so confident? I wondered, scanning their formation. There were only a handful of them, certainly not enough to take on a royal escort head-on. So why did it feel like they weren't the ones trapped here? Clearly, their skill level wasn't that high before those low-level thugs went down with just one of my attacks. But the ones standing before me now weren't just anyone. The Golden Knights, guardians of the Imperial family. Each one of them was a monster in human form, their strength and discipline polished to perfection. Every movement they made carried the weight of experience, and the way they gripped their weapons made it obvious they weren't here to lose. These weren't men who hesitated. They were all said to have the potential to become sword masters, someday the elite among the elite. So then, what gave these so-called terrorists the confidence to face them head-on? Do they have something up their sleeve? That was the only explanation. No sane man would stand in front of the Golden Knights and think he had a chance unless he was desperate or had something terrifying backing him up. But what? I couldn't read their movements. They weren't preparing for a charge, and there was no sign of magic forming in the air. Yet that calmness, that eerie composure, it was wrong. They knew something I didn't. Are they relying on their numbers? I thought. Or do they have someone powerful enough to turn the tide? Before I could decide, the leader among them raised his hand. "Prepare that," he barked. "Yes, sir." That? My frown deepened. What on earth were they talking about? Chapter 74. Saving the Imperial Princess 2, a figure stepped out from among the group of ambushers, his footsteps slow and deliberate. Over his shoulder, he carried something long and heavy, its surface glinting faintly under the moonlight. The moment I saw it, my blood ran cold. Why is that here? It was massive, almost like a steel bazooka, humming faintly with magic. I knew exactly what it was. A mana disruptor, a secret weapon the Empire had been developing for years. Anyone struck by its blast would have their internal mana completely scrambled, leaving them unable to control or channel it for a while. It was just some prototype. It was one of the most dangerous anti-mage weapons ever built. And the cruel part? The more powerful your mana, the worse the damage. Even the Empire's strongest knights avoided using it carelessly, which meant whoever these guys were, they weren't amateurs. Across the street, the lead knight guarding the carriage suddenly tensed. His eyes widened as he recognized the weapon. That S-dash. Everyone, channel your mana to your ears, he shouted, voice sharp and urgent. The knights immediately reacted, forming defensive stances, blue mana flaring around them as they tried to shield their cores. But the man with the disruptor had already taken aim. It's too late, he said coldly. Fire. A low hum filled the air, followed by a deep, gut-twisting sound, kawoom. A surge of distorted energy exploded outward, warping the air itself. The shockwave rippled through the street like a pulse, twisting the flow of mana around everything it touched. The knights staggered, some collapsing as their enchantment shattered. Swords clattered against the ground. Their protective auras flickered and died. Arg! A chorus of screams tore through the air, sharp and raw. Following the explosion, an invisible wave surged across the street like a ripple in reality itself. It struck the Golden Knights first. One by one, they convulsed, their bodies trembling violently as if their very mana had turned against them. They fell to their knees, clutching their chests, faces contorted in pain. The sound of groaning metal echoed as their armor scraped against the cobblestones. And me? I was standing right next to them, right in the middle of that blast zone. I don't feel much of anything. It was strange. The moment the invisible force hit, I braced for pain for something. But all I felt was a faint tremor, like a soft vibration brushing past my skin. Nothing more. Meanwhile, the knightsmen with mana so dense it practically shimmered around them were collapsing left and right. I blinked, looking around as the chaos unfolded. Did it just not work on me? Curiosity flickered in my chest. I focused for a moment, testing the flow of my mana. It pulsed smoothly through my body. No resistance, no disruption. Everything felt perfectly normal. That shouldn't have been possible. According to what I'd heard about this kind of attack, it was supposed to completely distort mana circulation, rendering any mage or anyone with strong mana helpless for several minutes. And yet, here I was, perfectly fine. I exhaled slowly, my gaze falling to one of the knights writhing on the ground. His armor crackled faintly with unstable mana, his face pale from the feedback. So it only affects people with high mana capacity. I glanced at my own hands. My mana was barely a flicker compared to theirs, just a thin, quiet current instead of a raging river. A bitter smile tugged at my lips. To think, being a C-grade has its perks. I let out a quiet laugh under my breath. It sounded absurd, even to me. Still, I couldn't deny the truth. Whatever that invisible force was, it completely ignored me. Maybe for once, having weak mana wasn't such a bad thing after all. That's lucky. Isn't it? I thought so at first. But deep down, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that my luck might not last much longer. Kill them all. Ugh. Everyone, pull yourselves together. We must stop them somehow. The shouts tore through the night, echoing down the narrow streets. The attackers' red wolves charged forward like a crimson tide, their weapons glinting under the dim lamplight. The knights surrounding the carriage scrambled to form a defense, but confusion and fear spread fast. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Something was wrong. The knights' movement stiff, sluggish. Their mana wasn't responding. I clenched my teeth. Damn it, they're using anti-magic. The Red Wolves had planned this well. They de-released a wave of suppression magic before striking, rendering the knights unable to channel even a spark of power. And now, the attackers were raining down spells from afar flames, wind blades, and shards of compressed energy. Sparks exploded in every direction. The sound of clashing steel and crackling magic filled the air. It was pandemonium. The knights were doing their best to hold the line, but the tide was turning fast. Every time one of them fell, the formation weakened. The Red Wolves advanced with ruthless precision, their crimson insignias gleaming faintly in the chaos. From my position in the shadows, I could feel the battle shifting. They're holding on for now, but not for long. One look was enough. The knights' stamina was fading, their sword swings growing heavier and slower. The anti-magic field was crushing their momentum, and without their mana reinforcement, even their armor felt like a burden. If this continued, it would only be a matter of minutes before they were overwhelmed. My eyes flicked toward the carriage. At this rate, it's dangerous. The princess was still inside. If they breached the defense line, she'd be the first target. Should I move her to safety now? My mind raced through the possibilities. If I reveal myself too early, I risked being recognized or worse, drawing the attention of whoever was watching from the shadows. The Red Wolves rarely moved without a hidden observer pulling the strings. But then I saw it. One of the attackers broke formation and began running straight toward the carriage, a blade of condensed red mana forming in his hand. The knights tried to intercept him, but they were too slow. My heartbeat quickened. No choice. I shifted my stance, mana pooling in my legs. The world around me dimmed, sound narrowing into a single pulse, the rhythm of the fight. I could almost feel the killer's intent in the air. And just as he raised his blade to strike the carriage door, I moved. Chapter 75. Saving the Imperial Princess, 3 Gwack. The man dropped like a sack of stones, my strike landing clean at the back of his neck. He didn't even have time to groan before he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Of course, that one hit blew my stealth right out of the water. My mana veil flickered once, then shattered completely. But I didn't panic. After all, I'd prepared for this. I reached up, feeling the cold steel of the helmet hiding my face, and couldn't help but let out a quiet, satisfied hum. Good thing I brought this. No time to waste. I grabbed the carriage handle and yanked the door open. Who MMPH? Before she could finish, I covered her mouth with my hand. So I whispered, pressing a finger to my lips. Princess Anna's eyes went wide, confusion and alarm flashing across them. The sound of clashing blades echoed outside. The guard were holding off the attackers, but it wouldn't last long. If she screamed now, we'd both be in trouble. Her entire body stiffened under my grip. I could feel the tension in her shoulders, her breathing quick and uneven against my palm. For a moment, I thought she might try to fight back, kick me, bite me, something, but she didn't. Instead, she froze, staring straight into my helmet slit, as if trying to see the face behind it. That reaction caught me off guard. No struggle, no scream, just silent shock. Why wasn't she resisting? Is she scared? I wondered, loosening my hand slightly. Her gaze didn't leave me. Even with half her face hidden by my hand, I could see the faint tremble in her eyes. That could be it. No matter that she's the Imperial Princess, at the end of the day, she's still just a student. Maybe she's frozen in fear right now. The thought crossed my mind as I glanced at her trembling shoulders. If that's the case, it might be easier to move her. I quickly removed my hand from her mouth and grabbed her wrist, trying to pull her out of the carriage before things got worse. But then, Fireball, her voice, calm and composed, cut through the chaos like a blade. My instinct screamed, and I ducked without thinking. A searing wave of heat grazed my cheek. Then, boom, a thunderous explosion shook the air, followed by a piercing scream from behind us. Arg! The stench of burning cloth filled the air. I froze mid-step, still clutching her wrist. My mind blanked for a second, stunned by what just happened. When I turned, Anna was staring right at me, even though my face was hidden under the steel helmet. It felt like her eyes cut right through it as if she could see me. Come to think of it, the princess was a second-year student 1 year above me. She'd learn more, experience more. And that magic just now, that wasn't a normal fireball. The output alone was absurd. The air around us still shimmered from the residual heat. Is she stronger than me? The thought slipped out before I could stop it. Maybe I didn't need to interfere after all. With Anna's level of control, she could probably handled this entire ambush on her own. But that didn't matter now. I could still hear shouting and the clash of blades outside the carriage. We didn't have time to hesitate. Feeling her sharp gaze still fixed on me, I tightened my grip on her wrist and pulled. Move, I said, my voice muffled under the helmet. She didn't resist this time. Without another word, we rushed out of the shattered carriage together. The sounds of battle in the distance slowly began to fade, swallowed by the night. The clash of steel, the shouts, even the neighs of the frightened horses, all of it grew quieter until only the faint hum of the wind remained, leaving that chaos behind. I walked through the dim back streets with the princess in tow, my mind spinning. None of this made sense. The attack, the ambush, the fact that I had ended up pulling the imperial princess out of that mess, it all felt surreal. But what confused me the most wasn't the situation itself. It was her. Why is she following me so obediently? From the moment I grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the wrecked carriage, she hadn't resisted once. No demands, no questions, not even suspicion. She had immediately cast magic at the attackers earlier, which proved she wasn't some helpless noble. She clearly knew what she was doing, and yet, here she was, following a stranger in a metal helmet through a dark alley without a hint of hesitation. If anything, she looked calm, almost too calm. Excuse me, she said suddenly, her voice soft but steady. I stopped walking and turned slightly, my visor catching the faint glow of the street lamp. Anna tilted her head, her golden hair gleaming faintly beneath the moonlight. Her eyes sharp, calculating, met mine without fear. Where exactly are we going? She asked. For a moment, I said nothing. Speaking might risk her recognizing my voice. So instead, I simply raised my hand and pointed ahead. In the distance, through the mist and scattered shadows, stood an old mansion. Its walls were weathered and cracked, half hidden by overgrown ivy. The faint outline of magic wards glimmered across its gates, flickering weakly like dying embers. That was my destination. Her brows lifted slightly as she followed my gesture. There? I gave a short nod. Anna studied the mansion for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. Then she smiled faintly, a small, knowing curve of her lips that didn't quite reach her eyes. You really don't talk much, do you? If she only knew who she was talking to, that smile might not look so composed. I said nothing, just turned back toward the road and kept walking. Her footsteps followed soon after, light and measured, echoing softly behind me. The streets were silent again, just the two of us, a masked stranger and the Empire's princess, walking through the sleeping capital toward a place that reeked of secrets. Chapter 76. Ghost House 1. The place I pointed toward stood at the end of a narrow, crooked street, a mansion so old it looked like it had crawled straight out of a nightmare. Its walls were cracked and covered in ivy, the windows dark and broken, and the iron gate leaned to one side as if it had long since given up on doing its job. Even from a distance, the place radiated an eerie stillness. A gust of wind brushed past, rattling the rusted fence and creaking the warped wooden sign that hung beside it. Anna turned her head to follow my gaze, and the moment her eyes landed on the mansion, she flinched. That's where we're going? I gave a short nod. Her face froze for a second, and I could almost hear her thoughts. Why there of all places? The expression didn't suit her usual poise. It was almost human. The mansion had a reputation in the capital. Locals called it the ghost house. Rumors said people heard whispers if they passed by at night, or that strange lights flickered in the windows. Of course, none of that was true. There weren't any ghosts, just a lot of imagination and an old building no one bothered to tear down. Still, I couldn't blame her. From the outside, It did look like the perfect setting for a horror story. But right now, it was also the perfect hiding spot. No one sane would think to search for the Imperial Princess in a place like this. Are we really going in there? She asked again, her voice a mix of disbelief and hesitation. I glanced at her, but didn't answer, just started walking toward the gate. Seriously? She muttered under her breath. I nodded once more. For a brief moment, Anna stood there, her expression caught somewhere between resignation and mild annoyance. Then, realizing she didn't have much of a choice, she sighed softly and followed. Her delicate boots crunched over the gravel as we stepped through the broken gate and into the shadow of the mansion. The air grew colder, heavier, the kind of silence that made you instinctively lower your voice. Creak, the old door groaned as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the still night like a warning. The hinges, long rusted and untouched, protested every inch of movement until the gap was just wide enough for us to slip through. The air inside was stale and cold. Broken windows lined the walls, letting in streaks of pale moonlight that scattered across the cracked floorboards. The wallpaper was peeling. The once grand walls split and weathered with time. Dust floated lazily through the air, glowing faintly in the silver light. It was the kind of place people whispered about, but never dared to visit. I could see why. The silence was heavy too heavy, and every shadow seemed to move just slightly when you weren't looking directly at it. The faint wind that slipped through the cracks in the walls made the wooden beams creak like a living thing. If ghosts actually existed, this would be their ideal home. No wonder the locals avoided it. Gulp! The soft sound broke the silence. I glanced sideways just in time to see Anna standing close beside me, her golden eyes darting around nervously. The faintest tremor ran through her shoulders. She was scared. Not that I could blame her. Most people would be unsettled in a place like this. Still, compared to everything I'd gone through lately, this barely registered as creepy. After surviving magical ambushes, cursed artifacts, and monsters lurking in the dark, a haunted mansion was almost relaxing. Experience really did build courage. I stepped inside first, the wooden floor creaking beneath my boots. A cold draft slithered past, brushing against the back of my neck. Eek! Anna let out a small yelp, instinctively moving closer. I froze for a second. Yes, too close. Her shoulder brushed against my arm. Through the thin layers of fabric and armor, I could feel her trembling just slightly. For someone usually so composed, she seemed almost fragile now, like the weight of the eerie silence was pressing directly against her. It's just the wind, I said quietly, my voice low and steady through the helmet. She blinked up at me, then gave a faint nod, trying to compose herself. But even as she did, she didn't step away. She probably didn't even realize how close she'd gotten to me. At some point, her hand had found its way to the edge of my sleeve, gripping it lightly as she followed behind. The touch was so faint I almost missed it, but it was there, trembling just slightly. The closeness made me a little uneasy. Having the Imperial Princess clinging to my arm like this wasn't exactly part of the plan. But what was I supposed to say? Please keep your distance, Your Highness? Yeah, that would go over well. So, I said nothing and kept walking. Crack! Ugh! Something crunched under my boot. It sounded like glass or maybe brittle bone. Whatever it was, the sharp sound echoed through the empty hall, and Anna flinched hard. Before I could react, she jumped forward and pressed herself against my back, her fingers tightening around my sleeve. I froze for a moment, feeling the faint tremor in her grip. Then, slowly, I turned my head to glance back. Her expression was stiff, her gaze darting away almost immediately. A reflex, she muttered under her breath, as if to justify herself. I almost laughed. The cool and composed princess of the Empire. Scared of broken glass? In the stories, and even in person during the Academy inspections, Anna had always been the picture of poise. Sharp, confident, untouchable. The kind of woman who could silence an entire council chamber with a single look. But this side of her was different, almost human. Shaking my head slightly, I turned back toward the corridor and kept moving, Her hand remained on my sleeve, though she loosened her grip a little. Chapter 77. Ghost House 2. We walked deeper into the mansion, the air growing heavier with dust and decay. The faint smell of mold clung to the air, mixed with something metallic and old. A few steps later, I pushed open a half-broken wooden door. The hinges let out a low, aching creak, and a cold draft swept through. We stepped inside. The scene that greeted us inside was quiet and dim, dust floating lazily through the air like drifting ash. A small bed rested against the far wall, its sheets faded and frayed. The room was filled with old-fashioned furniture, an antique dresser, a cracked mirror, and a few oil lamps that looked like they hadn't been used in years. It seemed the mansion still carried the faint traces of whoever once lived here. I took a quick glance around before pointing toward the least damaged chair in the room. "Sit," I said, my voice muffled through the helmet. "Thank you," Anna replied softly. With an elegant motion, she brushed a layer of dust off the seat before lowering herself gracefully onto it. The fluidity of her movements, the way she held her posture, the way her hands rested neatly on her lap was unmistakably noble. For a moment, watching her, I almost forgot this was the same woman who had been cornered by assassins just moments ago. Now, she looked calm, composed, even dignified, almost like she was back in a royal hall, surrounded by courtiers instead of the shadows of a crumbling mansion. But that calm was an illusion. For someone like her, hiding emotion must have become second nature. Living every day surrounded by scheming nobles, waiting for the slightest mistake, masking her fear and exhaustion was probably her only way to survive. Still, her fingertips are trembling. Even though her expression remained perfectly serene, the slight tremor in her hands betrayed her nerves. She was scared. Anyone would be. I turned my gaze away, pretending not to notice. The silence stretched between us, filled only by the faint creak of the floorboards and the distant hum of night wind. Then, after a moment, her voice broke the quiet. "May I ask you something?" I looked at her. Her eyes met mine, steady and searching. "Why are you helping me?" The question hung in the air, soft but sharp, cutting straight through the heavy silence. I said nothing. Through the narrow slit of my helmet, I studied her expression. There was no suspicion in her tone, just genuine curiosity, maybe even a trace of confusion. I could have told her the truth, that I hadn't planned to get involved, that I simply couldn't ignore what I saw. But the truth would lead to more questions, and questions were dangerous. So instead, I stood there quietly, arms folded, saying nothing. The flickering lamplight cast long shadows across the room, the distance between us thick with unspoken thoughts. Anna lowered her gaze slightly, her lips curling into the faintest hint of a smile. "You're not going to answer, are you?" I stayed silent. She let out a soft huff, the corners of her mouth twitching. "Just tell me already." Still, I didn't respond. Instead, I found myself lost in thought, wondering what the real reason was. Why was I helping her? That question seemed to bother her more than anything else. But as I thought about it, something else struck me as strange. She is not curious about who I am. If our positions were reversed, I would be asked about the person behind the mask first, who they were, where they came from, what they wanted. But Anna didn't. She wanted to know why. Why a stranger, hidden behind a helmet, would risk himself for her. Why someone with no apparent connection to her would go this far. I could almost laugh at how noble that sounded. The truth, though, was much simpler. Because it's beneficial for me. That was all. It wasn't out of some lofty sense of justice, nor because I admired her as the imperial princess. No, I helped her because protecting her was the most logical, self-serving choice I could make. Princess Anna Blackwood, future heir to the Empire. Her survival, her eventual rise to power, that was the best possible scenario for me. If anything happened to her, if the line of succession shifted to him, then things would spiral into chaos. The kind of chaos that would make survival itself a daily struggle. Because that man, that monster, wasn't fit to rule. A psychopathic tyrant in the making, one who would rather burn the empire to ash than share control of it. If he became emperor, this world would descend into blood and fire.